streaming. Let's see if this translates to studio effectiveness. We're going to go to live stream and see if we connect, which prayerfully we are, theoretically. Everything has changed because I was forced to update as soon as I got home, and so all the systems are, I was signed out of all the systems and had to sign back in. So now we're going to go to Infinite Call, and we're going to see if we can even get the audio call going. Oh shit, yes. Thank fucking God. Okay. I think. This, you have no idea. And because no one responded when I tried to call earlier around, or at least I don't know if they did or not. Okay, so is that Amy? Oh, bonjour, honey. Oh, love you dearly. Let's see if you're registering on the online broadcasting software, okay? Can you say something again? Oh, fuck, you're not registering. You're not registering. Okay, so what do? We go... yes, thank you. Yes, yes. No one can hear you except me. That no one can hear you except me. This is the what? Uh, oh, this is Troy. Welcome aboard, Troy. Yes, thank God. Look, neither one of you. Let's see. You say something again, Troy. Say hi. Okay, that no one can hear you either. The what happened is, as soon as I came home, I was forced to update. Unless we can get Brendan Zogit back here, we're gonna have an issue. So let me call him, and in the meantime, both of you keep talking to each other. Let me see if I can reach over for the cell phone. And John says faint. Okay, thank you so much, John. That's so it's probably coming through because Microsoft Teams recognizes the mic, but not the OBS, the online broadcasting software. So let me get over to, and the weird thing is Aristides is not responding at all. Unless you're there, Aristides, let us know. All right, let's go over here to, let's see now, Brendan Zogit, see if I can call my technical support. And, all right, and of course this happened like a time bomb, just waiting for me to get home. But both of you are most welcome here. Yes, oh, Brendan, we have a technical emergency. So as soon as I came home, everything was forced to update, and nothing is recognized. I'm signed out of everything. So I've just signed back into Microsoft Teams, which forced me to basically do a bunch of things to get the mic recognized. And it's recognizing Troy and Amy, but Aristides isn't even responsive, so I don't even know if he's getting the call. But in the meantime, I need help with the OBS. So I need you to call me back. Answer your call. I called you. Can you get on the Microsoft Teams call? Then I can screen share, and when we can figure out how to get the OBS to recognize the mic. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so jump on the call. You've been called. Okay. Can you jump on the call? Is that possible? Okay, there we are. Okay, so I'm back on this call. I only have one ear, so it's difficult to manipulate these sorts of productions. All right, and let me get out of certain windows, use less energy. And T-Tank Berry is saying loud and clear 100. Support Douglas, yeah, but he means myself, I believe. We'll find out. All right, and he's always welcome to jump on the call and say hi. Okay, so, and I hope both of you had a wonderful weekend. Even though no one can hear you, don't say anything important. We'll do just small talk till we're joined by someone else on the call so that he can help us with the technical aspects of the mic. And of course, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, so what I'm going to do to keep our listeners occupied because they can't hear anything you say because they can't hear you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do something. Okay, so thank God. There we are. So let's do a screen share. That's the first thing we do. And now that we're on screen share, okay, can you see the cursor moving around on OBS, Brendan? Okay, excellent. So wonderful. So what do I do to get this to recognize the mic? It's not recognizing the mic on OBS because they've updated. The Microsoft forced me to update. Okay. Okay. On the right, settings here. Okay, open up. Yeah. And okay, then we go to stream. Or where? No. Audio. Where's audio? Oh, here we are. Okay. Got it. No. Desktop. Oh, okay, so click on that and then okay. Yeti. Okay. And now press OK. Now say hello.
Yeah, let's see.
Thank God. Yes. Okay, so you're recognized now. Everybody say hi. Everybody say hi. At once, everybody start talking.
Hello.
Yes, thank you. Okay, you're all registering now. Thank God. Okay, thank you, Brendan. We couldn't have done that without you. And bless you. And now all three of you, Nate, we can have a conversation now. Let's. Okay, so Brendan, thank you so much for that. Anything you want to say? I take it you're very busy at work, but you're welcome to stay on the call for as long as you wish. Did he take off?
That was it. That's all he had to do.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at the call. Yeah, he left. Good God, poor guy. Okay, yes.
You know what's funny is I just sent Aristides a message. It says he's on, but he's not in our call.
He's not in the call.
And he didn't respond to me either.
Well,
but it does say he's got a green check.
No, he's active. He's
available.
He always leaves himself active. He always leaves himself active. As to his non-responsiveness, that's so we're working now on live stream according to our friend Brendan. He says that so he left to listen to us on the live stream. So we are working.
Good.
Yeah, and so that having been said, when it comes to Aristides, I have no idea what's going on. I talked to him just before the show, and everything seemed fine. But remember, the systems completely changed. So like everything, it's not just the when Microsoft updated it. Because Microsoft runs Microsoft Teams, the Microsoft Teams updated. So it could be that he is on an obsolete version of Microsoft Teams at this moment and is not getting a call, even though he's registered as having transferred the account. Meaning Microsoft transferred his account without his participation, and therefore we won't dwell on it because we can only speculate. It's so we're here. So since we're all here, yes, let's respect age before beauty and allow our dear Mr. Troy Bellamy to share his inspiration. We thank you for joining us tonight, Troy. So share with us your own what's been going on with you, what's going on in Florida, what's going on in the world that attracts your attention, and what you think we should be paying attention to. And you're doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Tell you, I tell you, it's been a fraught couple of weeks since I've been on the show. Mm-hmm. But man, the abyss of criminality has just gotten deeper and deeper. And it's scary to think that our president could come on TV some months ago and say, oh, no, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to touch the East Wing. I love it. It's got to respect it, and all this kind of stuff. And now he's out there with the construction crew knocking walls down. and it's ridiculous. I'm aghast at the ability and the audacity to lie in this manner, and there's no repercussion. And the thing is, he could, just like they said before, he could do anything he wants, and nobody's going to say anything, because it's not about the presidency, it's not about the economy, it's about, we don't care as long as he keeps the browns and the blacks in their place. Mm-hmm. Now they're all right. Mm-hmm. And this is the type of creep of authoritarianism and racism that we fought the last 100 years to dissuade. Mm-hmm. And now we're going through it again. It's disheartening because me being a child that benefited from the civil rights movement, I grew up in the 70s, mm-hmm. having never experienced racism, never experienced overt, but understanding that it existed, understanding clearly that it existed, but having never experienced it, now I'm looking at this and going, my God, am I going to have to live what my dad lived through 50, 60 years ago?
Yes. So, well, now, to do us all a favor, honestly, I don't really, in all fairness, you need to be security conscious, but I really don't think anyone is going to take advantage of this information and hack your system.
Yes, you will.
Could you tell us your birthday? What, at least what year you were born?
1967.
You're younger than I am?
Yeah.
Good fucking God. So at
Why you
any
say
rate,
that?
I'm sorry?
You look at one of my bad pictures?
No, you're wonderful.
Not everybody drinks the blood of young boys to stay young.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. In all fairness. Yes. But, oh my God. So what you need to, as an educator, you need to explain to our listeners that the outrageous act of Trump altering the White House, first off, you need to give our listeners some sense of the egregiousness here. Most people don't understand it. They just think the White House is, a White House. In all its ironically, without even understanding the entendre that comes with that, you need to explain to them, first off, that it was rebuilt after it was burned down by the Canadians in the Napoleonic conflict, the American front known as the War of 1812, but it was rebuilt by black African slaves. So he's really destroying what is a monument to when slavery was still legal and black labor was not being monetarily compensated for building the majority of that structure. And he's destroying that history, probably with malevolent intent, although I wonder if that's giving him too much credit. It might be, he might be giving him too much credit for that, but go on. Yes.
No, that is exactly what it is. See, again, these types of indignities and disingenuous acts are easy to decide. But if I, as an African American, say, this is racist because he's trying to destroy such and such, and this, the Africans built it, Pierre L'Enfant and Benjamin Banneker basically designed Washington, D.C. It was, an Irish a contractor and architect who actually designed the White House, but it was the hands of the slaves who built it. Oh, you're using the race card. It's always that reverse, that the willingness to use it's like playing Uno, reverse. We're going to reverse the reverse. Mm-hmm. And so you said it clearly. I didn't even have to say it because you can look at the types of things. It's the same thing with his policies. Now, again, this is like Lee Atwater. It's the Southern strategy. They're not standing out there with their white hoods on, with the burning crosses and yelling and all this stuff. They just say little phrases that let you know that they understand the code. Oh, we're going back to 1776. Hey, we got to get the urbans out of here. Welfare queen. All the little tropes and code words that let you know this is how they actually feel. And then you see it in the policy. The reason why you get at Obamacare is because it was Obama's law, which was actually Mitt Romney's law. But
well, Hillary
if you look
Clinton's
at
really
all-
Hillary Clinton's really, but go on.
well, yeah, Hillary Clinton, yeah. But if you look at, well, I mean, Massachusetts, the reason why I would say it was Mitt Romney's is because he was actually able to implement it in the state of Massachusetts. And it was a model for what could be possible across the nation. And then, you know, you look at that and all the other policies and things that are being put forth, and you realize, you know, if you look at all the statistics and all the data, there are more cities and more people of the Caucasian variety that actually take advantage of the whole plan.
Oh, yes.
I am a licensed insurance agent as well. And I have sold Obamacare since its beginning in 2014. I work for Anthem, which helped put out the plans. They were out of California, but they helped input the plans in Florida. And I work for several different other companies in helping people enroll for Obamacare. I worked at Blue Cross Blue Shield one time, and I would get these people come in halfway. They give me the Charlie Kirk. You know, I don't know if he knows what he's talking about. So I sit there and I go, okay, well, sir, what would you like to do today? Well, I need health insurance. He'd come in with his motorcycle stuff on and big beard and all the leather and, you know, like Newport. And he goes,
don't forget the neo-Nazi tattoos. Don't forget the neo-Nazi tattoos.
Well, I didn't see those. Now, they were, at least they were covered. And most, you know what? The crazy thing about it is most bikers are really nice. Most bikers are really nice. They don't care about race and nothing like that. But that Obama thing just tore their ass. And so he come in, he say, I need health insurance, but I don't want none of that damn Obamacare.
Really?
Okay, sir. Well,
Oh, my God.
It's welfare. I don't want that damn Obamacare. So I sit him down. We go through all the stuff. I put in their information and tell them, sir, you're going to get a tax credit of about $1,500 a month, which your plan really costs $1,500 a month. So that means you only have to pay $100 a month, and you get all, what? Oh, my God, I love it. Thank you, sir. Oh, I love you. And they walk out the door all happy and stuff, and never the wiser that they just received Obamacare. It happened every day, 10 times a day. I'm telling you right now, and this is again, unfortunately, the lean towards hatred and ignorance outweighs what they could really do and what they could really get if we just work together, man. And you know, I know sometimes I get on you about the N-word, but I know you don't mean it with any malevolence.
Thank you.
You understand?
Yes.
I understand you do that now, but it's still still rub your boy the wrong way a little bit. But I'm just saying, I understand. But the point is, if you're not trying to help people, then you're trying to tear them down. And again, this is what the policies are for. The policies are now designed to say, okay, well, we're going to hard time everybody. And guess what? People are starting to get a little bit upset and concerned about it, but not to the point where they actually will say, man, we don't need Trump. What the hell is he doing? See, let me just give everybody some wisdom on this Obamacare. If you notice now with the plans, you have to include your medication costs with your deductible. The deductibles to make the thing work is like $7,500. Back about 5 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, the deductible and your drug coverage were separate. So you would just have to meet your deductibles. Just say you had to go to the hospital, get an operation, you meet your deductibles, then your insurance is covered for the, But maybe you might have had to have like $1,000 in deductible before your medications were covered totally. But they also were heavily discounted because it was a negotiated rate through the insurance company. Now they just cut it out and say, well, we just combined the medical and the drug. So now if you got to go get some metformin, you got to get a 90-day supply, you might have to pay $600. And it goes towards your deductible, and it doesn't reduce until you reach the $7,000 deductible. Most people can't afford that.
No,
they can't afford that. But again, this was another way. Remember when they went crazy over the individual mandate? The individual mandate was never a part of the original Obamacare policy. The original Obamacare, the original Affordable Care Act, was designed to be a giveaway to the American people, to allow them to be able to afford and pay into the system. It's a loop system. It's like food stamps. The government makes probably $1.25 on every dollar that they issue of tax credits. So they didn't want that. Republicans hated that. Oh, it's a gift. It's welfare. We're not doing welfare. So they said, okay. They relented. They said, okay, well, we'll do it on the basis of income. If you have insurance through your job, you can choose to do that. Versus, matter of fact, not choose to. You had to do it so that and then you wouldn't be available to get the tax credit. The only way you could get the tax credit is if you didn't have a job, or if you were working for yourself, and you needed some insurance. Again, it's a zero-sum policy. Either you're super poor and don't have a job, that way you get Obamacare, or you got a job and you make too much money, or your job offers the benefits, so it really doesn't matter. Then they instituted the individual mandate, which says, okay, we got to get everybody to help pay in so we can pay for this, because it was no tax break. The tax break was embedded in the system. Such that everybody in America, whether you got insurance, just the people who didn't have insurance through their job, everybody has to sign up for the Obamacare system. If you don't get the plan, that's fine. You don't have to take the tax credit. But if you don't have insurance, you don't have health insurance, we're going to charge your IRS filing $750 at the end of the year. Oh, the government overreach, this, that, and the other. Oh, my God. They're dipping in our money and this, that, and the other. Now, this is a pay for it. If you get the tax credit, you don't have to pay that. But if you don't accept the insurance, then they would penalize you. It's not necessarily penalize you, but it was a way for everybody to pay into the system so that we cut expenses. They hated the individual mandate. Oh, Obama's a dictator. He's like, remember the guy who stood up in the middle of the president's State of the Union address? He lied. He should have got his ass kicked that night. They should have drug him out back, whooped his ass.
Like Rodney King. Yes, but go ahead.
Anyway, see, that was the problem. See, they think we soft because nobody did nothing. And he should have got his ass kicked. That night, he should have got a complete ass kicking. But anyway, I digress. And not because he's white. You just don't do that to the president. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But hey, it is what it is. You lie. Anyway. But anyway, the state of Florida is in for a wallop, because there are going to be many people who will have to, and once they change the income levels for the federal poverty line, there's going to be a lot of people who used to be on Medicaid, a lot of single moms who are going to be having these onerous work requirements. They're going to have to work 4 jobs before they qualify to get health insurance for their kids and for themselves. This is going to be very, very bad. And the only remedy is that Trump has to be gone. Trump, J.D. Vance, Kash Patel, Mike Johnson, the whole government needs to be overhauled.
Yes.
At this point.
Oh, of course. And yeah, no, continue, please, by all means. This is something that I feel it's really, first off, it's psychologically healthy for you to be able to cathart and to vent, and you're expressing something that needs to be expressed, and honestly, you're free to express it here. Obviously, this is a serious time for us all, and I think that as an educator, of course, the Department of Education, have the hits against the Department of Education kind of relented since the government's closed, or is the damage already done? What's your perspective on this?
It's getting worse. What they're doing is corporatizing and privatizing education. The state of Florida has just been inundated, and even in my area where I live, with these corporate charter schools who are coming in and saying, hey, you public school, you guys got 30 classrooms and you're only using 18 of them. And what they've done, what the legislature, the Republican-led, young Republican, I got to say that. You're the young Republicans. But the young Republican legislature has now in their wisdom said, oh, we'll write legislation that says that charter schools can come in and use space in public schools if they don't have enough room, if they got room that's not being used. So now all these counties, even the one I grew up in, which is an A school county, Sarasota County, is now being forced in the next couple of months, the next couple of years, to have to share space with these private charter companies for free. See, so this was a orchestrated hit on public education. Now, why is that? Because every American is guaranteed a free public school education. Benefits too many blacks. Benefits too many blacks. And our kids, we don't want our kids to go and be in school with them unless they're playing football. You understand?
Yeah, right. Yes. Yeah.
So this is where it's at.
Yeah. And
so now you have public schools who are going to be forced to have to share space with charter schools, these corporate charter schools. And what happens is all the charter schools are going to be filled up with rich white kids who don't want their kids to go to public school. They're going to get the best of books. They're going to have the highest of scores because it's going to be it's not a diverse population. It's just going to be kids that already got stuff and they don't have any economic or social or family challenges. It's going to be a homogenized set of data that's going to skew everything, and everybody's going to say, "Look, these are great. Hey, I don't want to go to I don't want my money, tax money used for public school. Give me a voucher so I can send my kid to this charter school." And then if the charter school starts outperforming the public school, they're just going to shut the public school down and turn it over to the charter. It is a massive Ponzi scheme. It is a massive Trojan horse. And all of this is because he has shut down the department, or his plan is to scuttle, and not necessarily scuttle the Department of Education, just all they're going to do is divert the money in another direction. This is the power play of all of these oligarchs who have ever been in a democracy. All Trump's doing is diverting money from one place to the other. That's why they brag and say, we haven't cut Medicaid. Oh, no, we haven't cut. Oh, no, you haven't. Just made it more difficult for anybody to qualify. And then once you get the savings because people can't qualify, then you just say, well, look, we saved $1 trillion. Let's move it over here to a project where Trump can make another $1 trillion in Bitcoin. This stuff doesn't fool me, man. This stuff doesn't fool me. I've been in big boardrooms all my life. I've been with super wealthy people, CEOs, and other people like that, and they don't operate in this manner unless they're crooked.
Yes. Quite so. And but definitely, that's what you meant by criminality. So what you need to again discern when you opened your, shall we say, when you opened tonight's presentation with your statement, I'm appalled at this crime wave. Bear in mind that it probably disorients a lot of people because they think of crime as affiliated from the bottom up. They think of it as an emergent phenomenon from the bottom up, and they might think you're talking about street crime. And so you need to disambiguate that aside from the underworld, we have an overworld. And at that point, you need to disambiguate as well between blue collar crime and gold and white collar crime and gold collar crime. But go on.
And that type of disambiguation is exactly what they're taking advantage of.
Yes.
These people are the worst criminals. They're just dealing with more money.
Yes.
They're just dealing with more money. Think about think about all the money and all the inside trading Trump just did. He's gone beyond what the senators were doing with insider trading. He's gone beyond what any Ponzi scheme, excuse me, I didn't mean to say it, but any Ponzi scheme Goldstein has ever done. He's just using the money he's extorting other countries willingly. They are willingly paying this man to stay in his favor. Billions, not millions, billions. And guess what? It looked like nobody gets hurt. Oh, there are no ladies that lost their savings. Nobody lost their 401k. Barron Trump, there was a report that Barron Trump, Trump's son, invested $40 million before, like minutes before Trump sent out the tweet about his Bitcoin situation with what's that?
Say that again. What's that?
Trump,
yeah.
Like minutes before Trump announced on X his alliance with this company that was going to give him money for Bitcoin out of this country. Mm-hmm. Barron Trump invested $40 million of his inherited money, in that. And this is why Trump sits around and brags, oh, Barron's a great crypto trader. Yeah, I guess so.
When it's all from the inside, yeah.
It's all on the inside. You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous. And everybody sits back and they're paralyzed by the appalling audacity at which they're operating. But this is not the time. This is the time to get him out of office, put him in jail where he should have been in the first place, and move on from there.
Thank you.
Yeah,
so we're joined by Aristides, by the way. He has come on the call, I just noticed, because I've been so busy looking things up. So welcome aboard, dear Aristides. And Amy, of course, is waiting in the wings. So we're going to turn to Amy very soon, who's been very patient, and I thank her for that. John Doe, who is T-Tankberry in the chat, has said how well you've been articulating yourself, Troy. So I do want you to answer that in the chat, if you can ask us the chat.
T-Tank's a great guy. I will definitely try to. I appreciate that, T-Tank.
And so
I know you're a big supporter, so shouts out to T-Tank. You know what I'm saying? We need more good guys like him.
Thank you. Bless you. And that's so appreciated. So, dear Aristides, before we turn towards Amy, just to find out how she's doing, as she said, she's going to move for the winter. I think that's what she alluded to. But since you're with us, are you in the mood to, or able to do a blurb right now? Or
I'm
you okay?
Getting there. Sorry,
okay.
I got delayed.
Yeah. Oh, no worries. Life happens. We're just glad you're okay. That's
okay.
It's a concern more along those lines. Let's check in with Amy for just a moment here. Amy, if you. So thank you for your patience.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, that was important. And,
no problem.
And we love you dearly. So tell us how things are going. Are you preparing, as you said, to move forward towards the winter? You did do a wonderful happy birthday, and you're welcome to sing that again if you're in the mood. And for my father, I think
all
that
right.
was in
I
the
just
spirit of my
wanted to make
dad's, right? Yeah. Was that for my dad or myself?
both of you. It's all of you at this point.
Yeah, it's true.
Right?
It's true, including Aristides. That's true. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
All of you are birthday-ing these days.
Yeah.
No, I've been doing, more of the fun healthcare problems. Like this thing that Troy was mentioning about the way they're just dicking you around with, like, you need this insurance in order to do this, and your bill's going to be this, and then it's never that. It's always something else. It's always like, oh, you need to go and get your ultrasound on your leg to make sure you don't have another DVT or blood clot in your leg. And then, oh, by the way, that's a $200 visit. I mean, this is not different. It's the same old, same old. It's not any change, really. I mean, I'm really noticing a lot of clampdown on all of my communications. I have just bowed in and started asking AI to help me find work, answer all my questions, AI. I don't know if you noticed that I was doing some AI.
Yes, there's a search. You sent me a search for all the websites that you started. Tell me about this.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Well, I thought it was really cute how it said there was something in it about, first of all, it only picked up critical omissions on a Rumble site.
Did it
So somebody
really?
is
I didn't
posting
open
you on
the
Rumble.
link. The link was kind of irritating. I mean, not. It was
Okay.
intimidating. The link was rather
Yeah.
intimidating. I'm not sure. I didn't know where it was going to take me. So describe this.
Okay.
Someone's posted me on Rumble, all this stuff, and critical omissions.
Well-
that's essentially what you're affiliated with now when you look yourself up.
I was trying to make sure that so I need to redo everything because it's very outdated. Like whatever I was doing 2 years ago is no longer functional or even descriptive. So
Yes.
I was asking it to search my name, search my handle, search the business name, and I was looking for things that it was missing. And I was like, well, it missed all my video channels because I have a couple. And then it picked up on critical omissions, but it only picked up on critical omissions on Rumble.
Interesting.
So
Rumble.
yeah, wasn't it? And then it was saying that it was some kind of experimental. It was an experimental multimedia work or something. It was creative experimental mixed media
Wow.
project is what your critical omissions is
Cool.
to the AI.
Cool.
So
Love it.
so I thought that just tickled me in the right place. And yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to like bring it all together, like, because I've just been like so piecemeal on all of the things I start. They don't get finished, they're not complete, they're not presentable. And so I'm trying to like use the machine to help parse through some of that. And I don't enjoy it. I get really frustrated with it. I feel pretty confident that, you know, their summation or their explanation of the work that I do is pretty spot on. I that's not the problem. But I feel like there's like, it's not dynamic, and they're not, it's still like, it's impossible to even put my interest in that purview of like, this is what I'm interested in, this is the work I want to do. How can I define it in such a way that I can then build collaborators? And I mean, it's incredible to me, like how you can just ask the AI this and it will give you a list, and it will shoot at you a bunch of rhetoric about, you know, the objective material, the data that is out there in the world on you. You know, it was talking about like audience engagement and cross-platform media, and I was like, yeah, that's true. This is all correct. But it's like I have to tell it, like, no, you need to include this site. You need to include this site. This is also me over here doing this. And also it was tending to put a lot of emphasis on some of these sites that I haven't updated in a couple of years. But so that's just what I've been doing, because I get really tired of having to combat these entities that are never helpful, and there's no follow through. I told you that they declared me as disabled, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But guess what? Because the government's shut down, I'm not getting any money. I'm not getting any help at all. And I'm expecting that that's going to be the continued pattern, because that has been the pattern throughout. there's never been a time where somebody who is tasked with having, some due diligence on investigating or looking into these claims that I'm making about, like, I've been dealing with domestic violence for almost my entire life.
Right.
And nobody asks any questions, nobody follows through, and there's plenty of evidence that I can provide, but there's nobody looking at it. There's nobody auditing it. There's no resources. That's the problem with this is like, it's like, I'm put in this position where I am forced to do things like not work, so that, as Troy is saying, like, either you have zero income so that you then qualify to go get this really horrific medical malpractice on your body, because now you're part of this healthcare system as a impoverished person. But then they're like leading you into these situations that are like just not helpful. Like, they're not doing anything for you. Like, you're still dealing with communications problems or transportation problems, or the fact that, you applied 10 years ago. You should have applied 20 years ago. And perhaps this has been a problem your entire life. So I'm just trying to consider, like, how do I want to spend my time? And it's becoming more and more arduous to even, like, take joy in little things that I can enjoy. Like, I can, I can get on my bike and ride around in the field, and that feels exciting and makes me feel not so old. And I get joy from watching the dog run and keep up with me on the bike. Like, this is just a small thing, but even then, like, we were in the hospital yesterday again over freaking tick bite. Like, it took 2 hours to get somebody to go and take the tick out of Toke's shoulder. I couldn't do it. Like, I tried. Like, I mean, I know how to handle that stuff usually, but this was like, I was going to have to cut a piece of him out in order to get the thing out in its entirety. So we called, and it was like, oh, go over here. Oh, go over here. And then it was just so dumb. It was like just running around and over a silly little thing like a tick. Like,
well, it's not silly
so
little
annoying,
thing. I mean, it can give you Lyme's disease. I'm surprised. Do both of you potentially even have that? I mean, I would think it would be ubiquitous.
No. And this is the first, and he said this is the first time in his life, he's lived here 30 years, that he's ever had a problem with ticks. Like, this is the first situation where, like, we couldn't deal with it. Like, it was like, no, we need to treat this. We need help. And, like, he's going back and forth between the different healthcare systems, the Medicaid and Medicare, and we get notices all the time. Like, they took a bunch of money out of his disability check, and then they gave it back to him, like, all in the last 2 months. I mean, what is the sense of this? It's just such nonsense, and it's all nickel and dime. It's all like $30 here, $120 here, $50 here. And I don't understand how you're not going to get healthcare for $50 or $20 this is dumb. This is a waste of people's time and effort. There shouldn't have to be like a paper trail of, annals of books on how many visits you've had to a healthcare provider. It shouldn't be like this. It should just be, oh, we need somebody to have like a sterile environment to take this thing out and then get the antibiotic and bandage it, and we're good. And it literally took all day. It was like an all-day affair. It was so frustrating. I was so exhausted today. I just was like, I couldn't do any. He said, like, you're having another pantsless day, Amy. You're not wearing your pants again today. And I was like, so? It's like, there's only a few things that bring me joy, and part of it is like I don't have to wear pants if I'm not working and I don't have anybody visiting me or talking to me or doing anything with me. So yeah, that's my newest small joy that pokes fun at me over. I just generally don't wear clothes, and that's the way I like it. But I don't know if your listeners need to hear all about that. I just I am also thinking that there's not a good solution as far as how are we going to deal with taking care of each other.
Well,
because
that's what we're here
counting
for.
on these.
Yes.
What's that?
I said that's what we're here for, is to take care of each other.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
I love that. I love that you're on board with that, and I feel the pain of knowing that a lot of our systems are now becoming privatized, including the military. And
I don't know about that, but continue. Yes.
I mean, I can point to where I got it. It did come from you, sir. It came from.
Oh yes, you mean when I was talking about privatization of the military in many respects? Yes, but it's still a giant welfare state. Yeah,
I saw it on the site that you sent us about. It was about he had sent a link about this guy Lee, a young gentleman on the YouTube. His last name was Lee, and I think it was like 5849 or something, some strange handle for his YouTube name, but his last name was Li, and he had been talking about the Kirk murder. And he was doing a bunch of research on it and then pointing out that there were people in Israel looking up the name of stuff related to this murder a week before the murder happened. So he was pointing that out, but then today he was pointing out that Hegseth doesn't do anything with the military. It's actually this other person, and this other person is all about privatized security. And I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same as the healthcare. You can't extrapolate and then create bureaucracy around something as simple as,
a basic human
staying
need.
safe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Staying safe, being healthy.
Yes.
These are things that shouldn't be put out in a systems level. It should be within the realm of individuals and families and communities.
Yes.
It should, we don't. Why would I want somebody from Indonesia or Greece or another area to try to make claims about? Oh my gosh, here's one for you. Today we got in the mail a letter stating that, I don't know if you remember, we had a CT scan on Toke's head at one point because he was like sleeping a lot, like just a lot of sleeping, like 20 plus hours a day.
What did they find between his ears?
They did find something. They found he had a hematoma. He had a blood clot between the dura mater and the skull. And then today we got a letter of a form saying it looks like you had some kind of accident and that it suffered some head trauma. Tell us where your accident was so that we can pursue them to pay the coverage for your health care because of the accident. And I just got on the phone and just was like clear as day to them. I was like, this is a fraud. There was no accident. Yes, it looks like somebody hit him in the head, but it was the medications that he's been doped up on because he's on this insurance that pays for these freaking medications that don't do him any good. I mean, they do things like give you a freaking hematoma in your brain.
I'm so sorry. That's awful. Yeah.
No, this is so ridiculous. Like this is our day, This is like, this is just this stupid stuff. Like, we're just trying to like put stuff away, like get it ready to like go, like, because I don't even know what we're doing. Like, we're just spinning our wheels at this point. Like we can't really figure out the car situation. He's hoping that we can buy a new car. But it looks like I'm not going to get any money.
What happened to the cherry picker? What happened to the cherry picker?
It's still here. We got it. It's still here.
What are you going to do with it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I really don't know. I have no idea. He's been trying to fix it, but
that's ridiculous.
There's so much
Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it.
I understand that sounds like a possibility if you were in a normal place. This place has no economy. Do you know how long it took for us to give away that RV for $100? Like it, like we've been trying. Like we tried to get rid of the boats this summer. Not a single person responded to our request we have 3 sailboats. We don't need all 3. And they were so cheap. Like they were just like dirt cheap and nobody wanted any of them. We just couldn't get rid of them. Like, and this lift, like he really wants it. He does, because if he ever, feels like he can do work again, it would really help him. It's, I don't know what to do with it though.
Yeah, that's irrecoverable. Just get rid of it somehow. But like you said, for now, it's a part of the landscape at the moment. Yeah, but you need a new car, and yes,
you need a new car.
Yeah,
and we don't really want to stay here for the winter.
Again, about the Lyme's disease, aren't you tested for this? I mean, this is like it's kind
so you don't get Lyme's disease as long as you get an antibiotic when you find the bite. The people who get the Lyme's disease don't know they've been bitten, and so they don't get treated.
Okay, got it.
Okay,
got it.
So that's why we were like, no, I'm not going to cut this thing out of your shoulder and then hope for the best. I'm going to take you to the doctor, have them do it, and then you'll get the antibiotic to bounce it out of you, because who knows what the thing had. Although we pulled one tick off the dog this summer, and this other one that he got yesterday is the first either one of us have had on us. I'm kind of neurotic though, and I spray I sprayed all around everywhere near this place and then on the bedding and everything. And I haven't seen any of them. I haven't seen any ticks anywhere, except in Toad's shoulder yesterday. But and it was one of those things where usually I can deal with it, find it and like pull it out by the head, get rid of it. That's fine. Burn it. Don't set it free on somebody else. But I couldn't. It was already in his skin. Like I couldn't. There was nothing to grab onto, which I've never seen before. But whatever, it's over with, done. I can't wait to see the bill from that. That'll be fun.
I mean, so you don't go to like some community clinic where he's obviously on disability. Doesn't he get some? Yeah. Doesn't he get it free? I mean, a treatment like that, an emergency treatment.
Oh my God. That's what I'm trying to tell you is none of that matters.
Okay. Yeah.
Like they just sent us from the CT scan 5 months ago a form saying what kind of accident were you in to get a hematoma in your brain.
Let's let Troy say goodbye to us all. So Troy, if you're going to take off for the moment, by all means, take your time, and say goodbye and bring up any other points you want us to be paying attention to. Let's see, or is he still with us? Okay, seems to be still with us. No, he's not. Okay, so Troy took off, and and let's ask Aristides. Aristides, are you in the mood for a blurb? Just out of curiosity.
I would think if I was a no-show that you would have you would have winged the blurb for me.
Oh, no one does it as well as you.
Oh.
Yeah. And, so if you wish.
Sorry, anyway.
Yeah. And thank you for that PDF. Thank you for the PDF on the killing of the king in Israel, which, by the way, is very much a Masonic term as well for those of you out there who keep track of the Masonic 33 conspiracy that involves King, Martin Luther King, and Kennedy, the king who was president. And now people are claiming Charlie Kirk is the third king. And we didn't get too much of a chance to ask Troy Bellamy what his opinion was of all of that, what effect it might be having in Florida. I did speak briefly with our friend Darren Tice, and he says that when it comes to the South, he lives in South Carolina. He says everyone down there, they absolutely think of Charlie Kirk as the second Christ. At any rate, so if you can, Aristides, unless you're not in the mood to do it tonight, go ahead and blow it. Yeah. What's that?
Oh, we'll do a quick one here.
Yeah, sure.
Did you tell everyone to hit the thumbs up vote?
I didn't tell him anything.
You didn't say anything?
Yeah, I didn't say anything. So go through it all.
Come on.
So kind. Dude, I mean, since you're on the call, you may as well too. Since you're on the call.
At least you made a hack at it. All right, everybody needs to hit the thumbs up vote to show support and also to get the algorithm going. There are those that put the down vote, thumbs down, that are against what Douglas does. You cannot see it because YouTube hides it, but it is important and it does affect his ability to be searched or suggested by YouTube. So please do that. Please make sure you're subscribed to his channel. This note used to appear for me below the every program window. It no longer does. I don't know why. If you go to his main channel page, it should be there. Make sure you're subscribed, even if you had in the past. That may have come undone for whatever reason. And also hit the notification bell. There, it'll put a handy pop-up on your device when the program starts to let you know that it is going on. I do find that very convenient. To do all these things, you do need to be signed in to YouTube, and what that means these days is a Gmail account or Google. They're really the same entity. So if you have one, sign in. If you don't have one, I'm sure it's easy to make one. Once you do sign in, your little account menu will be up in the corner. You can make yourself a little icon or avatar. You can go in there and you can, there's a thing here for me. It says switch account. What that means is not different accounts, but actually sub channels under your account. Usually people put different content in different channels, but those channels can upvote separately. That is the key thing here. And so you can make a couple of channels, even if they're empty, and you can place a couple extra upvotes for Douglas. Remember to switch back to your primary one, though, so you're not chatting as or whatnot as your other this other channel identity. Also, while you're in that menu, make sure restricted mode is off. That has to do with age-restricted content, or maybe that you're just too afraid to see scary things. I don't know. That doesn't describe you. Yeah, it doesn't describe anyone who's willing to hang through this. So if you're still listening to this, obviously, you've got what it takes. Make sure that you restricted mode is off there, and also what else? After the live program, when it converts to a regular uploads to a regular YouTube video, Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath the program window. That's different than the live chat, which may replay. Has his crucial information there, including his PayPal. We'll get to that. Make sure you upvote that also, and any other positive comment that you see there. And feel free to make a comment of your own. That also helps. I'm doing that right now. Also on the last one. That also helps the algorithm very much. So please do those things. Or you can share the YouTube link right out of the browser bar. You can, depending on your device, make a little clip or right-click on the window and send a timestamp link right at that current time, whatever's being discussed, to your friends or associates or enemies or whoever. And the most important thing you can do is to donate to Douglas via PayPal. We're going to finally get that link into the chat, seeing as how, I guess, excuse me, no one else was capable to do that. But get that PayPal link in there. You don't need to have the PayPal link to donate, so not finding the link is no excuse. All you need to know is his name is Douglas Dietrich, and you can find him on PayPal likely by his first and last name, or by the handle he's got here on the front thumbnail poster window of the program. It's just a cool pic here with the aviator shades, and you'll have to explain that. Maybe you already did, but anyway, Douglas D. Dietrich on PayPal. Yeah, you can find him there. You can. You don't need an PayPal account, I believe, to donate, unless that changed. You should be able to click through somehow and just donate with a credit card if you don't have a PayPal. But I don't see why you don't. I guess some people have objections, but I don't believe you need one. You should be able to just donate with a credit card, whatever you can afford right now, or ideally set up a recurring payment, even if it's small, that will add up over time. What is it? Weekly, monthly? I guess you can set it up however. How is it? How do other people set up? Weekly, monthly?
No, monthly. Whatever. Yeah, a monthly payment is preferable. Of about half $100 to $100 United States dollars is what's really needed. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So find him on PayPal there. Just put the link, and please do that. Also, what else? Let me see. Are there any? Yep, there's an asterisk there. Okay. So in the program title, there's a lot going on there always, and sometimes there's stuff that you cannot fit, probably all the time, in that 100 characters. So if you see an asterisk, that means that if you break out the program description underneath, it will refer there to likely a whole paragraph of things that Douglas wishes to acknowledge or commemorate, or various holidays or historical occurrences that he's likely to talk about. So please check that out. And what else do we usually say? That's most of it.
Thank you. Well, you did wonderful.
Yeah, send money.
Yeah.
Send money, send lots of money, click all the things. That's it.
Yeah, that's always a good one. And well, that was beautiful. Your dulcet tones are important. They help to set the tone for the show, and it's just always good to have that, really. So.
What did I miss?
Oh, I don't think you missed anything in particular that I can think of. That's all that much of a matter. I do want people to know that. It's just a miracle that I'm here at all. I want to thank all of those in the chat who have joined us. There seems to be a lot of people in the chat, and that's great. I'm going to kind of, thank, in order of appearance, T-Tank Barry. Love and hugs to our dear man there. Kitty Cat Samurai, thank you so much. Sheila Gavin, and as well Vicky Johnson. And Dakota. Okay, so kisses to the ladies, all of you, and hugs to T-Tank Barry in the chat, and as well to Aristides, who, I called just before the show to let him know that we had all these updates, so at least he missed out on that stress. It was the worst of all of our fears were unfortunately realized, Aristides. The mic was not recognized by the computer at the moment that Microsoft updated. So you missed out on that stress of having to reestablish the computer's recognition of the mic. And this is the new computer, the one. Yeah. Yeah, that's so it's Microsoft.
You were able to do that, or did Brendan pop in?
It was Brendan. It was Brendan. Yeah. We couldn't have done it.
It's normally the same thing. I mean, you should have this kind of, right?
You mean I should have?
You know what to do.
No,
yeah.
You would
should have a cheat sheet there.
You would think, but honestly, it doesn't really stick with me. It doesn't. It really doesn't. And we're just, I need all the adult supervision I can get. So, all of that being said, it is a Wednesday night, and it's a work night, so we don't have nearly the audience that we normally do on a weekend. So with that, let's wait till we build up a little bit before I go into monologue. And with that having been said, your birthday, everybody would like to know in the vague kind of generic sense, however you're willing to express it. How was your birthday?
It was good. It was good. Yeah.
Great.
Didn't go do anything crazy. Was actually got involved in doing a lot of stuff that what would you call it? Something akin to spring cleaning, but in a kind of a different level. A process of renewal. That's appropriate for a birthday. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, in terms of this process of renewal, it left you feeling refreshed, part of the resurrection.
Yes.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, anybody can go out to dinner or whatever. That's whatever.
Yeah, well, you're still
do that anytime.
You're still a very young man, and actually, you've got nothing to worry about. You've got a lot going ahead of you. So, so that being said, back to Evie. You're still a young person as well, and don't let this horror of what's happened to our government, get you down. But, in kind of now that Aristides has said his blurb and we're on our way towards monologue, help segue us there. When you speak of, say, for instance, your experiences with the ineffectiveness as a targeted individual, it seems like whatever you attempt to do, it doesn't pan out. And obviously you're conquering this to the best of your ability, and you have accomplished quite a bit in spite of these obstacles. So with that in mind, how...
Well, do you think that my success is built upon my standing as one of those ancestral Americans who can delineate back to the Civil War when her family was here serving?
Heritage Americans. The term Heritage American. Yes.
Yeah, I'm one of those.
And look at what good it's done you. Not a goddamn thing.
I know that you're talking about this like this is a bad thing, that these people can't possibly have the same ideas as, immigrants or people who have resettled here. And you know what? I'd much rather be an immigrant. I do think that having another place to call home might help. I don't know.
Help with a sense of identity, or just a sense of depth, or with being an advantage, somehow an advantage for benefits.
Well, yeah, because, if you're from somewhere else, there's always this mystique and like just the commonality of these communities that have been around each other for so long, like to have somebody from somewhere else who speaks a different language or who's a little bit exotic, like at least you can bank on that. At least you could be like, oh, well, I don't really know how to deal with any of this. I don't speak the language. And for me, I speak the language. I speak another language also, but I can't seem to find any benefit to being one of these heritage Americans that you're talking about. That's me. I'm one of those. Toke isn't. His family does not have that kind of history. They can't go back that far. Mm-hmm. A lot of his relatives came over to do coal mining and to work in the steel industry. So he doesn't have Civil War records that go back. I mean, maybe he does. He might on his dad's side. His dad's side is a little bit older. But mine go all the way back to the Civil War, and that was like what kind of drew me back here from the West Coast, was like, oh, I found out there's a record of my grandmother's great grandfather living in Sheldon or living in Montgomery and being born in Sheldon, which these are next to me. They're in the county that I grew up in. It's not even near my grandmother's. It's like where I am. So I thought, oh, it'll be fun to go and work with the Historical Society and do some genealogy work and, you know, look at all the old stuff that my family has here. And, you know, good that turned out. Nothing but domestic violence issues for years.
Mm-hmm.
Just years and years of car accidents, domestic violence issues, miscarriages, operations. Yeah, it's fantastic being one of these heritage Americans. I'm so glad you're having fun. I love it when you're laughing. I do. Everybody says his laugh is too loud, and I say no. It could be louder. He could laugh. He could laugh 3 lungs full. Yes. No, I would like for you to get back into some of this talk that you were getting into around, let me think about how to put this. You were speaking about not so much the centrist, okay? Because we know they stole this from you. That they pulled that out and now it's in the news all over, right? Like, you know, that you're a radical centrist, yada, yada. Oh, now other people are radically centralized. Good. The idea of having to take a side politically, I'm concerned that in my experience of ingesting some of this media that's all over the place right now, like you don't even know where to put your head because it's like, it's so ridiculous. Like, I kind of feel like this ballroom stuff is just sideshow. Did you see the Diwali, all the East Asians in the Oval Office for Diwali? Like, did you see that? Or did you just block it out because it hurts your brain?
The latter. It was the latter. You know me too well. You know me too well.
Way too much. I know, it was way too much. And just to hear, like, I love the Indians. I don't want to go to India. I don't want to become a yogini. I don't want any of that. But I love that their history was preserved so well and that they have thousands and thousands of years of story. I love that. That's fantastic. But I don't want to be them. And I'm really...
Thank you.
What are you putting in the chat, Douglas?
Take a look at
Douglas?
it. Take a look at it.
Maple syrup. I love maple syrup. I really put it on everything. I drink it. It's so stupid. I don't know if I can go anywhere else because I don't know where I'll get my maple syrup. I don't know where it'll come from.
I understand some brands have gone national, believe it or not, but go on.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that, like, I won't know the forest where the syrup came out of.
Yeah.
Is that so stupid? I mean,
aren't there only a few that you can get maple syrup from? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Are you kidding me? No! They came about 20 years ago, all these immigrants, I'm going to call them immigrants, to my state, came and bought up all this land. They started tagging the trees. They didn't stop the maple syrup production at the end of the season the way it's always been. You don't tap a tree after it buds out with leaves. But these jerks who aren't from here, don't know anything about our traditions. They bought up all this woodlands and they started killing the trees off.
That would be, instead of tradition, it is traditional, but it's a simple case of nature management. I guess you'd call it forest management would be a way of, but continue. Yes.
It's a bunch of jerks who just thought they could make a dime because it does have a lot of really good healing properties. It's a really fantastic tool. Like if you have anything that you're trying to get into your system, this will expedite. The syrup has properties which will help it become absorbed much faster. It's a very good carrier for medicine. The problem is that they came in, they put up all of the lines, like they have these plastic lines that run through the trees. They're so ugly. And we used to do it where you take them down in the summer. But now all of our woods, there's just tracts of land bought up by outside entities, don't know what they're doing. They're trying to sap the trees in the middle of the summer, which is not when the sap is running. It's not good for the tree. And it's not great syrup also. And then there's also like these people who buy up the sap, process it, and you don't know where it's coming from. Like the small sugar operations are the only ones I want to drink. That's the only ones I want, are like people. I met some kid who brought us some firewood early on the summer when we didn't have any more. He had a bunch from the sugar house, and I gave him like $50, and he brought over a truckload so that I could run the cook stove, because I need like small pieces for the one cook stove and then larger pieces for the heat stove. But he was saying his sugar operation, they do it the old way. They do it with buckets. There's no plastic lines. It's all buckets, and they don't produce very much because that's the way it should be. You don't need to frickin' feed the world maple syrup. You're just, the forest is trying to feed the people around it. That's it. They're not trying to feed like people in Australia. So that is the issue. I mean, in my mind, from my heritage American standpoint, if you're going to get maple syrup, you're going to go out to the backwoods and you're going to buy it from the people who've been doing this in these tree stands as old as you can get. You want an old tree stand. You don't want some new maple trees getting tapped and then having them run the sap straight through to fall. That's not how it goes. It's not the tradition. Like when it stops being frozen in the winter before the leaves bud out, the tree will put out sap, and that's what you boil off to get your syrup. And I can't believe I'm on your show having to explain this to people in this experimental series that the Perplexity
what is it
AI.
called again? No, the full name.
I'm looking it up. I just saw it. It's experimental video performance series called Critical Omissions.
I love that.
There's a label referencing Amy Como. That's what they found for me. And they didn't find it on YouTube. They found it on Rumble. Just so you know. If you can't find him on YouTube, people, he's on Rumble.
Hey, Brendan, was that where Nemo was putting it up? Was he putting it on Rumble? Like, come on, honey,
Was it Nemo? Should I look at it? Let me look at the link and see if it's Nemo. That'll be fun.
Oh,
Let's see who it is. Maybe it might be Warrington.
He might be.
No, it says it's you.
It says just me.
Somebody's doing this for you.
Okay.
You're on Rumble, Douglas. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, 14 followers.
14 followers?
You didn't know this, did you?
You have a
Rumble.
You've
It's
had
not
a
as
Rumble for years. What are you talking?
Okay. I don't run it. Who's running it?
I don't know. It's not everyone. It's not all of them. It's
it
just
was automatically uploading until YouTube changed the rules.
Okay.
So it's just episodes that were being uploaded regularly at the time.
Okay.
And now it's just like a bank. You want to go back.
Thank you. Got it. Thank God. Okay. Well, thank God for that. But thank you, Brendan. Appreciate it.
How can I send you this link so you can find out where you're at? Okay, I'm gonna send it here. It's going to your email.
Oh, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
I can't. It's on the other phone.
Oh.
I have too many phones at this point. I can't. That's part of why I'm having to use AI to find myself.
Wait. Let Brendan finish. So, Brendan, please say everything again, because you're coming in very low. Yeah.
It was just shit talking. I said, you don't even know what dimension you're in.
Dimensionally, I'm gonna figure it out, and then I'm gonna come for you, Brendan.
Look,
I'm gonna love you up. You're gonna get all the love, Brendan. You're so lovable. I can't wait.
Oh.
All right. No, anyway, that's the news from my corner of the world. Is I'm a heritage American, not benefiting in any way. I'm overwhelmed. I have too much tech.
Why
I have
don't
not
you-
enough housing,
here's
transportation,
an
or
idea.
phone.
Here's an idea. And I'm serious. This is I want you to try this. In all seriousness, do everything
Does
you
it involve
can.
wearing clothes?
Just do everything you can, balls to the wall. Just go for it. Make certain that you reach J.D. Vance. And you tell J.D. Vance, I'm a heritage American. I've been expressing my problems on this experimental, what is it again, multimedia show called Critical Omissions. And that's the only outlet that I've had to express the challenges I've had trying to get a normal life, just trying to tread water, and just tell J.D. Vance, look, I'm a heritage American, and why am I unable to even get the most basic benefits after a very hard life that was destroyed by domestic violence, and see if he'll not respond with something.
What is it? Okay, it's gonna help motivate me to know why him. Why do I need to talk to him?
Because he's the fucker who brought up heritage Americans. He's the big motherfucker with the Asian wife. Not even Asian. She's Oriental. She's this Asian Indian. Yeah, he's a big motherfucker who's got the immigrant wife who claims how important it is to be a heritage American, or you're not a real American. Unless, of course, you're married to one like him, where he can make you one through his love and meat injection. Maybe he'll come over and fuck you.
Love and meat injection. Yeah. That's how you get to be an American.
Yeah, apparently so with J.D. Vance.
What the fuck? Trump too.
Yeah.
Trump's married to a foreigner.
Yes, that's quite right. First generation at that. At least with J.D. Vance's wife, she's second generation. With Trump, she's straight out and out. From a foreign country.
I don't understand. I don't really get it. How women are not following through on this. How are their wives? I mean, they must be so targeted. Their wives must have no ability to express an opinion at all. I think about how toxic it is for me to even say this in most arenas, to say hey, I don't have housing, a phone, or transportation, but my family's been in this country since the inception of this country. Mm-hmm. What is the path forward here?
Yeah. Say that again, Brendan. Yeah, most people don't want what? They just. That's right.
I said those.
Yeah.
Those chicks just spend the money. They don't care about rights or speaking out or something.
Yeah, they just want to shop.
Melania and the other one.
Yeah, they just want to shop and go to salons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point. Excellent point.
Because back in their country, they can't talk anyway, so you might as well get them out of the deal.
Yeah, it's quite true. Yes. Yeah. So your response to that, Amy? Yeah.
I honestly, you can only shop so much. You can't.
Well,
you can only have so many purses and shoes.
They never stop.
They just
I think
like
because we
adopt
come
dogs.
from this limited stuff,
Yeah,
we can't see it. But these people, I've been around these people, and that's all they do.
Yes.
Like there's no
Shop.
stopping.
Yeah.
No such thing as stopping. Yeah.
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 Like they just buy it, wear it once, throw it away. Like that's literally the cycle. And it could be designer. It
Well-
could be like $80 a top, and they just toss it.
Yeah.
You know.
I do
Really?
that too. I don't spend no money on it, but I just wear something once and throw it out. That's how I do it because
Holy
I'm
shit, no wonder you're
anti-clothes anymore.
Did you hear Brendan? What'd you say, Brendan? No wonder you're poor.
Yeah, I said no wonder you're broke all the time. Shit. I'd be lucky if I buy clothes once a year.
Once a year.
I'm wearing rags and shit. Literally, they're falling apart.
Oh Jesus!
Oh.
Yes, but
I hate that. I do. I can't stand it if they're stained or ripped or
Oh, tell
I'm
her
like,
about
what
the
the hell am I
mold.
doing
Tell
with
her
this?
how you've met me a number of times, Brendan. Tell her about the small.
Well, Doug definitely doesn't throw his clothes away. We know that. It's just like from another century. I'm not even joking. Like, did you?
I
originally
know
get
you're
them from
not.
a thrift store,
That is
Doug?
one of my favorite things about
No,
Douglas.
these are like seriously hand-me-downs from my father and shit. You know, like
Holy shit! So we're talking century. They're
Yeah.
like 50s.
yes.
Like from the 50s and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, at the earliest. I mean, at the latest.
Yeah.
At the latest. Yes, that's right. And
So, I mean, you can salute the longevity, but come on.
yeah,
you know?
yeah. Well, they made clothes to last in those days. Yes.
Yeah. Holy shit.
They should have been buried with my dad.
And what about that pink onesie you were wearing? Are we allowed to talk about that? Can we bring that up? What the fuck was that?
That's V. That's fucking V.
Oh,
She,
so she was just trying to defame you. Like
Yes.
that's just
yes.
defamation.
That's awful. See what I deal with? Basically, when Brendan rendezvoused with me at the salon to pick, so we could drive from there to out of the city. V had stuck me in this horrible, like, she does this. She brings this stupid pink little thing as a like apron so that the hair dye she puts on my all white hair doesn't get on my clothing. And it's of course it's pink. She had to make it pink, and that's just
Right.
part of her, her evil. And,
Like I get the point. I get the point that it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be a throwaway garment, but
Yes.
it was bad.
Yeah.
I almost left. I was like, dude, I'm not taking you anywhere. in that.
Yeah. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. By the way, I came
Going
home.
out with you wearing that.
Yeah. What was that, honey?
Well, he explained it.
Yeah.
Explained it.
Yeah, so get this. I came home and V sent me a birthday present. Now, this is Peacock brand 5 super mushroom supplement, lion's mane, reishi, shiitake, cordyceps, and oyster. Isn't that cool?
That's delicious.
Nice.
Yeah.
That should get you powered up.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm tempted to break open these capsules. It says take 6 capsules a day, 3 capsules twice a day. I'm tempted to break the capsules open and use it as a tea. But it's all I can say is that
It's too bitter.
yeah, too bitter. Okay, yeah, but it almost makes up for her pink fucking.
You can. It's good. It's a good principle in Ayurveda to taste it before you take it, like the first couple times,
Cool.
so your body can acclimate to its energetics.
There. Cool. I
You know,
love it.
so you want to taste it at least once to get your body, but like multiple times, so the body can recognize what it's taking.
Yeah. All right.
But I'm gonna tell you, it's bitter.
Yeah.
Reishi is like super intense.
Okay.
I used to
cool.
buy it from the Chinese medicine shop.
Oh wow.
I
Wow.
wonder. I have a chocolate milk that's all mushroom.
Mhm.
And that's what I'd use for mushrooms. I really like it, though. I like what it does to me. But it
Oh,
did. It's interesting you said that because
What does it
it
do?
did take a while to get used to it.
yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
couldn't just drink the whole cup the first time. Like I had to do it in spurts.
Yeah, because
like,
then the
it-
body understands what it is. It's very
I wonder
practical.
what kind of mushrooms are in it. Reishi,
You know the
lion's
name.
mane, shaga, and turkey tail. And then
Yeah,
it's got
so those are the
cocoa and
functional.
ashwagandha.
Yeah, ashwagandha. Yeah, so those are functional mushrooms and functional drinks. So,
Mhm.
so you guys should be in top shape. You don't need me here.
Cool.
You guys should be running
You
on
need
all
me.
cylinders.
You.
You guys need. You guys got 12 cylinders. So. What? It's not a joke.
It's not a joke. We know you're being serious. We know.
You guys will.
It's okay.
You guys will be great. Doing great. Wonderful.
Yeah, well, we can never do without you, Brendan. You're always needed. And yeah, definitely appreciate your dropping in on us. How's your day going?
Oh, just peachy, you know. Just another day in the salt mines.
Oh. I'm trying to remember something that happened, a field trip that we were taken on in our politically correct proto-woke school system. We were, and God knows, our man Brendan went to a highly experimental school, which I don't know if that was fortunate or not. I mean, do you consider that to have been, I mean, you know, obviously you feel that it was beneficial in some ways, but obviously it didn't connect you to any career, but that wasn't the point, was it? It was to make you a more holistically integrated human being. I mean, do you think it was worth it as opposed to, I mean, obviously, as, you know, Aristides has often been very kind and gracious. He always said that he really appreciates your wisdom on the show. And so because he speaks so well of that, obviously other people notice it. So obviously it was beneficial in that regard, but it certainly didn't help you to network. So in terms of that...
Well, it could have if my family didn't screw me over.
Good
Let's just put it that way.
Good point. That is quite true. True.
All my friends went to good colleges and stuff because their families actually cared. I was just left just fucking to the dogs, to the wolves.
Oh,
with no support at all.
Well, you know what?
And then they blamed it all on me at the end.
Yeah. That's
different.
In all fairness, I'm just going to presume the best. In all fairness, I think they were probably assuming your dad was going to connect you, and he was the worst possible thing to bank on. Is that maybe the case that they thought?
Oh no, they knew. They knew
he was a piece of shit.
No, in fact, they sabotaged me by false promises.
Got it.
Like the devil's work, literally.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Like, you know.
That's what Amy's family did to her. Amy's got this.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, this false.
That's
promise.
fantastic. I mean, it's one of the greatest gifts, honestly. Like, I get to return the love they gave me to them in their old age. There you go. You're welcome. Yeah, I definitely had a nurse mom who was just a psychopath too. Like, I mean, I find I have a lot more pity for her than I ever did. And it's something that I've been thinking about is sometimes I have like these repetitive thoughts, like my mom is evil. And I'll just hear this in my mind, like just randomly, like when it's so inappropriate. And I've started to like just understand that these repeat thoughts, these patterns in my brain are really just like, I should just like turn it around and be like, I love my evil mom. I love the fact that I don't have any responsibilities to them. I can't fix that. I can't fix all that they've done. That's not me.
Yeah, well, good point.
Do you sometimes wake up and red rum is written on the wall? Or is that...
Red rum. By the way, you say that 3 times, and then the Candyman appears, and you're all fucked up.
That was Bloody Mary.
By the way, he's this black guy who fucks white woman. By the way, and now he's dead. The actual actor who played him. Poor son of a bitch.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
there are black men who don't fuck white women.
There are. Oh,
Some
yeah,
of them.
Troy. Yeah, we had one of them on the show just now.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's honestly, just like if you're in Africa, you just do as the Romans do. It's nothing.
Yeah, the last time I was in Africa, let me tell you, no. Like, there's really no comparison. And it's just, it's just an individual circumstance. But
Wait, what are we talking about? Are we talking something else?
Thank you, Brendan. That's no, and Amy. Thank you, Amy, for what I presume was a satirical comment, but you threw Brendan way off.
It was just meant as a transition into what we're really talking about, which is
what?
how much I love Brendan.
Yes,
because
that's right.
I'm sure.
No, you and I can cathar on the fact that we have mothers who present themselves as these caring, compassionate beings doing nursing work.
Who are both nurses. Actually, Amy, you've got it all wrong. Brendan's mother never, ever put forward the facade that she was a caring, compassionate person. She simply was honestly a cunt, and brazenly so. Right, Brendan? I mean, you can take it from there.
Constant.
Yeah, there was no lie. It was just...
Yeah. No, there's no faking it. There's no faking it.
But has your mom like encountered the fear of death yet?
I'm sure she has.
At some point, like, she was thinking, like, maybe I'm not going to make it through this, and therefore she's got to like dump all of her issues onto you.
Yes, of course. That's what was my whole childhood.
Like, just every day. I'm not going to be here much longer.
How did
You're going to give me a heart
How
attack.
did she meet your dad?
Which one? Who, me or Amy?
No, yours. How did your mother meet your dad, Brendan? With Amy.
No idea. Probably at a bar or something.
With
Amy,
just, but go on.
You know that era. It was all bars and shit. There was no internet, so it had to have been something lame like that.
Heavy drinking.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh.
They met over a lot of alcohol.
You guys know what the 80s was like. It was all drugs and booze and
80s? Jesus Christ, you're talking about like it was a long time ago. I'm trying to remember back to 1978. You know what's disturbing
It
me?
was a long time ago.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. That's like yesterday. Look, we were just talking to Troy Bellamy. If you're listening, Troy Bellamy, I hope you... all I can say is I don't know how this will affect you. But Troy Bellamy gave us his birth year, and it was 1967. And it was like, so he was born just the year before.
Same as my mom. There you go.
Oh, you're kidding. Jesus Christ. Your mother is younger than I am.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Something like that. 66, 67, 68.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. So these are like, I'm surrounded by like children. But like Troy said, look, Doug, we're not all drinking young boys' blood. So yes, I'm so sorry none of you have that capacity. Because
don't worry about us.
Yeah.
I don't want to end up like you and Brian Johnston thinking they're spring chickens and shit.
Oh, come on now.
I'm reversing.
Look, Brian Johnson is unlike Brian Johnson. I would hope I don't project that level of insecurity. Okay, Brian Johnson reeks of insecurity, so that's pretty sad. But in my case, because Troy was here, and inevitably because of his experiences, or rather, like he said, the lack of experiences that he's had concerning racism, they were more his father's challenges. We're back now to his facing those challenges in what for him is essentially nearing retirement age. But when it comes to the subject of that, I was racking my brain to remember a field trip, or the details thereof, that we took when I had to have been, because I took middle school. Middle school did not exist when I was young. We had junior high school. Junior high school is a category of schooling that no longer exists. I don't know if it existed during Brandon's time. I'm sure it no longer existed. So
we had it.
You had it.
Yeah.
We had the 6th, 7th.
Okay.
We had all the way to 6th, and then the 7th and 8th were considered junior high, but they were in the same building as the high schoolers.
Okay, but because we were switching from the entire classification of junior high school to middle school during my generation skipped a complete grade. So I had already skipped a complete grade when I went into vocational school, and then I took a GED to graduate early. So my development arc of being thrown out into the wilderness was much earlier than most human beings. Not to mention that combined with the shock of having parents who were the age of most people's grandparents. So my entire experience of humanity, to compound my not being human as baseline, my entire experience was compounded with that factor. But I was racking my brain to remember, and now I realize through this discussion, it was in middle school, what would be called middle school today, but it was mid-junior high school level. That would be mid school level for people today. So it was around the end of my experience in junior high school. We were taken on a field trip to Washington, D.C., specifically to a black gathering that was, if I remember correctly, it was called I Remember You, with the U being just a U. The letter U. I remember the letter U, which was U Street in Washington, D.C., Washington District of Columbia. Washington's U Street used to be a black ghetto, and it was a specifically black ghetto, so all of these elderly blacks were remembering their life growing up in a racially segregated Washington, D.C. So we were taken there to teach us a little bit of camera work and how to film these elderly blacks. That now, if it weren't for the fact that I actually reviewed that film again maybe about 20 years ago, I otherwise never would have remembered what had happened there, of course, because that happened when I was basically, if I went into into vocational school, as I did around the age of 16, I must have been only around 15 years of age when this happened. So if we think about that, and I'm, 59
80,
right now.
1980.
Yeah, 59 minus 15. Yeah, 59 minus 15. This was 44 years ago. Holy shit. So that's what I was trying to figure out. So you just helped me figure that out. So that way I can bring that up in my monologue later. So yeah, it wasn't, it was around 1980. That's correct. Yeah, so 44, so let me see, 20, 40.
Would this have been like one of your first films? Were you in charge of the filming, or were you just like watching?
No. These were the teachers did this. The teachers were doing all this. They were teaching us how to run the cameras a little bit. It was just a little bit of that, so that would drum home the memory. So it was 1981. It had to be around 1981, and we were just like, for us it was nothing to retain. It was nothing to retain. It was just fucking around with the cameras, holding the cameras mostly just holding the cameras and talking to old black people.
How many were you? How did you get there? Did you take a bus?
No, we were flown in a plane. I don't remember how that was arranged. Honey, I was like fucking 15 years old. We were in a plane, yes. But
look, if you're gonna live to 120 years old, you're gonna have to start making some notes.
But because I was 15 and really didn't give a shit and thought this was the stupidest fucking thing in the world, and I had absolutely no fucking interest in it. I thought it was incredibly imposing and to be. First off, the one thing that was a salient part of my growing up was I was jackhammered. I won't even use the term hammered. I was jackhammered with black culture and black history throughout my life. That was like my whole formative years, where whatever else is going to happen, we don't care that you don't remember anything other than how much blacks have suffered, and blacks are, your universe. Our entire universe was based around the black experience. It was jackhammered into us by a culture that was pathologically insane. It was compounded when I became a Department of Defense research librarian, because in all fairness, they did this for what I believe this was my comprehension or my understanding of what the rationale was. They placed a black African American woman in charge. Juanita Taylor was her name. Juanita Taylor who could not read or write. She could not read or write. And she was placed in charge of the Department of Defense Library at the military post of the 6th Army headquarters at the Presidio military base, simply because they could claim they put a black woman in charge, and because it was a security boon. Since she could neither read nor write, she was no security threat. She had no idea what she was dealing with. But her direct orders to me were to fill the library with as many black relevant books as possible. So whatever blacks did in military service, this was how I knew about the triple nickels and so many other elements of black service in the military that no one else knew about ever, is because this woman forced me to gather whatever materials from all over the United States could be found on blacks in the military. And so it became a black-dominated military library. We filled up the library like, about maybe a third of the fucking books in that goddamn library were about blacks. And that included civilian books that were put into the more conventional sections that were not specifically military sections of the library that I showed Brendan Zogit. Brendan Zogit was there personally with me when I showed him this is the military section of the library, this was more of the civilian section of the library, and Aaron Tice was actually able to enter the building with me, so I was able to show him that personally in what has since become a adult care daycare center for the senior citizens. They're there in the daytime, not at night. They don't sleep there, but they're brought there in the daytime as kind of like an adult care facility now. So when it came to all of that, I grew to hate blacks with a pathological passion, because all I ever learned about all my life through professional necessity, through educational necessity, was about blacks. And you're talking about 13% of our fucking population, as far as I could see, runs our fucking world. That's my perspective and what I grew up with. As far as I'm concerned, they got nothing to complain about. And the whole universe centers around them. That being said, because I know so much about their history, far more so than most blacks, it is my job as a historian to contextualize why I hate them as much as whites. But that having been said, I'll get into that in monologue, of course. But aside from all of that, it is what it is. But thanks to both of you, I've now remembered when that took place, the year it took place, how old I was, and exactly what the event was. And that is probably going to be my rejoinder to how we escape from the race hustle, which is what it's become. Being black is not to use their own medicine against them. Blacks have come to the point where they've pushed an ethno-constructionist ideology that race is a construct, when we all know it's biologically quite real. We know this because blacks themselves, as embodied by Troy Bellamy, who was just on the show, have certain black-specific conditions that they suffer from. Some of these are environmental factors, where blacks have far higher rates of obesity, high blood pressure, water retention. There are several. Obviously, whites can also manifest these symptoms, but in the black community, they're astronomically higher. And without going into a lecture of course, racial trauma, intergenerational trauma, or what I already articulated in the last episode as PTSS, or post-traumatic slave syndrome, it is a fact that you've got black-specific conditions. And so with other race-specific conditions, I can get into that in monologue, but race is quite real, and it affects us medically. Your race will impact how long you live and what kind of health conditions you have. That being said, race is quite real. So to throw back against the blacks this ethno-constructionist notion, it's not even a theory or a hypothesis. It's simply a fallacy, a falsehood, that race is a construct. I could easily say that we need to basically, well, what that makes race a hustle. If race is a construct, then the fact that we have affirmative action is a race hustle. But that trip to Washington, D.C., which I always took to be basically a form of abuse, kind of like taking Germans to concentration camps. In Germany, they take kids to death camps and give them this guilt trip about, look what we did to the Jews. That's what I suffered from, along with every non-black kid, which was the majority of us, because the majority of us were Chinese, specifically some Vietnamese and Chinese, and were forced by white teachers with a couple of black, paraprofessionals. I guess you could call them, in a sense, the race cadres, even though they were more along for the ride. It was really the white teachers that were all ideologically fanatical about this. We were taken to see how blacks had suffered. How is that applicable to us? All that being said, in terms of that imposition, I finally now can make something of that experience by saying that what I learned there gives me at least a form of rebuttal or rejoinder to the race hustle from that experience. Having recalled now what I reviewed of the films much later in life, about 20 years ago. That being said, that's rather convoluted, but it'll come clear in the monologue, most hopefully. So how about you, Brendan, Amy, respond to that? You don't need to talk about the race issue. We can talk about other things going on right now. For instance, Amy, if we were to speak on an international level, what's happening internationally as we segue towards monologue that you feel we should be paying attention to? Or domestically, I don't give a shit. Take it anywhere you want for it.
Anything. Yeah. Just anything. Well, I wanted to ask, like, if you put more thought into talking to your sister, and that has nothing to do with anything, but let's just put that aside too. We'll put that aside. And instead, I think maybe the issue of the Diwali celebration in the Oval Office.
To that, Brendan. Yeah, Washington, in the White House, all these fucking Asian niggers, these Yellow House niggers, they had a bunch of fucking Hindu hop sings over there at the White House doing the Diwali now because, they're trying to make this an Asian caste system over here in America. And it's obviously Brendan celebrates Diwali, and we don't want to.
Yeah, all the Brahmins came up to Trump and made him light the thing.
Yes. Tell us about this. How do you feel? Isn't that? Oh God, that's got to be surrealistic to say the least. This is a Fellini film. Go on, tell us.
It's about the light winning over ignorance, but it's just like, you pick the most ignorant, egotistical person to do it. So it's kind of like poetic.
Thank you.
I was watching the whole thing, and the woman, the East Asian woman who did not speak, but was like directly to his right, like screen left, Trump's right. She had the biggest sourpuss on her face. I felt like I was waiting for her to like bust out into they just have RBF. Just rage.
That's fine.
What is that, Brendan? They just have what?
It's just normal. Like a lot of the Eastern countries, they have it. Resting bitch face. It's
resting bitch face.
That's just what they look like. So it's just normal. It's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, in China.
Well, and everybody around her spoke. Yes. Like all the other people, the women to her other side of her spoke. The man next to her spoke. The other men, the rich men.
Oh, I'm looking at this lady right now. Yeah. The lady in the white and black.
I don't know. She's wearing Indian garb. She's wearing a traditional Indian.
Oh, so if she's wearing a sari, yeah, that's just how the aunties just look like that. They're not actually mad. That's just how they look.
They're not really mad.
No.
I mean,
that's just what they look like as a neutral, and just in a neutral. I'm serious. They could still beat you up though.
they will. That's what I'm saying. Like, she looks like she's about to go on the warpath. And by all means, she should. She should definitely have let her voice be heard.
No, those people all own businesses. They got paid to do that. That's not.
Yeah.
Like, they're all getting cuts. They're all getting a cut of the pie. That's why they're doing it.
They made a deal. We're going to make a deal. There's going to be a deal.
They all work for the Indian government. They're all sold out anyways. Like, seriously, I'm not joking.
Oh, that's delightful. Thank you for exposing that. There, does that put that in context, Amy? See, we never would have known of this or been educated about this without the conversation between the two of you. So you both have a chemistry that does produce a spark of enlightenment, which is perfect for Diwali.
Okay, let's not milk it there. You call that education? I don't know what was educating.
Women's inner anger. The inner anger of the Asian ladies. Yeah. Darkness to light. So the Diwali, the bringing light to the darkness, like, there was this group called Darkness to Light that was working on child abuse. Mm-hmm. And I got training with the Darkness to Light Foundation on how to identify children who've been abused.
You did? You?
Uh-huh. Yeah. darknesstolight.org.
How did this happen? What did you have personally? You personally attended courses and shit?
Yeah. I told you I was in North Idaho. And
God damn, I keep forgetting
this.
So when you left the Aryan Nations camp, you felt that you needed a new home and wound up here. Oh my God.
And wound up in this interdimensional land of the critical.
Tell us more about this. You got educated in identifying child exploitation, human trafficking, abuse, sex. Good God, this is wild.
I was trying to get work. I was trying to work, do stuff. I mean, I could never take enough classes to get a job.
Right. I'm being facetious here. By the way, I made a horrible joke in very poor taste. When you said I was trying to get work, I said as a human child sex trafficker. No, but you were
apparently.
I swear some of those courses are like step by step. They're like written by a Q and shit.
Yeah, no. Tell her about how you were forced to go through a training course, and it was just basically like a grooming course. It was like Andrew Tate produced it. It was like Tate produced it.
Yeah, it was like Hustlers University, but they forced us and the teachers to watch it. Amy knows because she took one of these courses where they're like, these are the 6 steps to compromising a young child's mind, and it was like, get to know them, buy them gifts. It was like a step by step.
Their body, ultimately their body. But go on.
Yeah, but you have to start with the mind, because once they are familiar with you, then you can take advantage of it. It's like some sick shit.
Yes.
But they were teaching us like step by step, and they were saying, this is how you spot it.
By the way, you know what the purpose of that is? So they don't report you after you violated them, because they're compromised and now feel that reporting you would make them guilty. Get what I'm saying? That's the whole idea. Yes. So continue. Yes.
Oh, well, we know you're an expert on it. You don't have to brag. You don't have to flex. You don't have to flex your skills.
I'm drinking tea. Don't. You're going to drown me. You're going to drown me.
You don't have to flex your skills about what you do.
The woman who was in this course that I got a little piece of paper that said I'd completed it, she was so adamant about, we know based on statistics that some of you in this room were guilty. of child sex abuse.
Oh yeah, they always
We know
highlight
that just by the numbers.
by statistics. Yeah.
Yeah, she was like eyeing people down and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It was so bad. It was such a
What's
bad.
that saying? Die who point the finger, shines on the self or some shit. What is that? Isn't there a saying about that?
Well.
There was like
the dumb...
she was doing like question and answer. She was like, "Does anybody have anything they want to say?" And by the way, we know that some of you have been abusing children.
Holy shit! She wouldn't even hold it back.
North Idaho. I tell you what, they're serious up there.
Well, in Idaho, it's probably statistically 100%.
Potentially, there was no work to be found. So, what could they have been doing? But
Well, we know what they've been doing. It's nothing good.
Anyhow, the dumbed down version of the famous axiom that Brendan was searching for is point a finger at somebody and you've got 3 fingers pointing back at yourself.
Yes.
Yes. But that's the dumbed down version. There is, of course, the biblical version, which is I'd have to look up at the moment. But go on.
That's fine.
Yeah. So Amy, when you took this course, you graduated. Got a little certificate of paper. And where did you go looking for work after that? How do you present that on your resume? How do you present? Hey,
I added it to a list of other classes that I'd taken to
I'm a
keep
certified
myself.
child trafficker.
Yeah.
Nowadays, that gets you a bonus.
Yeah.
We can really use your help. Some of these kids, they don't really integrate.
I got a job offer. Did I tell you about that?
Tell us.
Let's hear it.
It was it said Department of Homeland Security wants you, like the old, they're making these propaganda posters with AI and shit.
Yeah.
It says we want you to protect our wonderful country and shit. And you click on it, and it's like $5,000 bonus, work remote, $50,000 bonus, work remote. And you have to go online and troll through social media for them to report like illegals and quote unquote trafficking and shit. Mm-hmm. And they're like offering these jobs now. And it's called CSIS. It's the same organization that formed ISIS. Central Information System. Yeah.
Oh God, that's it. It truly is. Yeah. Oh my fucking God. So the people that I exposed have finally come around to contacting you. That's poetic. Talk about poetic.
Well, Holy it was shit. It's a federal department apparently.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Continue.
So imagine that. Yeah. They're called CSIS.
Yes. And for those of you who don't know, I pointed that out a long time ago about how they ran security for Geico. And Geico is simply an acronym for Government Insurance Company. For those of you who think of Geico as some private insurance, it's government. It's government insurance company. It's literally a government agency that advertises and sells insurance privately as well. This is all part of the privatization of the government, and its security was provided by this private security company, which was ISIS and is now CSIS. They had to change their name because of my exposure of them, which I do hope people remember. I exposed them, well over a decade ago when I first became a public informant. And one of the people who went down to investigate the fruits of my labor, where they had to vacate their offices in was it New Mexico, I believe? Though it was, of course,
I think it was Arizona.
Arizona. It was Arizona. That's right. It was Zachariah Garrett, of all people, went down there to film that. Poor son of a bitch. And before the drugs really took over his life, or they flipped the switch on him, and he's the one who flipped the switch on Lena Shea. She like flipped her entire personality just like a pre-programmed meat sock puppet when that guy showed up and started asking for money for his GoFundMe, which was supposed to be to get money for the family of a father he claimed had been killed in a home invasion and left his two sons, who were, man age. I mean, they were 16 and 17. It's not like they were like toddlers or something. They're on the precipice of legal adulthood, and he wanted money for them to be sent to him. But the only person who ever saw the GoFundMe as a GoFundMe was Latini̶šed, and that was like her trigger. It was right after that she flipped, her entire personality morphed into
Rat Girl.
Yeah, well, no, Rat Girl is a totally different character.
I know.
Who does look, no, I'm just saying, explaining for our listeners. I know you know. Who does look distressingly like Latini̶šed. Yes.
So I have a new hate watch. I'm looking at this Bella Freud, the great granddaughter of Freud.
Yes. Yes.
She's doing this fashion neurosis thing on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And Marina Abramovich was one of the guests. She's 80 years old, by the way.
What do I know about her?
She was talking about...
Remind me of what she's about.
Brendan had to remind you of her the last episode.
And
you know who she is.
And you'll have to remind me again. Marina Abramovich. The name's definitely familiar.
In the 70s, she did this performance art where she set up a table with instruments.
The one with the Edbeth lookalike. Yes. No.
Yes, the Satanist.
Yes.
The Satanist, the arch Satanist. She's not just a garden variety. She's like the top, one of the top.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah. I swear to God that has to do with Dr. Tao Tran has compartmentalized her in my mind. So
because Q must have said something about her.
Yes.
Or known her personally, because she's too Setian to be normal.
No. She's one of the reasons somehow that I became a mercenary in Serbia, and there's rationale behind
She's
that.
Serbian.
Yes, that's right. Yes, and it's somehow
she is Serbian.
That's correct.
But also in that episode on the Bella Freud fashion neurosis, she talks about Rat Girl.
Does she really?
She talks. Yeah, she does. And I think you would be the perfect guest for that stupid couch in that podcast. And you should wear your girds, your ancestral costumes.
Cool.
Because the questions are all like,
what's his ancestral
tell me, why did you wear what you're wearing?
No, she's talking about my child prostitute ninja assassin outfit. That was very.
Yeah, I think it would.
Yeah. Go on, honey.
It would be the perfect place for you to lay on the couch and have her ask you, why did you decide to wear what you're wearing? That's what they do. Every single person comes to her couch. She's like, and why did you decide to wear what you're wearing today? And then the other question,
because I woke up.
The other question that's so fun is somewhere in the interview she'll say, and if you fancy someone and they're wearing something that you dislike, does it change the way you feel about them?
Well, all such being said, that's fascinating, and I want to get back to that, and I'll have to talk to you both privately and publicly about that in the near future. This is actually fascinating, and I do want people to know about Marina Abramovich, what's just tumbled out of the attic of my mind, because my mind is like a giant attic that has pillars, or wooden posts at least, that hold up the roof that's constantly, every once in a while the wood rot and the termites get to one of the pillars, or rather wooden posts. They collapse, a bit of the roof caves in, sunlight reflects on a memory. Marina Abramovich is the person who is indirectly responsible for a movie by the title Serbian Movie, or Serbian Film. So people can look up a horror film known as Serbian Movie or Serbian Film, which is a snuff film production, meaning it's a movie about making snuff films, and some desperate actor takes a contract in the Balkans where a Serbian movie is being made, but there are scenes where they're fucking newborn babies. They literally take newborn babies and are fucking them to death, because sodomy or vaginal intercourse can kill an infant child that's just been born, but they're fucking them for the sake of human consumption, meaning the adult consumption of the snuff film where the baby's killed by coitus in the making of the film. And then people, there are people, of course, who watch such things for pleasure. And so that...
So nasty.
Yeah, well, that's what she was involved with, which is something that Kino mentioned, which is something that brings us back to her getting an Ed Beth lookalike as kind of a mascot, which Brendan was only able to dig up with great effort, a photograph of that young individual who we don't know what the fate of that young individual ultimately was, do we, Brendan? At any
Yeah,
rate.
we do. They're still making music in New York. They're like an artist,
Okay.
a musician, and
Okay.
conceptual artist.
Okay.
Which is all this lady does with her Satanism, just do conceptual art and fucking shit.
Yeah. Thank you. And you can tell, I don't know if Amy's aware of this, you can tell Amy what that woman did with torture implements publicly.
I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she knows. She knows about it.
I took a women in creativity class at the University of New Mexico, and
Yeah, and they
we
brainwashed
basically
women
looked
with
at
that,
a lot of women.
She's like this bastion of feminism and shit. It's like she's the exact antithesis. She's just, you know, I don't see anything.
There was something very dark about the whole thing. Like, I was watching it and I got distracted, and then when I came back to look at it again, it was like it was leading me to the other things that she's done, like what is it, frequency zero or something.
It was a ritual to put in an entity into that body. That the lady that was in that is not in that anymore. It's because you could just see the before and after. Like, she did that in the 70s, then she's like, you could see her eyes are completely different and everything, you know. You guys with me on this? Like,
yes, no, I get it completely. No, I'm only silent because I'm agreeing with everything you say. Yes.
Yeah, she stood there in silence for, I think it was like 12
72
hours.
72 hours. No, it was
3 days. So it's like superhuman shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was while she's getting tortured and shit.
Yeah, took punishment. So for those of you who don't know what we're speaking about, Marina Abramovich placed torture implements, hammers,
or
pliers,
it was all kinds of objects. It was like the whole gambit of human, experience. There was like soft stuff. There was, there was like blankets. There was like all kinds of different items that went from normal to completely, violent. Let's just put it that way.
Yes. And invited people to do what they wanted with her publicly. And then took it for 3 days without eating or sleeping.
There was like a loaded gun. I mean, can you imagine this shit in the 70s? There was a loaded gun and knives and,
yes,
like you said, nails and all kinds of sharp, shit. Just in an art studio or whatever that is, like a gallery.
Yes, that's quite true. Yes, a expensive art gallery. And so you had people who are the creme de la creme of the economic elite walking in to do this. These are people off the streets, but they're not people off the streets per se. So
No, but I think that wasn't a ritual to, have a walk-in demon or soul or whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely.
Because after that, that's when she got really famous, and now she's like,
I
mean, she shows up at every Hollywood party and shit. And if you say what you say is true, I'm certain, Amy, that if she's 80 years old and looks like that, that's not normal. Like,
Thank you.
No,
all of this is quite true. Yes, that's absolutely. Yeah. And so thank you, both of you. Again, see, both of you are educating our listeners, and your collaboration through communications makes this possible. Isn't that magic? Isn't that see, neither of you was expecting this. Both of you thought that nothing would come of this that was constructive. But here we are.
Yeah, well, yeah, here we are. And they're sending feds to get you, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard about that.
Yeah, you mean me in San Francisco. Yeah. Or her.
You in San Francisco.
Yes. That's right.
ICE agents.
Yes, that's right. Hundreds of ICE agents are coming here. Oh, that reminds
By
me.
Waymo.
That's.
That would just be the icing on the cake. Too.
Yeah. That's why they're never getting here. Yeah, that's.
Right.
They're never
Because
gonna
they
get
took
here,
a Waymo.
Yeah. It's.
All right.
All
right.
Oh my God. So, that reminds me of. Okay. So now, I do want people to segue as we segue into monologue. Believe it or not, I only wish Troy hadn't left so soon. So Troy, if you're still listening out there, feel free to respond to this. But obviously, my stomping grounds, my mercenary range back in Africa, was in the old German territories of Ostafrika, and Kenya was preeminent as a location. But I was working mostly in combat in the Horn of Africa region, where there are very ill-defined borders in a functional sense. They may be sharply drawn on a map, but the enforcement of those borders is a lot looser in real life. Good example would be the Somali tribes, which occupy a good part of Ethiopia. Ethiopia drew a line by imperial mandate over what was a large area of Somali tribalism. That being said, for some reason, we can only speculate, but we do know the reasons are malevolent. There was an enormous rally that was planned and paid for that turned out to be very poorly attended and not well received. About Charlie Kirk. A huge Charlie Kirk vigil was held in Nairobi. Or paid for. But what happens when you give a rally and
in Africa?
Yeah, in blackest Africa. In blackest Africa. This
Why
was paid
exactly?
for. It was sponsored by the fucking Russians. So tell me this is not a conspiracy between Putin, Trump, the new Slavo-Cynic Synaxis. But basically on the 25th of September, a memorial service was held in the Kenyan capital of Nairobi, honoring Charlie Kirk. And the vigil itself was unremarkable, based on video footage that I was able to obtain through my son, the Blood Boys, and the connections of course, the business that is run by his husband in Africa. But what was noteworthy about the footage I was able to review was one thing, as I said, very poorly attended, but it was ill-received even on social media. They put posts all over African Facebook promoting the event. They have since, we have followed up on this, they've since been deleted. Now, the memorial was organized by 3 ultra-reactionary organizations, paleo-reactionary terrorist groups, we'll call them that. The Kenya Christian Professionals Forum, which is KCPF, and all I can think of is Kentucky Fried Chicken every time I see those initials. Citizen Go and Pearls and Treasures. And their logos appeared on these expos advertising it, which have since been deleted as well. Now, all of these groups were the co-conveners, is what they would call them, along with several United States anti-rights groups. They're all about family values. So they're trying to promote Russian-American family values, which is obviously a death trap. But the KCPF, again, all I can think of is Kentucky Fried Chicken every time I say that initials, for Kenyan Christian Prophets Group Forum. It's this profit-making company. According to Kenya's business registration services, assessed by my son's husband, it works to promote the enhancement of family values in Kenya. And it's the best-known anti-abortion organization. They hold this March for Life in Nairobi, and because all these women can't get abortions, oftentimes they die. because delivering a baby is hazardous in fucking Black Africa. At any rate, Citizen Go, meanwhile, is this Spanish ultra-conservative online petition platform that advances all this anti-LGBTQ plus agenda and anti-abortion agendas, which is rather puzzling to me. You would think they would want more people to be gay since they don't want babies to be aborted, right? I mean, obviously, if more people go gay or alternative, they're not going to be getting pregnant. At any rate, what I can reveal is that all the dark money that sponsors all of this is from United States and Russian allies. So you've got this, they put this Pearls and Treasures organization together that in Kenya, they run these crisis pregnancy centers where all these women come in with babies and they give them a false promise of an abortion. Then when they go in for the abortion, they deliver the baby and then report them to the authorities. So they're forced to take care of the baby. It's not awful. Anyhow, it's all a death trap, and everybody in Kenya is left with babies they can't raise. So they give them to the warlord armies, and that's how they get all the child soldiers. So in other words, they want more child soldiers, so they force women to not have abortions so that there's more child soldiers. It's an industry of death. This accounts for...
Okay.
Yeah.
I just need to back up a little bit. Did you send a link about the wife of Kirk being involved with a Romanian Romanian adoption?
I don't consciously remember sending that link, but I'm glad you have it. Share it with us.
I don't. I'm hoping I'm not getting it confused with some other piece of garbage media that doesn't really matter to me and doesn't make any sense and isn't going to affect what I do with my life anyway. But if that's the case, why wouldn't they be like exploring child trafficking out of Somalia, where the value of life is so little in those cultures?
Yeah, good point.
Isn't that like clear, direct parallel to what she was doing before she got married? Oh, yeah. I'm wondering, maybe it's not Kirk. Maybe it was Levitt. Was it Carolyn Levitt? No, she wasn't doing Romanian orphanages.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of these?
I don't consciously remember.
Andrew Tate.
Thank you.
No. It was a woman, and it was involved. I think it was the Charlie Kirk wife, mm-hmm. She got the Arizona, right? Like she was Little Miss Arizona.
Yeah,
and then she was
John Benet Ramsey.
No. No.
Oh, she was sponsoring a charity called Romanian Angels.
Okay.
All these people go to Romania because it's like a corrupt country, so you can just pay people off to sell their kids and shit.
It's true.
Yes. Or you just tell the father, look, I'll take care of her, and he'll just give her away for money.
Yeah. Well, how do you think Peter Moon got his wife? Yeah, but all things.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. All these suspect people use Romania as that kind of fence, that European fence, to do this.
Yeah.
So are they headed to Nairobi? Is that why they're like having these propagandized
No, that's just because
memorials?
It was just a Christian event. That's all.
Yeah, that was just, in Nairobi, that was different because you had this weird ass, like, propaganda drive to get the blacks to accept Charlie Kirk as this new messiah figure that's working only in the Deep South. Like I said, our friend Aaron Tice is in the same state as Brooke Gibson. And he says everyone down there is like Charlie Kirk every fucking day. It's Charlie Kirk all day, every day with those people. So, he's like the new Christ down there. And so they were trying to promote that in Black Africa as well for reasons that are beyond any rational comprehension. But nobody responded because nobody in Black Africa knows who this son of a bitch is and doesn't fucking care.
Their whole culture is nothing. It is not has nothing even remotely similar to this disgusting commercialized authoritarian malarkey that we promote as
Well,
culture
in those countries,
in
you just
the West.
pay people. You just
Yeah.
pay people. They don't actually care about it.
Yes. Yes.
You
Thank
know,
you.
you
Yeah.
just say here's like $1,000 and spread it between 1,000 people, and then get them to come to this event. You know, that's all. It's that simple.
Thank you. By the
Doug,
way,
you were there. You know how easy it was to manipulate
oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's all quite true.
those
It's all,
countries. Yeah,
yeah, it's all quite true. And well,
but
by
none
the-
of it's genuine. No.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, we've just had a horrible crime in California brought to my attention by Brendan. A man posing as a police officer has raped a woman because now the ICE feds are everywhere, and half the time they're wearing masks, and nobody knows who's a real officer and who's not. So this individual took advantage of that and just dressed up, you know, tactical gear and said, "I'm a police officer," and raped her. By the way, as well, Fox News presents Putin honoring this, presenting flowers at a memorial that honors United States-Russian cooperation. And somebody left a comment, since Putin's carrying flowers, he said, "Oh, I thought he was carrying them for Trump on their date." Yeah, which says about everything.
Well, no, Trump's bringing the flowers. That's
Yes, thank you, and it's
the
like,
man never brings the flowers. You know?
yeah, that's right. That's
Or
right.
I guess then that would be the right direction, but
Yes, yeah.
maybe not in Eastern Europe.
Yeah. In Eastern Europe, there. Well, let's just put it this way. We spoke earlier where Brendan was talking about Melania and pointed out, well, the women don't say anything in those countries anyway, which is, it's true in a sense. The men over there, they just start throwing punches. They just start beating down. That's why
the brother and the father drag the woman to the street for adultery and murder her.
Yeah,
that's the job. If a woman is adulterous, the brother and this is an Arab Semitic culture, that the brother and the father are that is their job, is to take this adulterous woman
Sharia
to the
law.
street.
We're talking about Eastern Europe.
Yeah. Well, it's not just Sharia; it's also traditional Judaic. It's like what they call it, Mosaic type shit. So it's Semitics. The Semites are all fucked up. Yeah, that's
Abrahamic law. It's Abrahamic law.
Yeah, which is
or
I would say Judeo-Muslim, but the ancient Christians, you get these weird cults too. Yeah, it's all fucked up. But the Eastern Europeans, it's more like just simple beating. They just beat her down, and but at the same time, the women have this attitude where they will, if a Western man marries an Eastern European woman, they will. What's that old Russian saying that the woman is then behind a wall? It's supposed to be that the husband acts as a stone wall between her and all the insecurities of life. Of course, this is all bullshit, and the men never deliver on that. But the one thing that they don't believe in lactose intolerance, for instance, woman. The only reason I got away with just maintaining my health and sanity is because the Eastern European woman in general would just consider me one of the girls. But if you were some man, trying to be manly, and you married some Eastern European woman, it's like if you had lactose intolerance like I do, they would just laugh and force you to eat cheese until you died. I mean, it's like they wouldn't even accept. They don't even believe that that's real. They just think that's a myth, and they expect you to be drinking all the time. Like when their father offers you a shot, you're expected to down it. I mean, they just have expectations. I mean, you can't ask them to carry the groceries. That's one thing. The gender roles are in Eastern Europe. The man carries everything. The woman can't be expected to carry something, though you see them carry tons of shit during the peasant work loads that, they traditionally had to bear. But in cities, the man's expected to carry all the groceries and shit. So there's just a lot of expectations, and most Western men can't meet up to them, and so the Eastern European don't consider them men anymore, and they just start beating them up. So what happens is that if a Western man marries a European woman, he's the one who's in for the beating, because it's like it's a zero-sum game. You're either beating her or she's beating you. That's what it's like. It's and that's what ultimately
No
happened.
peace.
That's what happened with Peter. With when he married Paula Masson, she just once she realized this guy's poor, this guy's an idiot.
Well, my favorite part about that is when she tried to kill him with the hiking.
Yes, tell him.
She would take him to like the peak of the mountain and shit, and he was like you could tell he was like about to die in those photos.
Dying.
And he even said, yeah, I kicked my butt. It's like, yeah, she was trying to kill you, dude.
Oh yeah. And then he had the stroke, and after that, he never went out again. Remember that? He never went.
Well,
out
I'm convinced it was her. I'm convinced it was her.
Yeah. Well, we know it.
Forget about all the Qigong.
Yeah. Well,
or the elixirs or whatever the hell he's saying.
Oh yeah. Well, that came later in his desperation. Crystal elixir. I have paid my black Chinese medicine doctors, TCM, traditional Chinese medicine doctors.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going. We need an update, Pete.
Yeah.
Did that work?
Yeah.
If it did, I'm curious.
Yeah. All those expensive crystal elixirs.
Because every time I would talk about like, the real longevity, like the ginseng and stuff, he would just like brush it off. Like, yeah, I know about ginseng. And I'm sitting there trying to tell him about Taoist shit.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, whatever. But when it's the gem elixir, he was all for it. He thought that was going to cure him.
Oh, that's because it came from a black African-American TCM practitioner. They had to be black, whether for his martial arts or his TCM. Yeah. That's...
Yeah, I always thought that was weird. Like, he would go to Brooklyn and stuff. It's like, that's strange.
Yeah, really? Yeah, Brooklyn. Yeah, for my Chinese meds, man. Yeah.
Or Queens.
Yeah.
Was it Queens or Brooklyn where he was playing ball?
Yeah.
I forgot what it was. I think it's Queens, right? Queens is like
I don't know exactly. I know the boroughs are very ethnically enclaved. New York City has never been, a place where I've been to very often. And when I was there, I was only there for a matter of hours at a time. So, yeah.
Brooklyn's on Long Island.
Okay.
You got to cross the bridge to get to Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's right over. Yeah, so probably he was there.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, but wherever it was going, we know it was black because that was his whole connection was with the black community and his martial arts instructor. Yeah, who, there you go. It's one of these things that I could really deconstruct and spend hours doing it. But we all know that he paid the price for that. It didn't help him worth a shit. In the end, and it's not helping him any now. And his wife was not impressed. And the one time he decided he was going to go beat down on her, she kicked his ass. And after that, all the roles were reversed. She just was allowed to do whatever she wanted. Was coming home like pig-faced drunk, knocking on the door at midnight. I forgot my keys, and he had to open the door for her at midnight and shit, and then she'd go straight upstairs, not wanting to talk to us. And there was nothing he could do. After that, he was a prisoner in his own home. She wouldn't let him upstairs. He was stuck in the basement whenever he appeared on the show.
And you remember that when he would go answer the door?
Yeah.
It would be like 11 midnight.
Oh, yeah. And that was our time. That was Pacific time. So, Eastern time.
So she's going to clubs and bars and shit.
Yeah. So Pacific, Eastern time, she's coming home at like 1:30.
So he was like getting cucked the whole time.
Oh yeah.
For like months.
Oh yeah, years at that point. Ultimately, before then her citizenship kicked in and she was God. Yeah, and it was like
I can't fault her for that.
No, of course not. No.
Do you remember
Even
the
though she was a
Golden Apple production?
Yeah, that's right. Like myself. I'm sorry. What was that, Amy?
So the Bulgarian people,
Yeah, what
the
about
Golden Apple production,
Yes, don't advertise.
those jerks, we're not going to go into it. But wasn't it like the one video that they had actually produced?
Yeah.
Wasn't it like just a really strange, like,
Cartoon.
superhero kind of collaboration between like one girl, one old man, one dude who could possibly be a vampire, and then there was like 4 in the little video that they'd made, and it was all like they were all like going on these trips together. I mean, it was just like a propaganda piece to get you to go to Romania or Bulgaria with Peter.
Yes, that's quite true.
Yeah?
That's quite true. Yes.
I was reading that correct then, right?
Yes.
Well, in that
And you
interview, they wanted you to come to some event, didn't they? They said,
Yes.
"Oh, we'll invite you to an event or something."
Yes. Yes, that's quite
Like
true.
when you did the interview.
Yes. Yes, all of that is quite true. And that was, it was almost like they were still stuck on that program after Peter had given up on it. It's like they took up the mantle. But definitely the Evanescer, Dr. David Lewis Anderson, wanted me in Romania. Now, I suspect it was for breeding purposes because they kept talking about pairing me up with girls. Like, Peter, Peter got this. And that was originally what Peter said to me, which I never consciously really recognized until it was pointed out by Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Ager together. So and those two hated each other's guts. But the fact that both of them separately observed that Peter Moon kept bringing up, you can pick up on young pussy like I got. It's everywhere, and they're all desperate and shit. And it was something that
if you have money.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And obviously the American dollar stretches a lot farther in Romania, which is why Peter always loved going there to play the big man till they finally had to banish him, because his health issues they felt were going to infect everybody else. When the guy just started shitting on stage, literally, I'm going to do Tai Chi demonstration. Only he kept calling it Qi Gong. He would never call Tai Chi Tai Chi. He would only call it Qigong, which is not what it is. Then he got up on stage and actually crapped his pants, and everybody just said, "This guy's so sick, we might all catch something." Then they shut the whole thing down.
Oh, according to him, they packed up literally overnight and said, "You guys are going back to Bucharest."
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, and there was still like a whole wing left of the tour, and it's just like they said, "We can't let this guy
infect everybody." Yeah. Seriously. And they invited him never to return. Yeah, they said, you're not welcome back. He was told in no uncertain terms he was never welcome back because they were all tired of his shit. Literally, his shit. All he ever talked about, and guys, back me up here. I'm sure Amy's caught this just as well as Brendan did. He would only talk the outhouses. He would talk about the outhouses. Like, who goes on a trip to a foreign country and talks about outhouses? But Peter said he paid to build the outhouses to replace the old communist outhouses.
Yeah, they were his honorary Boy Scout. This is what he said. The Boy Scouts were gonna put his name on it because he paid for them. Because the camp didn't have any toilets or something.
Yeah, it probably cost him like $5. It was probably like a donation of $5 American built all of these campgrounds poopers. It doesn't cost anything to build an outhouse. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't remember him saying that, but it's because I literally wouldn't listen to him
after. It's just a hole with a shed over it. It's nothing.
Yeah. I mean,
like, you live in the country, it's nothing advanced about
I have one. I have an outhouse.
Advanced.
I love it. I think it's great. It's so perfect.
Okay, well,
it's great. It literally costs $5 to make. Like, it's not that big a deal.
So he was complaining about the original communist outhouses. He said the toilets were at an odd angle, and then he built these new outhouses, or was somehow responsible for them being built, and then complained about how, not complained, but he would talk about it with this bizarre I don't know how you would describe it, but he would talk about how bad they smelled. Oh, and then you go into the houses now, they just smell so bad. Like he was getting high off it. Like he was saying bad the way we used to say, that's bad. So I don't know how any of you. I
don't know how we always end
up.
up talking about him. He's done. He's all done.
Yes, I get it. Nevertheless, it's well, we talk about him because he wasted years of our lives. Sitting
I know.
On the show.
I think of
Yes.
I think of the things that I would like look up so that I might be able to like respond to his stories during one of these broadcasts.
With all these people, Doug included, like you can't make this shit up. I mean, it's like circus. It's a fucking circus.
It's true.
Each
it's
person's
true.
weirder than the
and then
last.
here we are.
Yes. Yeah.
We're in the circus.
Well, we're here now, and
yeah, I'm not supposed to be the normal one. So like, this is
straight guy. You've taken the role of one of the straight guys. It's Aristides and Brendan.
Yeah, you guys make me look square because it's like a fucking zoo. Shit.
Anyway.
At any rate, so you know, both of you interject. Stay as long as you can stand it. Interject as much as you want. I'm going into monologue zone. I do want people to know we've got a good number of people here, so I might as well start now. So I do want people to know, joy of joys, and both of you should be excited about this. All our listeners should be. Netanyahu is renaming the Gaza side the War of Redemption. Isn't that exciting? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has never been a fan of the name Gaza War since the beginning and has been on a continuing mission to rebrand the war. Now, a fierce political debate is raging in Israel over the name of the multi-front war that began with the bloody orchestration and massacre in southern Israel by the white Zionist occupation regime on October 7th of 2023. It has since expanded to Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Iran, and almost every corner of Israel itself, and is now, well, according to the President of the United States, over!
What are they saying? It's over?
Yes!
It's not over. What the fuck?
Thank you! They just killed 48 people today.
Send,
50 people.
They had to send, what's that goofy-looking guy? The hillbilly?
I forget. Jesus Christ. Yes.
Did they make all the memes out of?
Yes, I blanked him out. Yes, I blanked him out. Yes.
I mean, he's our vice president. It's like, he's kind of important, I guess.
Yeah. Yes, Vance. The guy I want
Vance.
Amy to contact. The guy I want Amy to contact. Yeah, since...
oh my
straight
God, why
to
would
the
you
top.
put that pox on her house? Jesus.
Yeah, because he's the one who kept saying how important it is to be a heritage American, and she's a heritage American.
But he's talking about land-owning gentry. He's not talking about randos.
That's the problem.
They're about to kill off all those people on food stamps. Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
I'm on food stamps and I'm a landowner gentry.
Yes. That's right. She's got it all covered. She's got all the bases covered, Brendan.
Well, then you better call Vance.
I'm getting on the phone right now. I gotta go. I'll listen on the YouTube, but I gotta
could
call
send them all
somebody.
Yes. Oh, well.
I'm calling.
Well, we love you, Amy.
We used to write letters to Obama when we were in school.
Yeah,
so
there
it's
you go.
possible.
You did?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was an exercise.
You're right as an American.
Yes. Yeah, you write it as an American, yes. And believe me, Amy, you got a higher chance of getting through than other people just on the basis.
I know. I can do anything.
Yeah.
I can do anything.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Because your life is
It's all going to work out.
Yeah, that's right. But
it's all just perfect.
Yeah, but for a war that's ended, they killed 100 people today that I know of, and it's probably gone well beyond that. The Israelis just keep killing; they can't stop. Now, officially, the war already has a name, although so many aspects of the Israeli military and response on October 7th were either non-existent or inadequate. Obviously, by conspiracy, it seems the war-naming IDF bureaucracy was working full steam. Even while terrorists were still at large in southern Israel, the military actions against them were automatically, immediately, obviously performatively dubbed Operation Swords of Iron, or Operation Iron Swords, depending on any particular translator's proclivities. Now, this grandiose title follows the tradition of other testosterone-laden names of conflicts over the past decades, which could just as well be the names of Golan Globus action films from the 1980s, or shaving products or something. Cast lead, pillar of defense, protective edge, forward shield, guardian of the wall, which inspired Trump personally, I understand. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has never been a fan of the name Gaza War because it's too close to Gaza side since the beginning, and has been on a continuing mission to rebrand what he calls a military operation. Give it a moniker that aggressively spins Israel's greatest modern failure and disaster into something positive in an effort to change the narrative and his legacy. His choice? The Tecuma War. Tekuma. There's no other way to pronounce that. I know it sounds like a Dodge Tacoma, or like, yeah, that's all I can think of is the old Dodge. It's difficult to translate into English. Netanyahu chose the War of Redemption, which is the most euphonic thing I can think of from the Hebrew, but alternative translations range from revival to rebirth, as in renaissance or resurrection. The word being derivative from the Hebrew word, well, it's a verb really, lakun, meaning to rise, like Jesus did from the dead, to stand up. You know, from the days of David Ben-Gurion, it's been embraced as embodying the vision of reviving or resurrecting Jewish identity and nationhood. Netanyahu dropped the idea of the name in the early months of the genocide, but gave it a high-profile unveiling on October 7th of 2024, the first anniversary of the attack. Even after a year, he hasn't been able to convince, I think, even a single Israeli, beyond himself, to use the name. But that never deterred him. On Sunday, the cabinet voted to impose his preference. That means, you know, yesterday by time zone difference, but today by our calendar, they've approved a resolution to rename the war the genocide, declaring that the war that begun on October 7th of 2023 with a murderous assault from Gaza and developed into a 7-front
What a
conflict.
waste of legislation. Why do they even wasting their money on time, effort? You know, like what? Why even call it a different name? What does that matter?
Well, in their own words, the reason it's important is because the legislation, in its own words, says that from Gaza, it's developed into a 7-front conflict. This is a world war, people. And the Jews themselves are admitting it, or I should say the Israelis. And per legislation, shall henceforth be called the War of Redemption. Yeah. I'm sure every Zionist is feeling redeemed. But Brendan's question is valid and obviously taken well. Why are they doing this? Interestingly, there are objections.
Well, I think the question is more like, why do you need legislation when you could just say, look, we're not calling it that? Like, it just seems like overkill. It seems like overkill. No pun intended.
It's absolute. You know what it's the equivalent of? It's the equivalent of Trump trying to change the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War. These guys are trying to take us to the next level of mobilized conflict. In Trump's case, he doesn't mean world war, he means domestic civil war. In Netanyahu's case, he's going all out, balls to the wall, world war level. Does that make sense? But both of them are obviously insane, and they're counting on each other. Trump's world civil war is based on a Baptist America that is a bunch of kike fucks. They're all Jew worshippers. And that's the one thing Aaron Tice has observed in South Carolina. He says everyone, except Brooke Gibson, worships the Jew. And he says he can't get that across to them whenever he tries to talk about the genocide in Gaza. They all say, the Jews are killing terrorists. And he says, women and children? And they all say, they're all terrorists. The Jews got to kill them all. To protect the people of God, we must protect the Jew. And he says, everyone he speaks to is like that, except Brooke Gibson. So it's like...
it's shocking.
Yes, that she's not with the program?
No.
I'm being sarcastic, of course. No, it's disgusting, but Netanyahu's counting on the Baptist America to kick the ass of the rest of America and get us all under the program of his world war, mobilizing our empire to support his world war. Unfortunately, all the Democrats are run by fucking kikes who are hundreds of years old, and can we give them some hate too for doing this shutdown thing? I mean, come on. Can't just be all one-sided. Yeah, true enough. I mean, yes. I mean, get rid of the kikes. And
it's like they're like loading the shotgun for these other people to shoot it. It's like it's cheesy.
It's true.
Cheesy.
It's true. And they just gave the presidency to Trump. The kikes in the Democratic Party just gave it to Trump. They should have thrown that old fucker out, forced him to abdicate the throne to Kamala Harris so she could have run as presidentress against Trump, and she would have won. Hands down.
I think it's obvious that she didn't want to. She completely dipped out.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go.
Okay, love you. Stay safe and be well. Okay. All right. So interestingly, there are objections to Netanyahu's choice of rebranding from within his own party and circle of loyalists. The Diaspora Affairs Minister Amichai Chikli tweeted his objection, saying that the word tekuma or perhaps tekuma was inappropriate and should remain exclusive to descriptions of the creation of the Zionist state circa 1948. But bizarrely, Chikli seems to prefer a name that would steal credit from the Lord God Almighty himself, with his tweet continuing, and here I quote us therefrom, I would choose the War of Genesis, because this name expresses, in my view, the intensity of the difficult and prolonged war we went through, and the profound change it brought to the reality around us. Now, the biggest and most meaningful objection comes from the Israeli people, who stubbornly continue to refer to it as the Gaza War, or the October 7th War in everyday conversation, and Israel's protest movement, who has labeled it the War of Abandonment, with Netanyahu being the one who abandoned his citizens, specifically the hostages. All of these people are consistently rejecting what Haaretz columnist Yossi Werther calls another chapter in a malicious campaign to erase the prolonged failures that led to the tragedy for residents along the Gaza border, in the Yahoo's shameless effort at political self-revival. By the Yahoo, I'm referring to Netanyahu. And the new name definitely has no impact on Palestinians, world leaders, critical Israeli NGOs or non-governmental organizations, and international institutions which have already declared the war a genocide. It's officially, if officially changing the war's name to a grandiose honorific could somehow erase or reverse the pain, the loss, and the devastation the Zionists have created, or bring back their own loved ones, as well as those of everyone else lost in the war, the genocide, doubtless all humanity, aside the Zionists and their Baptist Jew fucks, would do so in a heartbeat. But it won't. And so nobody, aside from Netanyahu and his Zioevangelicals in the solid South, has any interest in doing so. And this brings us to a local public service alert. Let's check the numbers here, which are great. There's a new cult in the Inland Empire. The leaders of his way spirit-led assemblies are drawing police scrutiny. Not long after paramedics in Colton tried to come to his rescue in 2010, 15 years ago, a 4-year-old boy with a winning smile died of septic shock due to a ruptured appendix. Just for the sake of the record, I will say he was a young black African-American child. Nearly 9 years later, a 43-year-old Redlands man named Ruben Moreno was reported missing. Okay, here we are. Let me check on this latest. Here we are. Yes. Whoa. Yeah, there we are. Some interesting notifications coming in. Not quite sure what to make of them, but we'll all do our best to respond to any particular crises that we're confronted with. Team Rocket of the old Pokemon series is a there we are. Prepare for trouble and make it double. That's the Team Rocket statement. Got it.
Yeah. Well, you butchered it, but it's to protect the world from devastation, to unite all peoples within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love, to reach the stars above.
To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse,
yes.
James. Yes, Jesse and James, of course.
Well, you don't have to say that part. That's just the anime part. But, you know, surrender now. Yeah, or prepare to fight. That's basically, orange hair and BB.
Oh, there we are. Okay, so Cheeto Lord, Trump and Netanyahu, BB, King BB, as they call him. There we are. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Yes. Well, the problem is, of course, which one is the girl, Jesse or James? Which one's the girl? Jesse or
Jesse?
Jesse's the girl. Okay. Yes. Well, she's a looker though, and she has everyone's sympathy. I mean, we don't want to compare her to one of those guys.
Oh yeah, I think the reason why all these everyone my age, is a gooner is because of these like early anime. They really went ham with the fan service.
Yes.
Like all the chicks in the Pokemon series were all like 10s. They're all dimes.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's right. Oh hell yeah.
Like Officer Jenny and all the nurses. It's like that's where we got all the, all that stuff from.
Yeah. And don't forget, even his own mother entered a bikini contest and won it for him.
Well, she was like the ultimate thirst trap.
Yeah.
And even the professor, like Professor Oak, was going after her.
Yeah.
That's like the whole backstory why he had him go out, looking for Pokemon is so he could go back home to his mom.
Oh, got it. That's right.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So that was like in the subtext of the,
Cool.
Yeah. Because every time he calls home, it's like she's in the background of his office and shit. Like,
I love
it. And the kid, Ash, his father is never talked about, so like he's gone.
Holy shit! Delightful. Yeah. Oh, cool. Well, there you go. Well, thanks for that input. It's appreciated. Yeah, so like I was saying, after this young black kid got killed by this cult, then what happened was 9 years later, you had...
Holy shit, that was a Dietrich that was a Dietrichonic transfer if I've ever heard one. Segue, that was a Dietrichonic segue.
Well, I had started to present this public service announcement about this new cult development in the Inland Empire of California. And
I'm sure it was relevant. It's just like that's. I don't think anyone else would have said those string of words ever. Just like earlier with what you said, like I can't even repeat it. It's so famous. So, anyways, but yeah, I won't distract you anymore.
No, I invite the distractions. Believe me. I mean, perhaps I shouldn't even bother with the public warning about the fucking cult in the Inland Empire. It's only relevant in the sense. That...
honestly, if it's LA, just let them. Yeah. Like you can just think of it like Jujutsu Kaisen, like where the evil sorcerers just cull the population. There's like, you know, just culling games. You don't have to really stress.
Yeah, your point.
It's when they break out into like Shibuya and shit, blow up the whole town, then that's when it becomes an issue.
I agree.
Or, you know, up north where we're at or something.
Thank you. No, it's true. It's true. So let's go to the macro scale of cultic studies. That's an important point. Your point's well taken. And yeah, I don't need to provide a public service warning. I don't think many people are running off to join this cult. It was merely an example to show people cultic behavior and then transfer it to the macro scale of cultic studies, what's going on with Trump's cult and the United States. With China, yeah, thank you. With China. Oh, God. Yeah, any thoughts on that, please, by all means.
It was just more shit talk. I was going to say your enemies claim you have a cult, but you have, like, no money. It's like...
Yeah.
They're like, his cultists. It's like, dude, we're not getting paid for this. Like, and there's no ideology, really. I mean, it's just like, you know... It's like a bunch of ragtag, like, you know... Like rogue, like if we're playing D&D, you've got some like low stat rogues and shit. Like there's not much happening.
Thank you. Yes.
Like we have like 0 gold, like 0 stats. You know, like some cult you build up. You know?
Yes. I call it an ethical counter cult. This is an ethical counter cult.
Okay, now we're getting into Dungeon Master territory. You're just making shit up. But, you know, I guess I appreciate the sentiment or something.
Good. And someday we'll go national. We just need to find a sponsor. There you go. And that's why all of you out there, you got to do your part. So, yeah, great, Brendan. So Brendan's done the right thing. He's got me on the right path. We're on the macro scale of cultic studies now, and with China's soybean imports surging as orders to these United States hit 0, and American farmers fret. Tell people a bit about this. How it's all Trump has, you know, he's warning.
They're completely eviscerated. Yeah. Remember that thing I sent you?
Yeah.
Where there was like a bunch of them in church, and they said, "Only God can save us now." You know, he's cut everything, all the USDA. All the, you know, loans they were getting are all going default and stuff. And they said, only God can help us. And it's like, look, I think you're past the God point.
Yeah, thank you. Ask Satan for forgiveness, you motherfuckers.
Right.
Yeah, you all voted for this son of a bitch, you dumb motherfuckers. And as Brendan has just articulated, much of the Trump misadministration's current agenda should not come as any complete surprise. On the campaign trail, the president was explicit. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
The beef, remember he said we're going to lower beef prices by buying it from Argentina?
Yeah, tell us about this.
Well, they came out with they like did like a what would be the word for, like the official term for it? Basically, like they studied it just to see the supply chain. They did a supply chain study on it.
Yeah.
And all the beef that can be exported from Argentina is all diseased, literally diseased. Like with mad cow and shit. And
how did that happen? How did that happen? They used to be famous for some of the world's most excellent beef. You wanted it to be Argentinian.
Yeah, well, just look at the clown that's running the joint.
There you go.
They didn't keep any of the Germans like in any kind of good sense. What is it called? Running shit, you know?
Yeah, they didn't keep any Germans in the management of their fucked up country, and that's why it all went to shit after Perón. Go on, yes, and
yes,
Evita,
there you go.
Of course, after Evita.
Yeah.
And that's why they miss her so
there you
much.
Go.
That's why they miss her so fucking much. After Perón, actually, it was Juan Perón was running things after Evita, but then it all went to shit. Thank you. Quite true.
Here,
Quite
I'll
true.
say.
What's that?
I said I'm gonna look up. What is this?
Okay.
Just quickly here, because it is important, because you don't want to be buying this to anyone out there.
Yeah.
If you eat beef,
this is a real public service announcement. This is actually a national public service announcement. Thank you. Yeah. Rather than local.
Oh, shit. They've totally scrubbed this. Of
course they have. No, but you send me the link. The beef's coming from Argentina. It's all fucked up.
Oh, so we have it in the chat?
Yeah, you have it in the chat. It's right there in the chat where you sent it to me. Let me take a look at it. And I'll open it for you on.
Okay, here it says.
Yeah.
Go
on.
Downplay. So now they're downplaying it, saying it might be diseased, but it's still being imported. Okay, here's what he says. He says, we're in discussions with Argentina. Okay, but this is his own people saying this, but the country is facing a foot and mouth disease issue, which is a infectious disease, and it's deadly, can be deadly. They've not had an outbreak since 2006. So we're talking, come on, like talk about
yesterday
falling off. Talking about falling off.
Yes.
You know, so everything's gone to shit and stuff. Anyways, he says, we're still going to import it. Basically, I'm summing it up here. Because they have lower beef prices. There you go.
In Argentina.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah.
So we got. I mean, talk about a bad Mr. Deal, Ultimate Deals. He paid $20 billion for bad beef. I mean, come on, talk about that's like the worst deal of a lot of any deal I've heard.
And he did it
regarding
twice.
food stuff.
And he did it twice.
Yeah.
Didn't they say Millier was waiting for another $20 billion to bail him out even further? Because the other $20 billion he just sequestered it all. That's for his escape.
It's like flushing it down a toilet.
Yeah,
it's like,
thank you.
Do you remember? I think you were one of the first people to actually expose it. But do you remember when they were sending like crates of money to like Iraq, and then it just was disappearing off the trucks?
Yes.
And the Pentagon was just saying, "Oh, we don't know. We never, it's just gone." You know?
Just like that. Yeah.
Hundreds of billions of cash.
Yeah. Yes.
The American dollar is just gone.
Yeah. Maniacal.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Part of the insanity of the American empire, and it's complete. It's the lunatics have taken over the asylum. They truly have. I mean, So all such being said, thank you for that. On the campaign trail, the campaign of Trump running for president, that is, Trump was explicit about his most ambitious goals: mass arrests and mass deportations, the deployment of federal troops to American cities, and revenge against his political enemies. But 9 months into his second midterm, what's been most overwhelming is the welter of new policies and misactions that he is pursuing all at once, and with I would say increasing abandon. The Trump administration has blown up 7 boats in the Caribbean in recent weeks, killing dozens, if not scores, of people. The attacks mark a severe escalation of the campaign against Venezuela. And there was a hiccup at Amazon Web Services that briefly broke, I think, half the fucking internet. For a few hours early Monday morning, opening this work week, much of the internet seemed to short-circuit. The widespread failure highlights just how centralized the internet as we know it has become. And
it was more than half. It was more than half.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. AWS is like, I mean, it was half of the internet, but 90% of the consumer side of it was toast. Video games, banks,
wow,
everything, you name it.
Yeah, it was a bad day for crypto traders. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard they're losing their ass, even though they kept saying, "Oh, it's every time gold goes up, then Bitcoin will follow." And no,
gold's
that's
going
not
down.
what's happening.
Gold's had its worst day in 5 years.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
it like lost? Yeah, well, because no one's buying. Because the refineries, remember what we said last time?
Yeah.
They said we can't accept, like they can't take the risk of buying melt, the scrap melt, because it's just no one's there to buy it. It could be worth 10,000 an ounce, and no one's going to buy it.
Well, I think you articulated it already, that what was going on was you had this popular upswell of, the world's going to hell in a handbasket, we better stock up on gold, and now they can't even afford it anymore. So it was the popular baseline that was suddenly buying gold in a rush, but now they can't afford it. So there's no place to go but down. Yeah.
And silver as well. Then they rushed to silver, but now silver's getting inflated to the point of balloon, going to pop like a balloon, basically.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate that. It's definitely Well, for a few hours early Monday morning, much of the internet, as
Buy
Brendan
copper,
said,
everybody. Buy
Yeah,
copper. It's the next. It's the next pull.
yeah, it's weird shit, but there's only so much of it on Earth, and it's a lot more valuable.
I'm
than
being
you,
facetious. I'm being facetious.
Yeah, but nevertheless, it's not without merit. But yeah,
Yeah.
to open our
Some
work,
people trade. Some people trade in the lower metals, but that's kind of like you have to have storage space for that shit.
oh yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that's like a particular kind of almost like a fetish. Yeah, we basically opened our work week by shutting down. That's what happened. Much of the internet, as Brendan said, it was actually the majority of the internet seemed to short circuit. The widespread failure highlights just how centralized the internet as we know it has become. And what can we guarantee, Brendan? Come on now, you know the answer. What can we guarantee? What's one thing we could guarantee based on this situation? What can we tell people?
Wait, what situation? What you're talking about, the gold or something else?
How we opened our work week basically by shutting down with over half the internet basically fucking up, and how centralized the internet has become. What can we guarantee people? We can guarantee people the internet is going to break again, right? I mean, yeah, tell them. I mean, this is.
Oh, this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
This is just the beginning.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. All those Indian programmers were not just sitting there; they were doing stuff.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, like they were the ones running the internet.
Yes.
And once you start getting rid of them and deporting them, you're toast. I mean,
thank you.
Who do you think's programming that shit?
Or charging them millions to come here. Once you start charging them to come here and shit, yes. Yeah, tell them.
Yeah, you won't have anyone.
Yeah, that's what's going down.
They're just gonna. I heard from within the community, so to speak, that they're just gonna go bolster India's infrastructure.
They are,
because they're saying like there's no point in like you used to be able to make money in the U.S., but now it's that they might as well just go home and foster Bharat. It's called Bharat. So
yeah.
we're gonna see a Vedic resurgence. And India will come up strong, like you won't even know what happened. It'll be quick.
Yes.
Once they finally realize that the West is toast, it's just gonna be England and it'll be the true United Kingdom, England and India, and the Middle East. Just monetarily sapping the whole world, basically. Shackling them.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, it's not a joke. I think it's a valid
second British
assessment.
Empire, a second British Empire with a new Raj, in a sense. Yeah, I see what you're saying. No, the only reason I was laughing was I was looking at the face that you put on the text box when I thanked you for your service earlier for getting our microphone recognized by the goddamn software after they updated all the Microsoft. And they signed me out of everything, especially the Microsoft Teams. They signed me out of Microsoft Teams.
It's a test from the universe. You're just failing on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull a Tate on you. The universe is testing you, and you couldn't handle a simple test.
Here we are.
Like, what color is your Bugatti?
Yeah.
Your Maserati.
Yes, I'm supposed to own this Maserati. So our dear
I didn't see it. I definitely didn't see it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the gang stalkers were claiming that I'm secretly this multi-millionaire who's ripping off chicks and drives a Maserati. It's bizarre. Just absolutely. The fantasies that they project upon myself are incredible. Literally.
I don't think I've even ever seen one in San Francisco because they break down so much it would leave you stranded.
Oh, on the hills of San Francisco?
Yeah.
I couldn't get out the garage door.
You can't get supercars in there.
Yeah, no.
So that's why they all go to Monterey and stuff.
Yeah, of course.
The real rich people. Yes.
Yeah, they stay where it's flat. Yeah, so Amy Como just sent us a link about Vermont copper. For those of you, 18th century coins minted for the Vermont Publica. So thank you, Amy.
Amy, start flipping that syrup and make some money. All you got to do is buy it from those backwoods fools. Put your label, go to the library and print a label, and then just tape, scotch tape it and say, this is my, artisanal maple syrup from the backwoods, wherever the heck you live.
I love it. There you
and
go.
you'll $30. You sell it to those rich, was it Burlingtonites?
Yeah.
Like Bernie and shit. $30 a pop.
Yeah.
For a little jar, and say it'll heal. It can bolster your bioavailability of vitamins and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Go for it, Amy. Yeah. Send one of those bottles to JD Vance. Hey, at any rate,
call it the heritage blend or something.
Yeah, hey, I love it. Heritage American blend. The Heritage American, Maple Mavens. Heritage American.
Indigenous American technology.
Yeah.
Of the Pilgrims.
Yeah.
Maple syrup.
Yeah, that's right. Real Americans. Yeah. Tell them how the Puritans came over here to persecute everybody else. Brendan, the
Calvinists got they were so vile, so puritanical, so just insane that even Western Europe kicked them out.
Yeah.
And that's why they've hated the Catholics ever since, and that's where the whole north to south fighting was happening and all that.
Yeah.
But the Calvinists were some of the most ruthless. Talk about women's rights. I mean, they had zero. It was So yeah, there you go. And those are your founding fathers. There you go.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so
if you just look up the history of Calvin and the Reformation, I mean, it's horrendous what they did to Europe.
Tell them about how Calvinists, they're just famed for their cruelty.
Oh, it's I had to delete it from my memory, some of the stuff. It was just you couldn't enjoy food. They enjoying food was a sin. It was weird stuff like that. You couldn't use spices. I'm not even joking. Absolutely. And that's the mild stuff. That's the mild stuff.
Do you know what I just realized? I just realized I didn't bring a bottle of water with me. I've got to get a bottle of water from the hallway. Can you keep talking while I get that bottle of water? I'm just going to be gone for a second. Literally.
Okay, sure.
Literally a minute. So by all means, hold the stage. I'll be right back in a minute. Thank you.
Yeah. Calvinists, what they're not allowed to do. So here you go. They weren't allowed to play cards, gamble, dance, sing secular music, avoid owning fancy clothes. They don't believe in free will in the way other Christians do. They hold that God determines. They were deterministic because God held all outcomes, etc., including human choices. So this was a stringent God. This wasn't normal. You couldn't have art, imagery, any kind of particular worship. They're not allowed to believe. Calvinists are not allowed to believe that humans have complete free will, as this would contradict the belief that God's will is supreme, and that God had predetermined all things. They deny divine election, which is a key tenet where God chooses who will be saved. So Calvinists cannot believe that salvation is based on person's free choice or that anyone can earn their way into heaven. It held beliefs that God is not in control. They did not believe that events happen outside of God's will, which made some of them see that God was the author of sin itself. So there you go. The extreme dangers of Calvinism. There you are. There's, Colossians 2:8, beware any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after the Christ. There you go. That's what they're feeling over there.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm back. I couldn't do this show without you. Oh my God. You know what? Honestly,
you'll have to figure it out.
All those jabs that I took, the COVID-19 and the flu shot combined with the allergy shot together, it took me 2 weeks to really get over that because I stayed active. If any of you out there get those shots, get them on a weekend, take the whole fucking weekend off and just sleep.
Don't get me started. We'll get banned.
Yeah. Brendan and
you need more than just mushrooms to detox from that shit.
Oh, it's true. Oh my God! Well, but these mushrooms are a part of it, and they should help immensely. So, that's a good gift there.
You'd be better off just taking the mushrooms instead of believing in that sci-fi fucking shit.
Let's, like you said, like, don't get us knocked off. Jesus Christ, we got enough work against us. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well,
Uh,
I'm not going to mention what I'm talking about. I'm talking about jelly beans.
yeah. Oh, by the way, we got somebody in the chat room who's probably a troll. You know, I'll go over to his. You know, let's do a screen share here. I'll do a screen share.
What are they? Are they a Calvinist? They were like pissed that I was talking against Calvinism.
That'd be a good one. That'd be a good one. That'd be funny.
Okay, so, but this is the point I was meaning to tell you. I told everyone already.
Okay.
It's that Calvinists don't believe that God allows free will because they're deterministic. Everything's determined.
Got it.
So any kind of enjoyment was seen as sinful, and they basically said God was the creator of sin and all that. So they weren't nice people.
Yeah.
There's a reason they were kicked out of Europe, and their butts were kicked all the way through. You know, what's that one dude's name?
Cromwell.
Cromwell, yeah, Cromwell all the way through to here. They just, you know, they were just too oppressive.
Thank you.
And they became the Pilgrims and shit and the Founding Fathers.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, the Founding Fathers, they like came later. It was
they
really
were
weird.
like they were philosophical. These people were just puritanical, different.
Yes, that's true. Good point. Excellent point. That's why there's like this big gap. All we know is the Pilgrims landed, and then like 200 years later, it's like almost that long, the Founding Fathers come along, and there's this big gap. What the fuck happened in there? And it was just basically, well, a bunch of fucking Puritans just being assholes. Yeah. But, you know, for the general public, that's the historical understanding, a gap that they never explore, and no one ever seems to ask about. But yeah, I'm sharing screen right now. So there's this individual here. The first thing I do, of course, is I check on people by going to the basically the channel.
Well, what are they saying? Is it at least entertaining, or is it just some shite?
Well, the first thing we notice is they do seem to have an actual channel. For what it's worth, this guy seems to be the dude. And so he's asking a question that still strikes me as trollery. Hey, dude, how do you get more chi? Okay, Brendan.
I don't know. Ask your master, Peter Moon. No, that's unfair. We don't know if this is an acolyte of Pete Moon, but
I don't think Pete Moon has any acolytes. But go on. I
mean, getting more chi. What is chi? Chi is life force. I mean, it's simple. You just connect with nature, connect with the elements, and you automatically get chi. There's no need for like doing any kind of special thing.
Like crystal elixirs or something of that nature.
No, you don't even really need to do tai chi. You just need to like ground. Like, okay, so how about this? Grounding, earthing, and touching trees and being reverent to nature and respectful to nature. That'll give you so much chi you won't know what to do with it. So there you go.
Thank you. Excellent answer. Thank you.
Forget about circle walking and shit.
Thank you. Very good.
Yeah, just basics will get you so much chi that people will look at you like you're an alien or something.
No, it's there you go. And speaking of alien, I'm sure people will look at me like I'm an alien because I'm going to make a certain connection here. Basically, an Amazon Web Services outage disrupted thousands of companies' websites the day before yesterday, or the day before that by now on the East Coast. And it's a window into how consolidated the internet has become. But beyond that...
Well, it's still ongoing, to be fair. Not to contradict you. But.
Thank you. But beyond... as Brendan said, basically, this is all parcel the fact that Donald Trump's war on reality itself is engendering a domino effect. The deepfake president molds perception to serve his own interests. The Trump misadministration is attacking drug boats like it's a goddamn video game. Now, Donald Trump's rise tracks the decline of that thing we once agreed to, called reality itself. He cemented his place in the popular imagination with the advent of reality television, a genre that promised authenticity even as the supposedly unscripted scenes were carefully manipulated by producers. On The Apprentice, which debuted in 2004, Trump was the embodiment of a culture just beginning to blur the line between what was real and what merely looked like it was. In his second midterm as president, Trump, now with the help of artificial intelligence, because he has none that is organic, either within himself or surrounding him, is completing the revolution that made himself. Over the weekend, he posted a video of himself piloting a fighter jet that dumps human shit, literal fecal excrement, on protesters. Now that clip was cartoonish, meant to amuse his followers, his cultists, and outrage his adversaries. This might seem like an ephemeral bit of trollish fun, but it is an example of an alarming pattern. Trump is provoking an epistemic collapse, cultivating the sense that every shard of once dependable evidence is suspect. That's the one thing I noticed with Aaron Tice, is it took my basically talking to him at some length to convince him that Charlie Kirk actually died and that Irina Zalutska was actually murdered. Neither of which he took on the evidence of his own eyes. So Trump is ushering in an era of distrust and confusion in which the president molds perception to serve his own interests. So the deepfake is the most disconcerting frontier of the AI revolution. Fabricated clips are rendered with such precision that they can make anyone appear to say or do anything. This technology stands to upend a basic assumption of modern life. For more than a century, humans have treated film as the ultimate proof of reality, the mechanical witness that doesn't lie. Deepfakes exploit the instinct to trust what we see, counterfeits capable of warping emotion and implanting lies. And fueled by his own delusions of grandeur and the dark fantasies of revenge that animate him, Trump delights in doctored videos. During his first midterm, he tweeted footage spliced to exaggerate Nancy Pelosi's verbal stumbles. In his 2024 campaign, he shared an AI-generated image that suggested that Taylor Swift had endorsed himself. And last month, he posted a fake clip of Chuck Schumer declaring, "Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit." And the overwhelming majority of Americans still believe that that was actual footage. So the president of these United States has legitimized deepfakes as a tool of political communication. I should say miscommunication. His followers have taken that cue and run with it. Last week, the campaign arm of Senate Republicans released an AI-produced ad depicting Schumer speaking words that had appeared in a press report, not in any actual footage. But everything is in the cloud now, except that cloud, the cloud, is a real place. And it's right above Brooke Gibson. No, not above her head per se, but it's north of her in Northern Virginia. Now, rows and rows of servers stacked in Amazon-owned warehouses across Ashburn, Haymarket, McNair, Manassas, and Sterling. They make up a chunk of the infrastructure for the modern internet, equipment as crucial as railway tracks and the electric grid. When a technical issue disrupted operations at those facilities the day before yesterday, by Pacific Coast time, it was enough to temporarily crash the internet for users around the world. The incident marked at least the third time in the past 5 years that Amazon Web Services' Northern Virginia facilities contributed to a widespread internet outage. This time, more than 1,000 sites and services were affected, according to Down Detector, costing companies an estimated hundreds of billions of dollars. Venmo users were locked out of their payments, and international banks experienced major blips in their services. People struggled to book urgent doctor appointments and couldn't access their Medicare benefits, which, of course, as Troy Bellamy discussed, he himself had helped to personally set up on a case-by-case basis with individuals. Snapchat and Reddit were down, as were Instagram and Hulu. Ring paused their doorbell cameras. ChatGPT stopped answering.
Those were all net benefits. Like, if anything, that stuff gave people minutes, hours back of their life that they would never otherwise have.
Touche.
Yeah.
Touche. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, well, you got to take the good with the bad.
It's true. Now, some unfortunate customers of 8 Sleep, which sells AI-powered temperature-changing mattresses, woke to bright strobe lights or an absolutely freezing bed.
Okay, those people deserve that. Why do you need an AI bed? Come on, this is like you don't need everything to be sci-fi fucking, come on.
Oh, you're killing me. You know how I know about that? It happened to all the blood boys. That's how I know. I'm the only one at the estate that sleeps on.
Well, they deserve to have their tits frozen off. That's fine. Like, at their age, they should be sleeping outside, in the crispy night of San Francisco, the Bay Area. It's good for the skin, You guys want good skin. Yeah. Do a Finnish sauna and then stand outside like Wim Hof. You remember Wim Hof? Let's forget about the AI bed. Come on, guys.
Yeah. Throughout most of the day before yesterday, the connective tissue of postmodern life seemed to be under threat. A reminder that the internet is physical, fallible, and heavily reliant on just a few massive companies. Come on, Brendan, with a completely foreign workforce of Asian Indians.
Yeah, it's like, how did anyone not see this coming? I don't know. Like, the American programmers, you know what they're like. They're all just playing D&D in their basement. They're like hardly functional.
Thank
you. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. You can do a lot more on, turmeric and lentils than you can on Mountain Dew and Cheetos. Your output is like infinite versus that.
Thank you.
They can't even crack their own code that they wrote like 5 days ago. They have to call GPT. They have to ask GPT. I'll probably get hate from the programmers, but they know it's true. That half of Microsoft's code is apparently GPT code now, and that's why it keeps crashing. So it's all their own fault.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Now, the postmodern web owes that fragility in part, aside from what Brendan just articulated, to the cloud. In the pre-cloud age, setting up a website meant buying physical servers, procuring software licenses, and writing foundational code from scratch. This DIU, this do-it-yourself process, was both extremely expensive and time-consuming. The basic proposition of the cloud is, what if you didn't have to do any of all that shit? Well, Amazon and its competitors own the servers and pre-write the code so customers don't have to. When developers lease infrastructure from cloud providers, they get to leave the cumbersome work of maintenance to all the Asian Indians on turmeric and lentils that we've just described. The trade-off is ownership for accessibility, upfront costs for monthly fees, and it has proved extremely attractive. Adoption in the corporate world has been nearly universal. Amazon spearheaded the rush to the cloud in the late 2000s, when it began building the warehouses that now house much of the modern internet. Thanks to that first mover advantage, it still dominates today. Amazon controls an estimated 30% of the global market for cloud computing, while its competitors, Microsoft and Google, have captured 20% and 13% respectively. So basically, functionally, that's 50, 63, basically about 65%, almost 3/4 of your cloud space is 3 fucking megapolies, or monopolies in this case.
Well, I don't think they said Apple. Apple's like another 20% at least.
Thank you. I
Right.
forgot
So
all
it's-
about that.
yeah.
You know why? Every time I discuss this with Ed Beth, because he's so influenced by his husband, Sugar Daddy, Apple is like, no, it's like.
Well, we're not trying to crash their stock. We're just saying.
Yeah, no, it's just they never talk about Apple because they don't consider it to be like a real computer. It's like you use Apple.
Well, yeah,
almost as a rebel,
no one.
right? Yeah.
No, I mean, no, I just use it for just ease of use, and for a while I was getting free product until, my family went treacherous on me and shit.
Yes.
So I'm just in the ecosystem. I'm just used to.
Oh,
the
that's right.
ecosystem,
Your
but-
family was Apple. God damn, I forgot that. Your family was Apple. Yeah, no one on the estate talks about it. It's like verboten. It's like taboo because Apple's like the enemy.
Yeah, because
go on.
any real programmer, they hate Apple because it's all proprietary. It's
Yeah.
impossible to break, to code.
Yeah.
It's not user friendly.
Mhm.
As one of my Indian programmer friends would say, they would say, iPhones are for chicks. Like that's all it's made for.
Interesting.
It's like it's just user friendly to the point of a fault. So it's just like it's easy for chicks to use. But if you want to like do advanced things, you have to have an Android, basically.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why a lot of people don't like it.
Yeah, but your point's well taken, and thank you for bringing that up. That's very important. So it's basically 4 monopolies. Monopoly is a special term I'm reserving for
And
social
teenagers.
evolution.
Teenagers use exclusively Apple.
Right, that's true too. Yeah, despite the fact that no one ever talks about it, Apple Watches seem to proliferate on the estate due to the Blood Boys. They think that they're cool, and it's almost like a toy. Sugar Daddy doesn't care about that because he thinks it's like a toy for them, and it's so that makes sense. So, but because the actual servers are consolidated under a handful of companies, so are the potential points of failure. Not to mention all the profits. Now, unlike the superhighways that crisscross these United States, which are built and maintained by government programs, physical data conduits are built and maintained by corporations. The internet is often understood as a free and open resource, but it is controlled by a very small group of digital landowners, the propertied elite, the founding fathers of post-America. Last July, a single cybersecurity firm caused an internet-wide meltdown that grounded planes and interrupted financial services around the world. Jonathan Cantor, a former top antitrust regulator in the Biden administration, through his connection to Sugar Daddy, casually was on the estate at one point of all places and told me that such disruptions help. In his words, society understand the magnitude of the power, the magnitude of the reach that certain companies have. And again, to quote us Jonathan Cantor, it doesn't just affect one commercial interest, it affects the entire country. Now, Amazon's dominance is compounded by the nested structure of the internet itself. One hyperlink leads to another, which leads to another, which at some point probably leads back to Amazon. An issue with Amazon's Virginia servers affects Amazon's products globally and any websites that interact with Amazon-backed services. A business that doesn't rely on Amazon for its services might still be entwined with another business that does. There are ways out of the centralization trap, but they come with their own problems. Rumble, which we mentioned earlier, the streaming service that has become a home for those deplatformed elsewhere, has an AWS alternative of its own. The issue is that Rumble is also linked to inflammatory right-wing causes that could potentially pose reputational risk for major companies looking to use its cloud services. Urbit, another attempt at decentralizing the internet that has generated buzz over the past few years, was founded by the software developer and far-right provocateur Curtis Yarvine, who has openly advocated for an American monarchy. No truly decentralized alternative has so far come close to the scale of AWS, which has dramatically outspent and outperformed its competition. And at this point, new challengers may find it too hard to catch up. True decentralization is also incredibly difficult to achieve in a technical sense in cloud computing and beyond. Consider crypto, a form of digital currency originally designed to deliver freedom from the centralized authority of banks and governments. That was the idea anyway. In practice, this roughly $4 trillion United States dollar industry is very much beholden to the centralized, shall I say, the highly centralized internet, as well as to Wall Street and to Congress. Coinbase, which also went down the day before yesterday amid the AWS outage, is in some ways the antithesis of what crypto's libertarian thought leaders even imagined. Like many other crypto companies, it discovered that centralization is the price of doing business. Amazon doesn't publicize the existence of its Virginia data centers. Most of you probably never even knew they existed until the son of Adolf Hitler just explained that to you now. So most customers, let's just tell it this way, they're completely ignorant of what their lives depend on and what their livelihoods, and by extension their very lives, depend upon is, well, a bunch of data centers in Virginia that are dominated by Confederate politics. And as the steward of the internet, the company, Amazon, has accrued an enormous amount of influence over the rest of our lives. How we access our money, how we seek our medical help, even how, as demonstrated by the Blood Boys, Brandon, even how some people get a good night's sleep. So, I'm waiting for a rebuttal from him on that, if he's still on the call.
Oh, come on. They should be sleeping just fine. Jesus Christ. But they're like cats. It's like they need so much extra shit, you know, just to survive. Like, jeez.
Oh, thank you. I needed that. Yeah, technoutages, as I call them. Technoutages happen. That's what I told the Blood Boys. Shit happens. Technoutages happen. But under our current system, a bad day for Amazon is a bad day for everyone. And as deep fakes become the common currency of social media, citizens will justifiably begin to harbor doubts about any piece of video they encounter. But those doubts won't yield discernment. They will simply provide another justification, or rather a rationalization, for the confirmation of ideological bias. Partisans will accept video footage when it upholds their preconceptions. When it does not, dismissing it as potentially manipulated will become standard practice. Members of Trump's misadministration are already deploying this tactic. earlier this week, Politico magazine revealed text messages attributed to Paul Ingrazia, the president's choice to lead the office of special consul, in which the nominee admitted to having a Nazi streak and unleashed a torrent of racist vituperation, which just showed how he knows nothing about Nazis, the historical ones anyway.
Yeah, they wish they had a Nazi streak. Shit.
Thank you. Ingrazia ultimately withdrew from his nomination.
I think what they mean to say is the streak of Down syndrome or something.
Thank you.
Or, maybe let's not be too harsh on the Downies. Maybe someone else,
Yes, thank you. Yeah, but
streak of autism. There you go.
But you can verify this. The man who pioneered this tactic of just dismissing everything he didn't like as fake was Peter Moon. Peter Moon was doing this the last 10 years. He was on the show was when we were presented a photograph by Jameson Rees of Adolf Hitler hugging the black guy who was running in the Olympics, Jesse Owens. Then Peter Moon said, "That's fake." And when George Knight presented a picture of Michael Aquino holding a bazooka while smiling, just voguing and posing in the special forces, he said, Peter Moon did, "That's fake." And then when Aaron Tice presented him a picture of Peter Moon's own hero, the man he emulated in terms of magical practice, basically his magical uncle is the term they use in the Satanic Church, his magical mentor.
That sounds like Uncle Fester and shit. Come on.
Thank you.
Really?
That's
is that real?
They do say that. Yes, they say. He's my magical uncle. That was the term Robert Anton Wilson used for Anton LaVey when he took his name. Robert Anton Wilson's very initials, R-A-W, or Raw. His real name was Robert Wilson. He was never born with a middle name or never granted one at birth. He took on a middle name, naming himself after Anton Szandor LaVey. He was a practicing Satanist and therefore an ardent anti-Nazi because the Satanists realized the Nazis are on the side of the light, historically. The historical Nazis, that is. And so
hence the Illuminati connection.
Hence the Illuminati bullshit that he produced, an entire series of provocative.
Well, the true version, we'll say. The original uncorrupted.
No,
I think
my point is that the Nazi SS originated with the Bavarian Illuminati, who are not corrupted, but they're portrayed as evil by Robert Anton Wilson's propaganda novels. Continue. Yes.
Yeah. My understanding was that they were trying to revive Adam Weishaupt's original intent that got sabotaged almost immediately by the founding fathers and all these people.
Well, the founding fathers have nothing to do with the Illuminati. They were Freemasonic, and the Freemasons and the Illuminati were always at war. The reason that the Illuminati was established in 1776, the Bavarian Illuminati was established by Adam Weishaupt as a pan-European response to America's Freemasonic founding fathers in America. So continue.
Yes, exactly. And so, but Adam Weishaupt, within a couple of years, had actually released a letter that says our ranks have been infiltrated and the organization is no longer, it's basically become corrupt.
Well, he had to go black. He had to go off the books.
Yeah, he had to go off the books. So, but it was because of people, inviting these Reformationists over from Europe, like Napoleon, and these people, dealing with the founding father type characters like Franklin, even earlier when Franklin was around and all this. Does that make sense? Kind of.
Yeah.
They allowed them to come back into the European, elites, and then they corrupted it through that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pretty much.
There you go.
I presume that's what the Schutzstaffel was trying to actually bring back the original intent. Well,
it had always been preserved. When when this began to happen in Europe, that's when Adam Weishaupt said the organization is compromised. He went black and developed an exclusive order of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, which simply emerged publicly at the time of Adolf Hitler. for those of you who don't understand, the Schutzstaffel goes all the way back to Adam Weishaupt when he went off the books, when he went black. So literally black. The uniforms are black for a reason. So
yeah, and we were looking at something a couple weeks ago. I'm trying to remember what it was, but their original uniforms where they had the little triangle hats and stuff.
Yeah.
In like World War I.
Yes.
You know, so it was a unit in World War I that had the same name,
yes,
same everything, but they just had a different uniform.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you.
Forgot what we were mentioning, but it came up in that kind of zone.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll try and recollect it myself consciously. But when confronted with the messages about Paul Ingrassia, the attorney of Paul Ingrassia pulled a Peter Moon. Basically, just like Peter Moon, when he was seeing his own hero, the man who was his magical uncle, the man whose magic Peter Moon emulated, Jack Whiteside Parsons, when he was shown a picture of Jack Whiteside Parsons involved with an animation franchise in England, Peter Moon instantly said, "Oh, that's all fake. It's just everything Peter Moon saw," he claimed, was a forgery.
Well, he was a movie producer first.
Yes,
foremost.
Thank
We're
you.
talking about Jack Parsons.
Yes, thank you.
He was a Hollywood producer that suddenly became, you know, oh, look, it's a gin cat, random cat apparition.
Yes. Well,
but
yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so
I like that.
Yeah, Jack Whiteside Parsons was definitely originally a Hollywood director, and then all of a sudden becomes the head of JPL and has all the funding to do all this. It's nothing normal.
Yes. Thank you. In other words, he's working with fantasy before he starts changing reality.
Yes.
The art of magic. Yeah. Yes. There you go. Which, remember, Peter Moon was always a slave to virtual reality. He kept claiming that Joel Derrick, his handler, was going to change all our reality with this incredible virtual technology that we've never seen.
Yeah. I don't know why these old people think VR is like the end all be all. Because if it was, you know, if it was something viable, they would have already locked us into some like Matrix thing by now. It's not viable. It's not viable.
Thank you. Thank
you. Even with like direct chips in the brains and stuff, I mean, it's not usable.
Thank you.
It just scrambles your brain and gives you migraines. You know, all those eyepieces that they were coming out with, like Vision Pro.
Oh, all that bullshit. Yeah.
The Oculus.
Yeah.
They just hurt basically give you a migraine. They don't do anything.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
So it's not a long-term thing. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Now, again, when confronted with his own messages, the attorney of Paul Ingrassia didn't deny their authenticity outright, but he instead implied that they might have been fabricated by AI. Now, that claim is baseless, but the strategy is not. The public has largely lost faith in traditional arbiters of truth itself. The mainstream mass media machine, religion, academia. And many citizens have cocooned themselves in the comfort of their filter bubbles. Now they've begun to disagree about the most basic facts of shared existence, including the outcomes of any election. At the beginning of the century, when the New York Times reported the scandalous misbehavior of a politician, leadership of both political parties would assume the allegation's truth, even if Republicans might have grouched about the paper's liberal bias. When the government released an employment report, the nation roundly regarded it as an objective reading of the economic weather. But Trump is attempting to dismantle those institutional underpinnings of our reality. In the 20th century, the federal government became the nation's most trusted producer of facts. It tracked the economy, the spread of disease, and countless other indicators that allowed businesses to plan and citizens to make informed choices. Trump is shattering that tradition of disinterested empiricism, bending even the information generated by the government to his will. That's why he has fired officials, such as the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, who are in charge of producing objective data, and he's moved to replace them with loyalists. Agencies once meant to measure reality itself, they now risk becoming instruments that manufacture it. Okay, so I'm being sent something by our man Brendan here, just checking in on this. Amazon will replace more than 500,000 jobs with robots. Second largest employer in the United States. Yeah, well, that ends that demographic, doesn't it? So, oh God. Soup kitchens on every fucking corner, people. Yeah, the great replacement theory is real, except instead of illegals, it's going to be robots and AI. Who would have guessed? Yeah, thank you, Brendan. Any thoughts to share with us on it?
Yeah, isn't that ironic? Not ironic.
And remember, here's what's ironic, Brendan. Last time I checked, robots don't pay taxes.
Yeah.
How do you hold that
they're
economy
trying
up?
Well, yeah, that was that begs the question, right? I was about to go, where you're going. Like, when you lose, like, there's a percentage where once you lose enough jobs, there's no one to buy anything.
Yeah,
so when do we hit that saturation point? Right now, apparently they're being held up by all the rich people are still consuming a lot. But even those people, if no one's buying their shit from their stupid business, then how is it going to sustain? It's not an infinite loop. The stock market isn't just like a infinite feedback loop. Some people have to buy something somewhere. So it's very strange how that works.
Well, it's certainly lacking in foresight. I mean,
that's an understatement. Yeah. Well, unless there's something unless there's something they know that we don't know, like mass culling or something.
Yeah, like they're all going to die anyway or something. But then who supports them? How do they live without all this?
They just go underground.
But their economy, it's like, what do? Their economy will be without the masses. Their money means nothing. Their money only means something because the rest of us have none of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there you go.
If the rest of us are gone, their money is meaningless.
I mean, the only logical answer is a complete reset of the economy.
Yes, that's
where it doesn't destroy it. It's just it has to be a new system.
Well, I mean, we know that
it's all Republic credits and crypto.
Well, it's all going to self-destruct. We know that. So it's we're in the end of the world as we know it. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys should all be privileged. You've been waiting for this. I always, we always talked about it growing up, right? Like 2012 and all that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Well, guess what?
Yeah, it's here.
You get to live it.
Yes. Yeah. We're here, people.
There's no going back now. You remember how, like, for the first couple of years, everyone was in denial, saying, "Oh, it's not the new normal. We're going back. We're back to normal." It's like, yeah. I think at this point we can just admit, not be in denial.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We ain't going back.
Yeah, it's not going back, people. We're never.
The old world is done.
Yeah,
and we're not talking about mud floods. They wiped that. I mean, if they wiped that one, then what's holding this one up? If they wiped Tartaria, what do they think? What do you think this is? I mean, this is easy. This is easy to wipe. It took them a whole void century to wipe Tartaria. Forget about it. This shit will fall down in like a year if no one's. All those stupid cardboard apartments they built and shit. That stuff won't last.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh my God. No, it's so true. And Trump is, in that regard, or towards that end, also taking steps to stifle the traditional mainstream mass media machine, which, however imperfectly, still strives to offer an objective account of events. Leveraging the government's power to reject mergers, he pressured Paramount, CBS's parent company, into settling a spurious lawsuit over an episode of 60 Minutes. His misadministration has sent a message to corporate mass media that an adversarial stance toward the president will carry financial risk. At the Pentagon, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and I emphasize his title because he's still legally Secretary of Defense, people, not the Secretary of War, has imposed such
Well,
onerous...
according to him, he announced himself as that such, but
Yeah, but nobody. It's not legal. It's
Right.
not. Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah, but he has imposed such onerous restrictions on the press corps that reporters have effectively been expelled from the fucking building of the Pentagon itself, an effort to prevent them from producing the kind of independent reporting that might puncture the misadministration's self-serving version.
Oh yeah. Did you see the? Did you see these people they have in there now?
Yeah, tell us.
There was like some poor, I mean, she's not poor. She's obviously went to school or something, but she was this Asian reporter. She's very articulate, but she was saying how she got attacked in DC and how she appreciates him making DC safe because she got robbed like a bunch of times in DC. And it's like, so they're just like openly like praising him. Thank you so much, sir, for protecting DC.
Outrageous.
So it's getting to that point where it's like, the old days when people would just go to the king and he would, they would just wax lyrical all day about him.
Yeah.
Just so they could like get a couple bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what's happening basically.
Thank you.
It's kind of fun to watch. I think it's funny.
There's nothing funny about it. It's disgusting. It's like, but I hear what you're saying. I mean, it's mildly amusing. Yeah, but it's less so amusing that it is bemusing. It is,
Right.
It's just wretched. Yeah. At any rate, thank you. But
and then there's like, that old story. I don't know if it's an Aesop fable or what, but where the king is like so sick of hearing him praise that the first guy that tells him off, he makes him the jester and gives him a bunch of money.
Well, there you
it's
go.
like the first entertainment he's had in years or something.
Yeah, there you go. That's how jesters got started. Yeah, I mean,
Right.
This is
Like he was allowed to make fun of the king because it's just so boring when it's just all day people are just fake prostrating.
Oh yeah, no, it's wretched. Yeah. So as Brendan's just articulated, this is the misadministration's way of maintaining a self-serving version of events via you know how they have a grievance machine for the popular public, but for the Trump monarchy, it's a placation, a placidity machine, machine.
Yeah, but I don't understand the point of it. It's like, it's not like we don't know. It's like, that's what's so crazy about it. Is like, do they think people don't know how obviously blatant, corrupt, and sketchy it is?
They don't. Dude, they don't. Like, go down where Aaron lives in the deep south.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't all of the Soviet Union just understand how bad their system was, and they just couldn't say anything about it?
That's quite true.
So it's like, but these people don't know. They think it's good still or something.
Yeah, that's
really strange.
Yeah, no, people in America are crazier than the Russians. The Russians knew they lived in a shithole, and yet look at them now. They're still fighting and dying for it. So it's like, what can you do?
Yeah, but they blew through all of their reserves or whatever.
Yeah, they blew all their WAD and shit. Yeah, of course. I mean, here, let me send this out to people. I tell me if it opens up for you. Here we go. Let me go into my drafts here. And here, I'm going to send this to everyone I can. Let me BCC this to Bren. Here we are. We'll send this to Brooke as well, just as a thing here. We're going to send it to T-Tank, and we send it to
Brooke.
Amy, and we send it to Dat Dude. We send it to Aristides. Send it to George Knight, Holly Kiefer. Oh, where the hell did she go, by the way? Wasn't she just here the last episode, or was I imagining things?
Has it really gotten that bad on critical omissions that you have to imagine people?
I think I got...
she was here. She was here.
Yeah, there you go. I thought so. So let's
you really fell off. You fell off.
Yeah, there you go. Well, the past few days, why would I ever want to return? But here we are. Let's press the send button. And tell me if...
who's paying for your Maserati? Expose.
Oh my God! So let's take a look at this. If you scroll down, can you?
By the
see
way,
this?
any new listeners, he doesn't drive.
Yeah, thank you.
It would just like there would be no point in you having a car.
Yes, thank you. So can you open this email? Have you gotten the email?
What is this? This sounds like sketchy. Are you trying to incriminate? What is this? Let's see.
Yeah, have you gotten the email? Or maybe it went to your
Yeah.
spam.
Did Putin turn Russia into a satanic death cult?
Yeah, no. Oh, scroll down. Open that up and scroll down.
I'm
Look at this
scrolling.
image.
I'm scrolling.
Scroll
I'm
down
scrolling.
until you see pictures. What do you think?
Yeah, I see the kids. I see the kids
look
with
at
guns.
that.
Yeah, I see the kids with guns.
And look at that chick leading the kids. Look at
Cosplaying. They're saying it's cosplaying World War II.
Ugh.
Oh my God, that's a chick. That's like that's Miss Trunchable. That's Miss Trunchable.
Yeah. Leading the kids in the tanks. She's leading them to where she can cook them and
I don't know.
eat 'em.
I don't think that's a woman. I mean,
Yeah. She's leading them to where well, maybe it's Mike Ringley. He had man boobs that were that big. It's like Mike.
holy shit.
Yeah, but look, she's leading the children to where she can cook them and eat them. Tell me that's not the case. And that's
I mean, they wouldn't explain anything else. It's like,
but keep looking. Look at these kids. Keep looking down.
one of them is like forcing them to look forward. They look so depressed. I mean,
but you like what it
or
says?
she's
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
yeah.
Oh, they're forcing her to stand at attention. They're forcing her to stand. Look at how the other kid
grabbing their face and twisting their head back. Yeah, forcing them.
But look
This
at
is
the
just-
other kid. That kid does not look happy. They've won prizes. They've won medals. But they don't look
That
happy.
kid looks like he's ready to just end it. Poor guy. Like, why? I've never even seen an expression like that on a child. Yeah, the girl is crying. Why do they look like that? It's like,
And they just won. They won. How come they look like they lost? I guess it means
because they don't want to be there. They want to go home and play video games and eat candy. You know. Good God.
Oh my God. And then the child in the baby carriage. Look at the baby carriage. It's camouflaged. It's a camouflage baby carriage.
Baby carriage, camouflage.
It's on the bottom.
Oh, you're talking about the last one.
Yes,
Yeah,
the last photo. Look at that. That's a baby carriage.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. That looks like a plane. Who is this? You making the commentary? Next generation of cannon fodder.
Yes.
My God, you guys are sick. Whoever made this.
Hey, I'm not the. I didn't produce the photographs. They're real photos from Russia.
Well, the photos are obviously photos, but I'm saying like, yeah.
Yeah.
I like how the tank is a T-34. It's like really World War II era shit.
World War II.
Because they never built anything else. So.
Yes, thank you. They are stuck in. They're all wearing World War II uniforms. They are stuck in World War II. They are stuck in World War II. Oh yes. So there we are.
Oh shit! Apparently, your new mayor is signing executive directives, preparing for federal incursions. I mean, this sounds like a war zone.
Yes. Yeah. So Morgan Grace Films tells me, "Hey Douglas, your mic is at half about as loud as it should be. Is that true?" So when you hear me, maybe it's her technology. I mean, when you heard me, I didn't.
Who said this?
Let's do a screen share.
Well, on the YouTube, it's lower because we put a filter on yours, or we not filtered, but we set a cutoff limit for yours because you yell all the time.
Oh, right. So,
but if you want to I had a feeling they like the punishment. These sick people. Turn it up. Go back to the OBS and turn it up.
So here we are. I'm sharing screen. Can you see the cursor move?
Your mic is half as loud as it should be. Yeah, because they're probably hearing me louder because of you didn't adjust the second mic. So go back to the OBS.
Okay, so okay,
Lower the guest mic and lower your mic up more.
Okay, so we go to the OBS. Let's go to the OBS and
yeah.
So
see how your mic is limited.
Okay, so
because remember we were preventing the red, so I'm probably yelling to them. So turn mine down, the top one.
Okay, so how do we do that? How do I do that?
The white thing with the blue line.
Oh,
right
got
there.
it, got it. Okay, so that one goes down.
Okay, too much. Yeah, right there. No, down a little bit.
Down a little bit, like here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
15.
15. Okay, there we
set mine to 15 and yours to 10, and that should fix.
Okay, and then mine to 10. Okay, here we are.
Yeah.
So that's okay.
There you go. Does that sound better?
Does that sound better, everyone? Hopefully, and well, so. Why did it do this when the fucking Microsoft updated? You and I did not do that.
Yeah, we did.
Not that low. Not that low for me. You know, it was because that's really low. That was really low.
Well, I don't know. Maybe when you were panicking earlier.
No, I didn't touch it. No, I didn't touch it. So, but
well, maybe you know all those boomers that are putting this shit on tape. It hurts their ears. Or something.
Yeah, that's right. All of those idiots who like are basically in on the conversation without being invited. But we know we're
those old fossils and shit.
Yes. So thank you for that, Morgan Grace Films. We definitely appreciate your input in that regard.
You were like blowing out their blowing out their tape machine.
Yeah, I was. Their ancient cathode ray fucking technology that they're still using. Yeah, and
well, actually, a tube amp would be fine.
Yeah, and
they can take a lot of punishment.
Good point. So he said, "Oh my God, perfect. God bless you, Morgan Grace Films." So here we are. So Brooke Gibson came on.
Yeah, I'll send you the bill later.
Yeah, he said. Brendan's voice was enough? Miss much? Yeah, so Brooke is like responding in the text. We love you, Brooke.
Which Brooke? The Brooke?
Yeah, the Brooke. She's
God.
Yeah, Babbling Brooke. Babbling Brooke is in the text, and you know, she's got this.
No, Babbling Brooke is the other one.
Yeah, who sleeps on camera.
Who still comes up all the time for me, even though I never looked her up.
Yes, isn't that weird? But there's so many people like Brooke that are like clones of her all over the South, just putting themselves on camera.
They're all in the same state.
They're all South Carolina. Yeah, she's got fucking clones. She's a product of some kind of MK Ultra program, some kind of breeding program. You know it. It's like. So
it all adds up.
Yeah, we're on to you, Brooke. Sense. You're a clone.
But she was like the sour apple.
Yeah,
the bad apple ruins the bunch.
The bad batch. It's like the Clone Wars.
Yeah, she was the bad batch. Yeah. All the other ones are successful. Whatever they're doing. Sleeping.
Sleeping with squirrels.
Well, one's sleeping and one's literally just talking all the time. Like can't stop talking.
Yeah, there we are. Well, that's kind of like Brooke does both. She manages to do both. Sleep all the time.
Yeah, well, she needs to do it for money instead of drugs.
Now, years ago...
It's like I have all these good ideas, but these people won't take it.
No, it's true. It's true. Seriously.
Like if I had like a forest of maple syrup around me, I'd be making bread.
Yeah. You know what I like best? What I like best about fucking Amy, she was like saying, yeah, there's that woman. I got a photograph of her from, the guy she was consulting with. Yeah, the one who stole the Porsche. And I'm like, how does she talk about reality reversal on a Trump cultic scale? That it's like she was repossessing her Porsche, if you can call it that, back from the guy Maple Maven was consulting with, who stole a Porsche from her. Is that not how you and I remember her telling it originally?
Yeah, he straight jacked that Porsche.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah, and then fucked Amy Como in it. You'd wonder why the woman wanted it back.
Right. Well, they didn't want it back after the 14-hour consultation. Yeah. She probably got it back and had to have it detailed and shit. Cost a fortune.
You like how Amy said, yeah, look at all the trouble we had to go through for me to sell that RV off my property for $100. I mean, she should be spending that money on booze to celebrate. They should have been paying someone else $100 to be towing that piece of shit off her property.
Oh, right. Yeah, those people got gypped. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
Brooke is asking you a question, Brendan. What should I do for money, Brendan?
What do you think we've been talking about? What the fuck? Are you serious? Just turn on your camera when you sleep and monetize YouTube. Done.
Yeah.
There you go. You don't even have to get naked. You just sit there with the stupid stuffed animal. And honestly, your squirrel would make content. I mean,
yeah, seriously.
If you just keep sending me videos, I'll make your channel.
Yeah.
But I need a cut of the money.
Yeah, so. That's it. For a cut of the money, he'll do it for you, Brooke. Yeah. Just kept saying him videos.
And it could be G-rated. You just sit there with your squirrel, and then sometimes you sleep, sometimes you make some stupid, obviously not millets because you're a hater, but make like French toast, French toast with the squirrel and shit, and you'll go viral and make money. And you just gotta like fix your, your face and stuff after the drugs. So, I'll stop there so I don't get offended. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, she's typing. Oh shit, she's typing.
I bet she is. But it's really that simple. I would, trust me. If I was like, not hideous, I would be doing, something similar. But no one's gonna pay for this shit.
Well, you're not hideous. Like I said, he looks like a young Buddy Holly. And
but no one nowadays is paying for Buddy Holly like pictures and shit.
True. Sadly. And so say that you're the new, improved Kyle Rittenhouse.
You son of a bitch.
I'm sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry. She says deal, but I need daily calls on Vedic knowledge. She wants daily calls from you on Vedic knowledge, dude.
Yeah, if your channel gets past 100,000, you can daily call me from, in whatever country I'm in at the time.
But by the way, go into the infinite call and you can see what she's typing. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep reading it out loud. So
no, continue the show. I have to go.
Yeah,
but I'll read Brooke's comments.
Okay, he will read your comments, Brooke. He promises, right? You promise her you'll read your her comments in infinite call. Correct? Please promise her that, so I don't have to keep reading them out loud. Let's see now. Our man has hearted your entries, honey. She says, and fix my face. I will let you slide there. What was that shooter's name? I better shut up. I don't want to make two enemies. There we are. We'll leave it at that. If I tell you the shooter later, it'll be private, Brooke. Yeah. So years ago, Trump's most prominent ally in Silicon Valley offered a prophetic vision of this world. Elon Musk has entertained the idea that human existence is really just a computer simulation, a virtual realm so convincingly rendered that everything becomes malleable, that reshaping the world is merely a matter of rewriting a few lines of fucking code. To adherents, this vision is not a nightmare, but a kind of liberation. Truth can always be revised, like a WAM or a write-along memory program. Manipulation is the most basic fact of life in such a paradigm, and Trump has assumed the role of the master programmer. Now, if that's not dystopian, I don't know what fucking is. By the way, we'll give a heart to Brooke's lovely little face there. Let's take a look at that. And Sammy Romero is typing now. So we brought Sammy Romero into the fray. And of course, he's welcomed onto the call to interject as well, should he desire to do so. Let me take another look at that call and see how things are going as well, checking in. So Sammy says, you guys are killing me. Laugh out loud. Yes. Indeed. Oh, now one development I didn't see coming, albeit I probably should have, is the escalating military campaign against Venezuela. In the past several weeks, the United States military has bombed 7 boats off the coast of Venezuela, killing some 32 people on the grounds that they were carrying drugs. Ordinarily, in cases of suspected trafficking, the United States Coast Guard would simply intercept these boats. In a letter...
Yeah, bombed? I think you mean obliterated.
Yes,
like
thank
vaporized.
you. Thank you. Thank you. True. True. In a letter given to...
Every time I see one of those videos, I don't see anything floating. It's just, it disappears.
Thank you. No, you're right. You're right. It's just a cloud of steam. A cloud of steam. Yeah.
And then somehow, when it's a submarine, they save the people, but everyone else gets just totally zapped.
Yeah. Thank you.
And apparently, word on the web is, which, you know, who knows the validity of it, but apparently that last one, you know, when they sent them to Colombia or whatever, their home countries, apparently those were just fishermen or something. Like,
of course.
So instead of putting them through the justice system so they could like vouch for themselves, they just immediately sent them home. So they got silenced.
Yeah.
Because they would have probably just said, "Look, we're just fishermen. You blew up my boat."
Yeah. Yeah. They wanted to eliminate the public calling for a recompensation for their fucking boats and their livelihood destroyed by the United States military. They wanted to avoid that. So
I think this,
go on.
Not to distract you from your point, but just this goes back to that technocracy map.
Yeah, tell people about that.
That whole sector, well, it's just the map that, I don't know the whole backstory, but there's this, you know, this group in the 50s, right? Was it 50s?
Technocracy, yes.
Yeah, they were this technocracy lobby or whatever, and they showed a map of the new United States, and it was Greenland, Canada, all the way to the north of, you know, South America. So what we would now call Venezuela and Colombia.
Yes.
So, and they've already hit out Colombia recently and pulled all their funding and stuff.
Yes.
So it's like, that's their intent, or at least whoever's making the policy, they're going off the technocracy map.
Thank you. Thank you. Very much so.
So they want Greenland all the way down to those 2 countries for whatever reason.
Colombia and Venezuela, what used to be called Gran Colombia. Yeah. So
and even it goes all the way up to Panama, you know, all the way through Mexico. They basically take all of North America.
Yes.
And a little, you know, touch of South America for fun.
Well, that's a security buffer for their fucking canal, and it gives them monopoly to build more canals as they need wider ones.
And oil.
Yeah,
and all that jazz.
And oil and all that. Thank you. Excellent point. So in a letter given to Congress by the way, when you mentioned that technocracy map, just to educate our listeners, as I told Brendan at that time, there were 2 rival versions of fascism in America. And I would say the good guys were the silver shirts under William Dudley Pelley, and the bad guys were the gray shirts under technocracy. And I'd have to look up the name. I used to know the name of the man who ran technocracy, the man who was running for president and lost his ass, of course. But in terms of the technocrats and William Dudley Pelley silver shirts, understand that all the fascist movements in Europe developed their standard brand based on a color code. The brown shirts in Germany, the black shirts in Italy, the green shirts in Romania, the blue shirts in España, and America had 2 rival factions, the silver shirts and the gray shirts. Just to give people an example of how these color codes developed, in the case of Germany, it was due to the fact that the Germans had a colonial empire in Black Africa, and what happened was they had all kinds of black troops that had fought on their side in Africa in World War I. And then after the World War I was over and all of those colonies were signed over to Great Britain, the Germans then were left with a bunch of these surplus uniforms for their black troops, the Schutztruppen, and some of the Special Africa Corps in World War I that fought against the Allies. And these brown uniforms came home, and they became the Nazi uniform of the brown shirts, the stormtroopers. That was what they had was surplus. All they had to offer them was surplus uniforms. That's why brown became the color of the German Nazism. It was known as the Brown Wave or the Brown Revolution. When it came to America, the gray shirts were not gray based on Confederate gray or dove gray pattern. It was a dark gray, meaning they were solid core industrialists. They were fighting for a corporocratic government where corporations would run the government. They've obviously succeeded. The silver shirts were the fascists who were fighting against this for the kind of economy that you had across the Atlantic instead. So William Dudley Pelley, of course, was heavily persecuted, whereas the technocrats effectively have become your government and are now trying to conquer the Western Hemisphere. I hope that was coherent, Brendan, and if you have any thoughts that were raised by that little tangent there, feel free to share them. And otherwise, I'll emphasize the fact that in a letter given to Congress in September to basically countermand the United States Coast Guard and its basic functions as a branch of the military that's fighting crime, the White House said it was engaged in an armed conflict against drug cartels and no longer enforcing law. In other words, the United States claims it's at war. The Department of Defense has sent roughly 10,000 United States troops to the region in that regard and has authorized the CIA to conduct covert actions within Venezuela itself. The misadministration has also shared video of these boat strikes, but has not provided any evidence whatsoever that the people aboard were criminals. Even if there were evidence to share, it would hardly be justification for the bombings, or as Brendan rightly calls them, obliterations or vaporizations, which obviously violate both national and international law. While Joe Biden was president, Donald Trump and his allies in Congress spraketh frequently about a new sort of war against drug cartels in Mexico, some of which are responsible for the production of fentanyl. My sources tell me that inside the current misadministration, there has been a driving anxiety to do something dramatic and aggressive in region. But taking such action in Mexico is too complicated. Los Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexican States, is a long-standing ally and neighbor, and also happens to be the American Empire's largest trading partner on Earth. Venezuela, the thinking so goest, is an easier mark, and so it has now replaced the Mexicano cartels as the main outlet for flaunting American military power. Since Trump's first midterm, members of his misadministrations have wanted to dislodge Nicolás Maduro's regime in Venezuela. What we're seeing now is different. The principal player behind the recent actions is Stephen Miller, Trump's deputy chief of staff and the architect of his immigration crackdown. From Miller's vantage, going after Venezuela allows Trump to expand his power while also feeding the narrative that Venezuela and Venezuelan immigrants living in these United States are an existential threat to Americanos. It's a dangerous game that isn't likely to end anytime soon, and certainly not in any good way. As one former White House official told me, Trump is having too much fun. Well, Trump has finally awakened the sleeping giant, and now it's roaring. And Brooke says, Sammy Romero, Yes, I won't read this aloud. Sammy, check into the infinite call. Brooke is sending some messages. For God's sake, get in contact with her, please. And, so there we have that. And Brooke is typing. And unless you want me to read it out loud, Brooke, I'll simply move on. Okay. Now, on Saturday, 7 to 8 million of us took to the streets to mass demonstrate against Donald Trump. That's not all. Every major mainstream mass media machine outlet, what's this? Dangerous was the word caught from Douglas Dietrich's words. Oh, okay. Right, Brooke. Okay. And now, as I said, on Saturday, she's saying something else, mentioning me. All right. No, thank you, Douglas Dietrich. No, you mean no, thank you, Douglas Dietrich, or no, thank you, Douglas Dietrich. Text really fucking sucks, Brooke. You're welcome to come on and talk, and then, even though I'll go back to monologue eventually, a little interjection is never a problem. All such being said. So, as I said, during the weekend, millions marched. And that's not all. Every major mainstream mass media machine outlet, including Fox News, has refused to sign Pete Hegseth's unconstitutional demand that they report only what the Defense Department wants them to report or lose their press credentials. They've all turned in their press credentials, which means no one is turning up for Hegseth's press briefings. What's the sound of a press briefing without the press? That's a Zen riddle, a Zen koan, if you will. What does when a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a noise? Now, Brooks says, yes, it is. King G, or fucking God, but what? Actually, let me just, well, anyhow, Brooke, this is my job here, so if you want me, then you're on the call or you couldn't text. You're on the call, Brooke. All you need to do is jump on bandwidth. You're on the call. You're automatically called whenever we open the call. When you hear me on bandwidth, you're on the call. Oh, so she's typing again. It says view and add participants. You're on, Brooke. You're on. Inviting you would be redundant. Yeah, so you can just jump on the call. Literally. At any rate, the Zen koan is when a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? She says, I don't want to interrupt. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's fine. All right, that's fine. Okay, so let's move on with the arc of narrative, if you will. Now, 7 of the 9 universities Trump invited to join his university compact, in which they give up academic freedom for a priority place in government funding, have said, essentially, fuck you, to Trump. Disney was forced into reinstating Jimmy Kimmel after consumers threatened to boycott a wide range of Disney products. According to Strength in Numbers, the Disney boycott quickly became 4 times as large as any boycott over the last 5 years. So the great sleeping giant of America is awakening. I'm old enough to have witnessed that sleeping giant awaken several times before. Joe McCarthy's communist witch hunt destroyed countless careers before the giant roared, "Have you no sense of decency?" McCarthy melted almost as quickly as the Wicked Witch of the West. His national popularity evaporated. 3 years later, censored by his Senate colleagues, ostracized by his party, and ignored by the press, McCarthy drank himself to death, a broken man, at the age of 48. The giant roared again a decade later after television showed civil rights marchers getting clobbered by white supremacists. Congress passed the Civil Rights Act. It roared again after tens of thousands of young Americans were killed in the jungles of Vietnam, finally bringing an end to one of our nation's, or one of our empire's, costliest, deadliest, and actually one of our most justifiable wars. It roared again after Richard Nixon, at Richard Nixon himself, after Nixon was heard on tape plotting the cover-up of Watergate, then was forced to exit the White House by helicopter on his way back to my own golden state, and his, of California. It's starting to roar now at the sociopathic occupant of the Oval Office who won't tolerate criticism, who has revealed his utter contempt for the freedom of Americans to criticize himself, to write or speak negatively about him, even to joke about him. I've seen a lot. I know the signs. The sleeping giant always remains asleep until some venality becomest so noxious, some action so disrespectful of the common good, some brutality so noisy that, well, the masses have no choice but to awaken. And when they do, the good sense of the American people causes that giant to put an end to whatever it was that awakened them. But this time, Godzilla faces Cthulhu. And all such having been qualified, Trump's plans, announced in September, to send more federal resources to Memphis and New Orleans, elicited the usual response. The New York Times observed, Memphis, like most of the cities signaled out for perceived leadership failings, is led by a black mayor and has other prominent black leaders in city government. The head of the police department is also black. The New Orleans Council Chamber, Leslie Harris, said, sending troops into black and brown cities is not a solution. The race card is also being played with regards to Trump's effort to fire Lisa Cook, who is described in headlines as the first black female governess on the Federal Reserve Board. The Guardian wrote, the first black woman to sit on Fed board faces another obstacle in a long line she has faced and written about.
We need Mothra.
Yes, there we go. Yes, that helps. Yes.
Mothra was the benevolent,
Kaiju.
One.
Kaiju.
Yeah, benevolent kaiju.
Yes. Thank you. The Guardian Kaiju, the original one.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. And of course, the Guardian, writing about Lisa Cook, said, the first black woman to sit on Fed board faces another obstacle in a long line she has faced and written about. And the new NBC News has added, Cook weathered racist attacks as a child and become a pioneer as a black woman economist. Her latest fight is to keep her position on the Board of Governors at the Federal Reserve. And Democracy Now! Carried the headline, First Black Fed Governess, Lisa Cook, sues Trump over his attempt to fire her. Now, Cook illustrates the asymmetry of the race card. Once someone is elevated to a position for race reasons, that person is protected from removal for non-race reasons. It was Cook's identity as a black woman and her advocacy of black victimology that recommended her to Joe Biden in the first place, not any grounding in monetary economics or other policy areas in the Fed's purview. Cook's most circulated quote is her claim in a 2019 New York Times opinion piece that if economics is hostile to women, it is especially antagonistic to black women. In 2020, she called for the editor of the Journal of Political Economy to be fired for criticizing the defund the police movement on economic grounds. Her research on racial disparities has had replication problems in the academic sourcing sense, and she has never provided any full access to her data. This, by the way, is an academic crime. It is something that should be intolerable. She should never have gotten to the position she's in today. And it was officially decreed on record that it was exclusively her race that certified her into a position on the Fed's board. In 2022, then Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown claimed that Republicans must be ashamed to vote against her because it's been 109 years and 7 people on the Federal Reserve at one time, and not one African American woman ever. Now, Brown did not ask what the pool of competitively qualified female black economists has been over the last 109 years, because only the son of Adolf Hitler can answer that question. Non-existent. There were simply no qualified black women to fit that fucking role. That's not racism. That is circumstance. In 2022, there were 12 economics PhDs awarded to black women in these United States. See, I teach these things to the lads on the estate. This constitutes 0.8% of all economics PhDs awarded that year. But we are to believe that suitable female black economists have been regularly denied a seat on the Fed's board due to racism. Really? Really? The race defense is also active against Trump's large-scale cuts to the federal bureaucracy itself. Now again, according to a front-page article in the New York Times, those cuts, disproportionately affect black employees, and black women in particular. Black women make up 12% of the federal workforce, nearly double their share of the labor force overall. Now, as a former federal employee, I can testify to the fact that this is because they can never be fired. Anyone in a federal job until Trump came along. Now, because he doesn't care about being called racist, which he is. Yes, he is racist. And yes, that doesn't mean that his racist actions are not something that needed to happen anyway. Unfortunately, in this case. A Chicago Tribune columnist echoed that charge. Trump and his MAGA supporters are happily targeting people of color, especially African American women. Until now, which is but another way of saying until Trump, race ideology has meant that when an organization becomes disproportionately black, it becomes untouchable. Never mind that in the light of the academic skills gap, such overrepresentation, which is what this is, overrepresentation of blacks in your federal government In a nation where they are the minority, they are the majority of your federal government, bureaucratically. And overwhelmingly women, such overrepresentation of minority women patently manifests a serious sacrifice of merit in favor of preferences. That's a fact, because the average math score for a black pupil sitting at the SAT, the Scholastic Aptitude Test, in 2024 was 440 on an 800-point scale. Barely half of that which is optimal. The average math score for an Asian pupil was 629. Black pupils' average total score on a scale of 1600 was 907 last year, compared with the average of 1,024 for all test takers, with 1,228 for Asian pupils and 1,083 for white pupils. The SATs measure language capacity and reasoning skills, which are still useful in government work, however debased such work has become. The New York Times highlighted the higher-ranking black female managers whom Trump has removed, often disparaging them as incompetent, corrupt, or DEI hires. But most certainly, they were, at the very least, some of those things. They were most certainly committed to compulsory diversity ideology, whether believing in white privilege or bringing an equity lens to their work. And that ideology is now being extirpated from the executive branch. Plenty of white male bureaucrats have been fired as well, but they do not have an identity defense available to play. Now, Charles Murray is an incredibly successful and pernicious policy entrepreneur. His bell curve is about policy, and it's all wrong. Charles Murray's The Bell Curve about race and IQ formulated the disastrous policy ideas that plague us all today. Charles Murray, in his decades-old work on race and IQ, published in his 1994 book titled The Bell Curve, was back in the news circa 2018 because of a mini-feud between the New Atheist author and podcaster Sam Harris and Vox's Ezra Klein. Andrew Sullivan, the punditocracy's original champion of Murray's thinking on genetics, decided to jump in as well. Harris and Klein and Sullivan had, at that point, spilled plenty of words liming their disagreements, and Harris, for his part, saw himself as exclusively defending the bell curve's empirical claims about IQ, which is fine, but it's important to consider Murray's work with a view toward actual American public policy, which has been deeply influenced by Murray over the years, and which Donald Trump is looking to take in an even more Murray-esque direction. The Bell Curve, co-authored with Richard Herrnstein, a Jew, is, after all, not a work of scientific research, but rather a political book written by one of the most prominent retro-conservative policy entrepreneurs in America as part of a larger ideological project. Like several of Murray's other books, including those titled Losing Ground, In Our Hands, and Coming Apart, the basic subject of The Bell Curve is what should be done to hinder the disadvantaged in America. And the four books all reach the conclusion that, roughly speaking, we should do as much as is politically possible to get away with. What's more, despite the myth-making around Murray, nobody has ever silenced nor stymied him. He is one of the most successful authors of policy-relevant nonfiction working in America even today. He's ensconced at the center of the retro-conservative policy establishment as an emeritus scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, for fuck's sake. In 2016, he won the Bradley Prize, a prestigious retro-conservative award that carries a $250,000 a year stipend for the rest of his fucking miserable, misspent life. He regularly publishes op-eds in the Wall Street Journal. The New York Times reviewed his book titled Coming Apart no less than twice. Tom Edsall featured it in a column, rationalizing that it raised issues that are rarely examined with the rigor necessary to affirm or deny their legitimacy. And David Brooks recommended it twice, lauding the incredible data along with the analysis, even though it's as sparse as Lisa Cook's. PBS built a fucking interactive around it. To debate whether his ideas deserve to be part of the national debate is pointless, since the fact is that they are already central thereunto. After a long slog through the book, Murray and Herrnstein arrive at their central point. They write, and here I read therefrom, "The technically precise description of America's fertility policy is that it subsidizes births among poor women, who are also disproportionately at the low end of the intelligence distribution. We urge generally that these policies, represented by the extensive network of cash and services for low-income women who have babies, be ended." This is why there was a Charlie Kirk rally in motherfucking Kenya, the capital thereof. Let's just stop black women from having babies. But in Kenya, it's the opposite. You make them have babies because the industry depends on child soldiers. Murray's ideas are just plain wrong. Diversity is demonstrably good for society and the economy, not the reverse. Social programs can and do improve lives. For all of us, Murray's influence has damaged the interests of millions of people. Murrayism does harm on an ongoing basis, and far from having been shut out of the discourse, it is at the very heart of the ideological agenda that currently misgoverns these United States. So what does the bell curve say about policy? The Bell Curve is a long book that says a lot of things, many of which, as Murray's partisans like to point out, are not especially controversial in academic psychology. By the same token, Karl Marx's work is full of observations that are well within the consensus of the economics profession, that high levels of unemployment reduce wages for the employed, that firms seek to maximize profits, that market economies are prone to sporadic crises, etc. So fucking what? It's like no shit. No fucking duh. We all know that. Just because you say that water's wet and that shit stinks doesn't mean that your conclusion is going to be valid. We all agree to certain points that are equally observable to anyone with but the eyes to see. The conclusion that is drawn by Karl Marx, we will come back to that, is that blacks must rebel. Though that's more Engels, because Karl Marx was actually a racist who sided with the Confederate States south of the plantationocracy and was very much under the opinion that blacks should stay enslaved and that the Confederate States of America should secede as an economy exemplary to the rest of the world as a white supremacist Slavocracy. That's all true and it's all factual. It was Engels who changed all that for the public sale to mostly colored peoples around the world to buy communism as an ideology. Yeah, there you go. Well, we'll get back to Karl Marx and his damage to the black community, but right now we're talking Murray, who is pulled to Karl Marx, and his book, The Bell Curve, is America's Das Kapital. What makes a controversial book so controversial is that some of its content and its major conclusions are controversial. And that is true, and then some, for Murray, as much as it was for Karl Marx. The actual conclusion of The Bell Curve being that America must stop trying to improve poor kids' material living standards because doing so encourages poor, low IQ women to have more children. Yes, you heard what I've just said correctly. I'm not going to repeat it. You can always replay it. It also concludes that the United States should substantially curtail immigration from Latin America and Black Africa. These are controversial policy recommendations, not banal observations about psychometrics. Murray's critics are frequently accused of mischaracterizing him, so I want to quote, at length, what he says, the upshot of all this shit is, with emphasis from the original text, no less. This is going to take a few minutes, so be patient, open your ears, but not necessarily your mind. This is not Douglas Dietrich talking. This is Mr. Murray. We are silent partly because we are as apprehensive as most other people about what might happen when a government decides to social engineer who has babies and who doesn't. We can imagine no recommendation for using the government to manipulate fertility that does not have dangers, but this highlights the problem. The United States already has policies that inadvertently social engineer who has babies, and it is encouraging the wrong woman. And then he underlines and italicizes the following. If the United States did as much to encourage high IQ women to have babies as it now does to encourage low IQ women, it would rightly be described as engaging in aggressive manipulation of fertility. The technically precise description of America's fertility policy is that it subsidizes births among poor women, who are also disproportionately at the low end of the intelligence distribution. We urge generally that these policies, represented by the extensive network of cash and services for low-income women who have babies, be ended. The government should stop subsidizing births to anyone, rich or poor. The other generic recommendation, as close to harmless as any government program we can imagine, is to make it easy for women to make good on their prior decision not to get pregnant by making available birth control mechanisms that are increasingly flexible, foolproof, inexpensive, and safe. The other demographic factor we discussed in Chapter 15 was immigration, and the evidence that recent waves of immigrants are, on the average, less successful and probably less able than earlier waves, who were, generally white. I'm adding that. He didn't say that, I did. But to go on to conclude with what the fucker says, there is no reason to assume that the hazards associated with low cognitive ability in America are somehow circumvented by having been born abroad, or having parents or grandparents who were. An immigrant population with low cognitive ability will, again, on the average, have trouble not only in finding good work, but have trouble in school, at home, and with the law. Now, these claims about the baleful impact of social assistance spending are not uncontroversial claims about science at all. Indeed, they are not claims about science in any sense of the word. Science, which is a philosophy, a sub-branch of the philosophy of logic, as is the entire school of mathematics. And since These policy recommendations constitute what Murray himself views as the upshot of his own fucking book. And because Murray is a policy writer rather than a scientist, it is correct and proper for fair-minded people to read the book for what it actually is. A tract, a Karl Marxian manifesto proposing the comprehensive revision of the American welfare state along pseudo-eugenicist lines, what I would call pseudo-eugenicist lines. The bell curve setting the stage for Trump's immigration policy today. Unlike on social welfare policy, Murray does not outline a specific immigration policy agenda, but in Chapter 15, which he himself cited in what I've just read to you, he writes that the rules that currently govern immigration provide the other major source of dysgenic pressure, meaning bad genes, people, are flowing in from south of the border. And he enigmatically remarks that while earlier waves of immigrants may have been beneficial, it asked majority white from across the Atlantic, the self-selection process that used to attract the classic American immigrant, brave, hard-working, imaginative, self-starting, and often of high IQ, have been changing, and with it the nature of some of the immigrant population. He complains that the nation's political ground rules have yet to accept that the intelligence of immigrants is a legitimate topic for policymakers to think about, and eventually concludes that the kernel of evidence that must also be acknowledged is that Black and Latin immigrants are, at least in the short run, putting some downward pressure on the distribution of intelligence. Now, Murray's pseudo-intellectual influence on the current trajectory of American immigration policy is obvious. His warning about the dysgenic impact of Black African and Latin American immigration is echoed by President Trump himself, who originally remarked that there are too many arrivals from shithole countries, and in the Republican Party's ongoing conversion to the cause of sharp cuts in legal immigration. Trump's immigration proposals do not specifically reference IQ, but his drive for a switch to what he terms a merit-based immigration system is clearly animated by a Murray-esque concern that the wrong kind of people are moving into these United States. Ergo, Murray wrote The Bell Curve to advance an agenda. The proposal to block immigration from Latin America and end social assistance to poor children is, to be clear, not any incidental aside in a book whose main purpose is to familiarize people with some psychometric research. The authors themselves, on page 549, a half a thousand and half a hundred pages in, do an admirable job of squarely posing the question, what good can come from writing this book? They offer a fourfold answer that consists entirely of hopes to change public policy for what they believe will be the better. Again, these are not the advisements of the son of Adolf Hitler. They're the advisements of America's Karl Marx. Mr. Murray, the man who manipulates Donald Trump. And they are, on four fingers, first, social engineering should be highly targeted at the small segment of the population that accounts for such a large proportion of social problems. While the vast majority of Americans run their own lives just fine, and policy should above all be constructed so that it permits them to do so. Second, policymakers need to design policies that work well for people who may not be as smart as the kind of people who are likely to be in a position to design those policies. To quote they, "There are hundreds of ways to frame bits and pieces of public policy so that they are based on a realistic appraisal of the responses they will get, not from people who think like Rhodes scholars, but people who think in simpler ways." Third, to quote they, "Much of public policy toward the disadvantaged starts from the premise that interventions can make up for genetic or environmental disadvantages, and that premise is overly optimistic. Fourth, we should care less about gaps in life outcomes between different racial groups, because, to quote they, group differences in cognitive ability, so desperately denied for so long, can only be handled by a return to individualism. A person should not be judged as a member of a group, but as an individual, with that cornerstone of the American doctrine once again in place. Group differences can take their appropriately insignificant place in affecting American life. But until that cornerstone is once again in place, the anger, the hurt, and the animosities will continue to grow." Now, the book concludes with the thought that since individuals differ in ability, a fair society, in a procedural sense, is very unlikely to be any egalitarian society in any sense of outcomes. Professional tennis tournaments, for example, are not a rigged game, so far as I know. Nonetheless, a tiny number of players amass the vast majority of the prize money. Not because anyone is cheating, but because some people are better than others at tennis. That's not an unfamiliar point to political theorists. Michael Young's 1958 classic, titled The Rise of the Meritocracy, is a book-length critique of what he saw as an emerging elite of skill, and John Rawls' landmark work of political philosophy, titled A Theory of Justice, argues at length that a just society must offer a good sense of substantive quality or substantive equality, and not just formal equality of opportunity, for roughly the kinds of reasons Murray offers. That said, it must be noted that while Murray calls on elites to be a bit more humble about themselves, his work is very much not any call for substantive equality. Much is sometimes made of Murray's support for the creation of a UBI, a Universal Basic Income Program, which I also support, but not in his way. One must be clear that his thinking on this UBI concept differs from that of all other UBI proponents, such as myself, in 3 ways. 1. He does not actually think that providing people with a UBI is a good idea. As he writes in his 2006 book, titled In Our Hands, imagine for a moment that the 2 trillion United States dollars that the United States government spends on transfer payments were left instead in the hands of the people who started with it. If I could wave a magic wand, that would be my solution. His UBI is merely a compromise with the realities of public opinion, or rather public necessity, not something he backs on the merits. 2. His goal in promoting UBI is to make the welfare state less generous, not more so. In exchange for creating a UBI, he wants to eliminate Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid, and all other federal health programs. All means-tested social assistance. SNAP, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or food stamps, Section 8 housing vouchers, TANF, and the Earned Income Tax Credit. And all federal assistance to students, including Title I, Pell Grants, and veterans programs. So, for those of you who don't know, the TANF is Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. That's a federal program that provides block grants to states to operate programs for low-income families with children. He wants to do away with all that. Whenever Trump says this shit, he's following a man named Murray. Eventually, someone's going to have to kill this son of a bitch. And I don't care which man you interpret that to be. 3. Murray's UBI enacts a massive cut to total state spending on assistance. According to Murray, as of 2014, the annual cost of a UBI would have been about $200 billion cheaper than the current system. By 2020, it would be nearly $1 trillion cheaper. To give a sense of scale here, all of Obamacare cost about $2 trillion United States dollars over a decade, the span of 10 years. Murray's UBI would cut $1 trillion United States dollars from social spending in a single year. This is a plan to effectively slash any and all redistribution to the poor, not make it more generous. And it would be genocide. Millions of people would die. It would be a gerocide in a mass slaughter of the elderly. Now, take a breath here while I regain my sense of perspective on this, because it is so atrocious that Charlie Murray, whom, for those of you who don't know, Charlie Kirk was named after in terms of his first name, for those of you who didn't know that, importantly, Murray's idea is that once we eliminate the entire welfare state, we will replace it with a UBI, or Universal Basic Income program, that provides a flat level of financial assistance per adult. A single mom raising 12 kids would receive no more than a childless man. And a married couple with one child would receive more than a single mom. That defies all common sense on the face of it. But the bell curve's preoccupation with the problem of encouraging the wrong woman to have children clarifies that the goal is to avert the alleged dysgenic impact, or bad impact on the gene pool, by improving the material living conditions of low-income children, which he believes to be the root cause of racial downbreeding. So in other words, to improve the American race, kill all the little nigglets. White trash, brown, well, they're all niggers to him. Mocha, white chocolate, caramel, and fucking black chocolate, it's all the same to Charles Murray. When actually, helping people in need is good. Much of the rhetorical purpose of the bell curve is devoted to muddying the waters between the claim that there are limits to how much reasonable policy inventions, or rather interventions, they are social inventions of policy intervention, what they can do to equalize everyone's abilities and social outcomes. And the claim is that, well, the claim that there is virtually nothing useful we can do with activist policy to help people is the entire purpose of his publishing this pile of shit. While the former idea of, well, policy interventions and how limited they are in equalizing everyone's abilities and social outcomes, that they can't do too much towards that end, well, that former idea is well-grounded. So well-grounded that I'm not sure anyone even denies it, including people who misguidedly, root and branch, reject the entire idea of general intelligence. The latter idea, that there's nothing we can do with activist policy to help people, is completely wrong. The skepticism about helping, based in Calvinism, as Brendan Zogit earlier articulated tonight, pervades Murray's entire body of work. From his tome titled Losing Ground, a book-length argument that the war on poverty was a counterproductive failure, which proclaims that when reforms finally do occur, they happen not because stingy people have won, but because generous people have stopped kidding themselves. To his treatise titled Coming Apart's conclusion that a European-style welfare state is useless because people need self-respect. But self-respect must be earned. It cannot be self-respect if it's not earned. And the only way to earn anything is to achieve it in the face of the possibility of failing. Even when tasked with making the case for a UBI in a public debate, Murray was clear that his argument for it isn't that the cash would help those who receive it, but that its existence would encourage other people to be meaner to those in need. To quote us the Murray man himself, let's think of the guy who is your complete screw-up. He drinks too much. He can't hold on to a job. And he runs out of money 10 days before the end of the month. Well, under the UBI, he can no longer plead helplessness. His friends and his relatives can say to him, as they cannot say now, and then he underlines and italicizes the following as a quote, okay, we aren't going to let you starve, but you've got to get your act together. And don't tell us there's nothing you can do, because we know you've got $1,000 hitting your bank account next month. You've got to start dealing with your problems. That's good. That kind of interaction, multiplied millions of times around the country, is having friends and relatives deal with human needs in ways that bureaucracies inherently are unable to deal with them. Now, Murray's Calvinist arguments about the spiritual inadequacies of social welfare provision are baffling to me, but the IQ-based argument mooted in the bell curve at least makes sense. Because people's underlying capacities vary considerably, you're not going to design a social policy that overcomes that intrinsic inequity. That's almost certainly true. Given everything we know about athletic ability, for example, it's clear that no matter what we do, some people will always be more adept skiers than others. On the other hand, there's also an obvious reality that most Americans, myself included, don't get taught to ski as kids. And consequently, the whole average level of skiing competency in the United States is much lower than it could be if we set about trying to raise it. Now, of course, a massive national campaign to make us all better skiers would be an incredibly stupid waste of time and resources. But the following ideas are not stupid. And here we can thank Brendan Zogit for the sourcing. Mercury emissions, mostly from coal plants, end up in water, where they end up in fish, from whence they end up in the bloodstreams of children via pregnant women, poisoning their brains, and, ergo, lowering IQ. This problem was tackled in limited ways by the Obama-era Environmental Protection Agency, but the transmission of coal emissions into fish and thus into food is a highly globalized process that, like the better-known issue of climate catastrophe, really requires an international solution. Point: as a bonus inconvenience, if you skip past the toxic heavy metals contained in most fish, eating fish is really good for kids' neurological development. So, to the extent that parents respond to environmental degradation by reducing the quantity and variety of fish that kids eat, kids' brains suffer on the other side. In other words, eat fish, but it's got to be good fish, healthy fish, meaning you need a healthy environment for the fish to thrive in order that your kids' brains can grow. Relatedly, neurologically damaging levels of lead are present in the soil of essentially every American city. There is also a lot of toxic lead lurking in the paint on old houses. Beyond heavy metal toxicity, there's considerable evidence that good old-fashioned welfare works well. Research on the mother's pension programs from the early 20th century proved that kids whose mothers received a very modest welfare check ended up with early adult incomes that were 20% higher than those of mothers who did not receive such checks, and were also 35% less likely to be underweight as adults and received additional schooling. There you go. Give the mother some money and her kid eats better, gets better educated, gets a better job, pays more taxes, and we're all better off. Point! More modern welfare programs work just as well, if not even better. A January 2015 paper by David Brown, Amanda Kowalski, and Ethai Lurie studied Medicaid expansions in the 1980s and 1990s and concluded that kids who benefited from expansion ended up paying more in cumulative taxes and receiving less in EITC, or Earned Income Tax Credit, disbursements than those who did not. Speaking of the EITC, in 2013, a paper by Michelle Maxfield found that kids whose parents benefited from increased EITC generosity had higher math scores, were more likely to graduate high school, and were more likely to complete one or more years of college. Indeed, it is in some ways proof positive that standard methods are undercounting the benefits of social assistance programs, SAPs or SAPs. Chloe East, Sarah Miller, Marianne Page, and Laura Wary, all women, found in September of 2017 that the grandchildren of low-income pregnant women who benefited from Medicaid expansion in the 1980s were less likely to suffer from low birth weight, which itself is irrefutably correlative with low IQ, because it's malnourishment. The brain doesn't grow because the kid's got nothing to eat. There's not enough milk in his mother's tits. She's malnourished because she's starving. So, if you want a higher IQ, Charlie Murray, feed the fucking kids. Just the opposite of what the son of a bitch has programmed your government to do. That and innumerable other health problems are associated with low birth rate. Low birth weight, not low birth rate, but low birth weight. Malnourished babies. As a society, we can and must take decisive action to reduce environmental contamination and improve the material living conditions of poor children and their parents. The evidence that doing this will have broad secondary benefits for cognitive development is overwhelming. Meanwhile, however, creating a school that is consistently better than an average school is, for understandable reasons, quite difficult. It appears to be possible, and it does work, and not just for any narrow cognitive elite. Certain charter school networks produce consistently superior results, especially for low-income and minority children, compared to mainstream public school systems. And Roland Fryer has proven that traditional unionized public schools that adopt some of these charters' main pedagogical innovations produce similar results. Individual school teachers vary in quality, like practitioners of other professions, with students taught by average teachers earning significantly more as adults than those taught by teachers in the bottom 5% of the distribution. A year's worth of instruction by a great teacher induces $400,000 in additional earnings from a 20-student classroom. Something as simple as judicial decisions mandating that states equalize their school funding formulas produces positive educational results for poor children. All of which is to say that the fatalism Murray promotes about social betterment is utterly malevolent, and attempting to implement his reform of the welfare state has led not only to massive short-term suffering, but a massive erosion of our long-term prospects as a society and ultimately as a historical empire. Catastrophically, Murray mindlessness is universally influential in American politics. In sad fact, Murrayism is the very foundation of postmodern American politics. Despite the popular claim among Murray apologists that he's been silenced and unfairly maligned, his views have shaped and still shape all American policy outcomes, domestic or imperial. Though the United States is generally quite a bit wealthier than Western Europe, the material living standards of American children are overwhelmingly worse, with about 11.8% of American imperial children living in absolute poverty, as indicated by the United States poverty line itself, compared to only 6.2% of United German or 3.6% of Swedish children. This is in large part because the United States is already an outlier in terms of its refusal to provide cash support to parents. America hates kids. And instead, the United States essentially eliminated substantial cash assistance to poor mothers in the mid-1990s. Murray's biography page at All American Speakers boasts that Murray provided the intellectual foundation for the Welfare Reform Act of 1996. This man is responsible for the living death of millions of children. This man needs to be skinned alive, burned alive, and reanimated with smelling salts so that we can do it all over again. That, while the fee for a Murray speech is in the $20,000 to $30,000 range. Altering the old and genuinely very flawed welfare system in Murray's preferred direction rather than moving toward a universal child allowance, a UCA, which I, the son of Adolf Hitler, recommended based on the National Socialism of the Third Reich all of my life. But you didn't move in the Hitlerian direction. You moved in the Murray-esque direction, meant that not only the United States malevolently maintains its abnormally high level of child poverty, but precipitated a substantial increase in deep poverty thereby. You want to know how the Third Reich became the wealthiest nation on earth within a matter of months? Hitler gave all the money to the mothers to raise their kids. America did just the opposite because, why? Because that would be Nazi. You're also anti-Nazi. That's why you're also fucking poor. This relates in important ways to intelligence. A growing body of academic research, which includes DNA deoxyribonucleic acid testing to control for potential genetic factors, indicates that the stress of growing up in poverty does concrete neurological damage to children's brains over and above the issues with exposure to toxic chemicals. Murrayism traps poor children in a cycle where they have worse opportunities for intellectual development, and then that underdevelopment is abused as evidence that little can or even should be done to improve their economic status. And Republican politicians are seeking to comprehensively proceed with the Murray Prospectus for Social Policy. Congressional Republicans made several runs at rolling back Medicaid expansion, and now the Department of Health and Human Services is working with Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent party-run states to tighten eligibility requirements and reduce enrollment. State-level action to make SNAP, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Policy, or food stamp benefits harder to access has become routine. And the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent party only dropped its plans for a big 2025 push to apply welfare reform principles to in-kind benefits programs because Trump's government shutdown ensured the voters wouldn't be in session. So you were all saved by the fucking bell. Murray's views on immigration policy have emerged as the dominant school of thought coming out of the White House and are supported by the Republican Party as a whole, despite evidence that the restrictionism has no society-wide upside. Even small aspects of this agenda that are already being implemented, like the rollback of the DACA, the DACA, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, the Dreamers program, are economically harmful to most native-born Americans. And the overwhelming preponderance of economic evidence proves that the larger restrictions now in effect will only have an even bigger negative impact on our economy. Concern about the dysgenic, the racial impact of immigrants and assistance to low-income families, in short, has in fact become an impediment to both overall national prosperity and specifically to poor kids' brain development and life prospects. And racial demagoguery is a key reason why. What does race have to do with any of this? One thing Murray's defenders tend to get more right than his critics is that the racial portions of the bell curve are relatively marginal to the overall project. As Nathan Robinson wrote at Current Affairs magazine, Murray's bizarre non-policy book titled Human Accomplishment makes far more provocative claims on race, which, despite its prurient interest in racial gaps, is fundamentally about economic class. This is classism, even more than racism. Race is, however, central to the political project of maintaining a parsimonious welfare state. For those of you who don't know what that means, it means cheap. Indeed, cross-sectional evidence, marshaled by Alberto Alesina and Ed Glazer for their 2004 work titled Fighting Poverty in the United States and Europe, subtitled A World of Difference, concludes that racial animosity is the main explanation for America's consummate niggardliness to poor families, while experimental evidence proves that increasing the salience of racial conflict promotes paleo-reactionary politics and specifically confirms that associating means-tested social assistance with black people only leads many whites to become ever more skeptical. That having been said, we are placing this link in the chat room for everyone to access and in infinite call for Team Dietrich. Fun fact: Latinos and Black African Americans are disproportionately poor in these United States, but most recipients of social assistance are, in fact, fish belly white. It's a vanilla system, people. If you're white, you automatically get, well, a greater chance that something will be put in that empty palm of yours when you stretch it out. Despite the complaint that critics are throwing around charges of racism to silence Murray, the reality is that promoting a heavily racialized view of the overall question of whether we should try to help poor families or punish them serves as a useful marketing gimmick for both books and legislation. Murray does have a side agenda that is race-specific. Near the very end of the bell curve, he writes, somewhat euphemistically, that group differences in cognitive ability, so desperately denied for so long, can only be handled by a return to individualism, rather than with policies that seek to specifically address or remedy racism or racial disadvantage. Talking to the aforementioned Sam Harris on his podcast 8 years ago, circa 2017, Murray denounced an idea he calls the equality premise, arguing that the idea that all groups of people only have differences in outcomes because of racism or sexism or inappropriate institutions, that assumption has created huge harm. Arguing that affirmative action policies in college admissions actually hurt Black and Latino students by creating a mismatch, his words, between their abilities and those of their white and Asian peers, which leads to elevated dropout rates. Now, Matthew Chingos, who has researched the detriments, or I should say determinants, of college completion in detail, proves this isn't true. And in fact, students were most likely to graduate by attending the most selective institution that would admit them, because they have everything invested. But Murray's critique of affirmative action admissions, however maleficent, is axiomatically the universal political paradigm in these United States rather than one in desperate need of signal boosting. Mine own, as in Mein Kampf, as in the son of Adolf Hitler's talking to you right now. You see, the Justice Department is backing away from consent decrees that aim to address racial inequities in policing. The Department of Housing and Urban Development is gutting fair housing enforcement, and a ProPublica report last year, or going back for decades by now with every one that I've checked, revealed a broad misadministration-wide push for all agencies to scale back civil rights enforcement generally. Instead of waging war on racial discrimination, the Trump misadministration is in direct line with Murray's misrecommendations waging all-out war on affirmative action policies. The reality, however, is that the evidence that race-specific disadvantages exist and that race-specific remedies can help is overwhelming. Recognizing how race works in America is important for policymaking. That women earn less. That women earn less than men, and black people earn less than white people in America is well known. But a landmark study published in March of 2018 by the Equality of Opportunity Project found a striking pattern in the interaction of these issues. While black women earn less than white women, that earnings gap essentially vanishes when you account for the fact that white women on average have richer parents than black women. But the earnings gap between black men and white men persists even with control, even with this control factor taken into account. There be no plausible genetic explanation for this. Instead, it seems that black men suffer from a race-specific disadvantage that impairs their earnings. This, in turn, reduces the material conditions, the material living conditions of black girls, which impairs their earnings as well, I should say as ill. The exact mechanism at work is unclear, though the gender specificity suggests that perhaps the criminal justice system is playing a key role here, which I've deconstructed at length and doubtless will return to again. It's also important to understand that while Murray's specific remarks about race science tend to be hedged and a bit vague, and at times profess a fair degree of agnosticism about the actual magnitudes, his discussion of why this is worth bringing up at all is very clear and sweeping. He believes, despite every evidence to the contrary, that America needs to stop thinking about racial discrimination and race-conscious solutions. It seems beyond ridiculous for me to even need to articulate this. But racial discrimination is not only quite real, but indeed the saliently definitive feature of American society itself. Employers, for example, discriminate against job applications that feature stereotypically black names. And so do public officials when deciding what correspondence to answer. But conversely, attentiveness to race can be useful in crafting policy solutions. Early studies of racial matching, or lack thereof, between teachers and students proved that black teachers have higher academic expectations for black students than non-black ones have. More recent inquiry proves that this has concrete effects, with black students seeming to learn more from black teachers. Promoting the message that black African Americans suffer from irremediable intellectual incapacity would be actively harmful in this context, while trying to take affirmative measures to ensure fairer treatment of black students and adequate representation of black African Americans as classroom leaders would only make it better. I mean, our man Troy Bellamy, he, posits that the most definitive feature in his life was attending a historically black college and university, a historically black collegiate university, to make better use of that acronym in the tense that I'm using it in. Now, similarly, an earlier study from the Equality of Opportunity Project proved that Black and Latino kids with exceptional math skills were, well, they're less likely to grow up to be inventors than similarly skilled white and Asian kids, and the research offers some positive evidence, meaning proof, that a lack of role models must be the issue here. And understanding the existence of discrimination in the labor market is critical to understanding the impact of different micro and macro policies. That includes everything from the finding that employer drug testing helps Black job applicants because it lets them overcome negative stereotypes, to the fact that Black African Americans benefit disproportionately from aggressively pro-employment monetary policy because a tight labor market makes discrimination more costly for employers and thus more surmountable. Race, in short, continues to be a real and entirely underrated factor in how American social and economic institutions dysfunction, function, dysfunction, and malfunction. And while raising the salience of racial issues can be counterproductive in some contexts by undermining political support for anti-poverty measures, it can be critical in other areas to improving the way schools, labor markets, and the criminal justice system work. To put it bluntly, take this from the son of Adolf Hitler here, insisting that we pay more attention to ambiguous evidence about the role of IQ heritability in driving group differences is not any disinterested gesture of scientific inquiry, but an ideological machination initiated by political polemicists who aim to heighten racial salience where it's counterproductive and diminish it where it could be constructive. That's the social engineering I learned from Michael Aquino. Good can come from the Father of Darkness. People of goodwill who really do simply believe in open inquiry ought to take a good hard look at the overall context in which this topic arises and think carefully about what exactly it is that they are trying to fucking say. Why is this discussion so important? Though he himself tends to back away from it under any pressure, Charlie Murray is admirably clear in the conclusion to The Bill Curve and elsewhere about why he thinks it's important to discuss IQ and heredity. He believes that focusing on this issue will build political support for restricting immigration from poor countries and reducing economic assistance to poor families. As a bonus, he hopes that throwing in specific hypotheses about group differences will build political support for eliminating race-conscious policymaking and curbing efforts to address race-specific disadvantage. The truth, however, is that these are not underrated policy ideas that are in need of any amplification in the public arena. They are antithetically ruinous policy ideas that presently exert more influence over policy making than they deserve and ought to be censured. Scientific exploration of human genetics, of course, must continue, and we must be open-minded about what it will discover. From what we know so far, it really is clear that smart parents tend to have smart kids. But it is also very clear that a wide range of policy interventions, ranging from environmental cleanup to social welfare provision to improving schools, raise children's cognitive abilities, and improve their labor market outcomes. It is also very clear that race is significant as a social phenomenon in these United States in ways that create meaningful disadvantages for members of minority groups, and that constructive attention to racial issues can only lead to better outcomes for us all. Exempli gratiae. Genetic research can tell us things about the harmful implications of racial inequities. Biomedical research on the development of pharmaceuticals and other healthcare technology does not ever reflect the ethnic diversity of the American population, which means that we are never developing health interventions that serve minority groups efficaciously. Sam O, that's his surname, O-H. First name Sam O, an epidemiologist at the UCSF, University of California, San Francisco Center for Genes, Environment, and Health, offered as an example to NPR that African Americans and Puerto Ricans don't respond as well to some of the most common asthma controller medications, even though these groups would benefit enormously from more effective treatment since they are disproportionately likely to live in high contaminant environments where asthma is most common. But to say that actual scientists should continue doing scientific research into the genetic bases of human cognition is a far cry from saying that lay journalists and policy analysts ought to go out of our way to promote the hypotheses that America's class system reflects irremediable aspects of human biology. That's that Asian nigger, that yellow nigger, that Asian Indian caste system bleeding here through all your computer programmers, rewriting the software of your social matrix. The caste system is an ethno-based matrix in which the Asian Indians wallow as pigs eternally. You do not want that here. And this is an idea that exerts overwhelming rather than underwhelming influence over American politics and public policy. And the racialized version of the hypotheses that Murray is known for is particularly damaging because he presents the Asian Hindu caste system behind a white masquerada, as the Russians say, a white masquerade, a white mask. The notion that poor families deserve less help than they get because they are a cognitively disadvantaged group who will respond to assistance via overbreeding that undermines the quality of the national stock is not an unexplored suggestion in American history. But it is a uniformly pernicious one that continues to exert a powerful negative influence on the lives of millions of people, reinforcing traditional status hierarchies while immiserating our empire as a whole by preventing vast swaths of our population from ever reaching their full potential to contribute and prosper. And in all of this, Trump is but recycling the presidency what resegregated the federal government. On January 29th, a mid-air collision over the Potomac River near Reagan International Airport killed all 67 people aboard a Bombardier airliner and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. Trump's elimination of key positions and committees is having long-term consequences. Already was then. In fact, under impact of the Musk and Trump cuts, the DC air traffic controller was immediately, quote, working two different tower positions, unquote, before the first crash. Indeed, the FAA administrator quit on January 20th after Elon Musk told him to resign. And now, in a tragic case of déjà vu, the figure skating community was reeling from another deadly plane crash. Closing the opening month of this year, that midweek collision near Washington, D.C. evoked painful memories of the 1961 crash that killed 73 people, including all 18 members of the United States figure skating team headed to the World Championships in Prague. Whitaker ran the FAA for just a single year, but announced in December that he would step down on January 20th as the new president was sworn in. Michael Whitaker had only been in the role for a single year, but the SpaceX chief, Elon Musk, accused him of harassment. The Federal Aviation Administration's leader stepped down on January 20th, months after Elon Musk demanded that he quit. The machination, or rather, that would be on Elon's part, the maneuver by Michael Whitaker meant the FAA had no Senate-confirmed leader for one of the biggest crises in its history because he quit before Donald Trump took office. Nobody had taken his place by time of incident. The preceding week, the specialist aviation site, The Air Current, reported that industry veteran Chris Rochelieu had been sworn in as deputy FAA administrator, which would put him in acting charge of the agency. The Wall Street Journal had first reported that he would then become deputy. To reiterate, Whitaker's departure came after he clashed with Elon Musk, who is now, has been in charge until he recently quit, not just of SpaceX, but was then named by Trump as the head of the new Department of Government Efficiency, which is not technically any real government department at all. In September, Whitaker had proposed fines of more than $600,000 for SpaceX, prompting Musk to demand his resignation and promise to sue. Per Elon Musk's tweet of September 25th of 2024, he needs to resign, man! Which I will put for all of you to access as evidence here in chat and into the infinite call. And checking our own call. Yeah, it's just me and Aristides now. Now, Whitaker, as Space.com reported in September, told a congressional committee that the fines were the only tool we have to get compliance on safety matters, which, of course, Elon Musk was continuing to ignore. Now, let me get a hold of myself here, do a little breathing before I decide to get back to the subject or not. And, oh, yes, I know what to do. There we are. So, trying to think of the direction that I'm going in from here. I would say we've got a little bit to go before I get to the main point, which would, of course, hopefully be something that I can set up with Troy Bellamy present, which hopefully we can do on Sunday night. All right, so look, we've made it to midnight Pacific time. I think I've given people a real education on how your government is following a policy based on their own ideological Karl Marx, Charlie Murray, whom Charlie Kirk was named after. I mean, that's enough of a punchline for your lessons tonight. I think I've earned my pay. Follow the model of Brooke Hagberg in Canada. Set up an automatic monthly payment through PayPal of $50 to $100 United States dollars. 75 United States dollars if you want to compromise every month. And that'll help me continue to educate you as we proceed into the future. With that in mind, if our dear Aristides is awake, he's welcome to add in some links. Otherwise, it's on the screen. Support at paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich, the biological son of Adolf Hitler. I need all the financial help I can fucking get. It's
at least
your
$1,000 a month.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Ideally, yes. Yes. Well, fuck. Well, we gave him to it tonight. Any thoughts?
I don't know. I just came back. My phone was completely toast.
Holy shit. They fried
Like
you.
it only dies on transmission nights, just abruptly in the middle of the day. So
Of course. Those motherfuckers. Yeah. That's, oh my God. Well, I'm glad you're safe. How about you? You're safe? Back in the warehouse yet?
no, of course not. I'm slaving.
Dude, it's
Slaving
midnight.
over
You're
this.
still at work at fucking midnight? On a weeknight?
No. I stopped to talk to, one of the union stewards because shit's, I'm just going to throw the book at these fuckers now.
Oh, wow.
So they're really going to hate me after this. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Shit.
Yeah.
Well, they're stuck. You're the only man.
The union they take our money like $200-300 a month. They better fucking do something.
Good fucking point. Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
don't care how mad they get. It's like,
How'd you
they're
find the
breaking
guy?
so-
How'd you find the guy at this hour of the night? He was on site?
he's my coworker. He's the
Okay.
dude. He's the
Okay.
he's the guy. Remember the guy?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll have to talk about
The
privately.
stoned ape. The
Yeah,
stoned
yeah.
ape theory. He's the stoned ape theory.
I love that.
Yeah. So he became a steward when he had medical leave, and now everyone's sweating bullets because they can't fire us now because he's like our rep.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. Cool.
And they're all asking questions. How did you do it so quick? And he said, I don't know. I took the classes, and now they're really sweating because they didn't. That's the last thing they want is if you know your rights. You can't be exploited and shit.
Yeah.
That's when.
Oh, they
that's
hate
when they
that.
get real pissed.
Oh,
Yeah,
they hate
it.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, our perfect slaves. Oh. They didn't know their rights. It's like, what was that old saying you told about the mushroom? Keep them in the dark, feed them shit.
Yeah, that's it. Keep them in the dark and feed them
They
lots of shit, and then harvest them when they grow big enough. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what they're trying to do. But now their plan is foiled, and now we're all like public enemy now.
Yeah.
That's
Fat
fine.
enough.
But
That's
I
it.
don't give a fuck.
Yeah. The term is fat enough, not big enough. Fat enough. Yeah. But that's it.
Yeah.
But now they can't do that with you guys. Yes. Cool. You've become poison
So I'm sure
mushrooms to
they'll-
them.
We're poison mushrooms, so I'm sure they'll be enthused about that.
But
But it's okay if they get pissed off enough. I'll just I'll join CSIS and just work remote. Get my 50,000. And they always pull that chicken shit. I don't know. The feds how they are.
Yeah.
You worked for them. Where
Yeah.
it says $50,000 bonus, and then there's an asterisk, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Like a little caveat, and it says you may be entitled to this. And that means you ain't getting shit, basically.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Anytime the military or the feds say you may be entitled, means you're not getting it.
Yes.
Yeah. You have to jump through so many hoops,
Oh, it's a scam. What a joke!
Right.
But nevertheless, the job is well paying. You might want to go for it just because it is well paying. It's
Yeah, but what happens when everyone does the purge and they find out? They find out that I was one of the. I don't want to say brown shirts because that's an insult to them, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I hear you. They well, all I can say is that
here, check. This is what I was talking about. Check this out. Check this out. And tell me what you think about that.
Okay, give me a second here to ask this.
So they're generating these propaganda posters like out of BioShock Infinite and shit. You know, defend the homeland. Yes.
Oh, you're kidding! You're
you see this shit?
kidding! This is a joke,
I swear.
right?
No, this is real. This is the verified Department
I can't
of
believe
Homeland
what this
Security.
says. This says America for Americans. This says America for Americans.
Join ICE. Join ICE.com.
Join
or
ICE.com.
.co. Yeah.
This is a fucking joke. This is like I can't
The comments are
believe this.
funny. Can I join if I have a bone spur?
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, and you know, wasn't he in the colonies illegally and shit? Yeah, it's like yeah, and it just goes,
Argentina first.
yeah, it's this is outrageous. Join ICE now.
There's hundreds of these. There's like they just are spamming people with these.
Yeah, for those of you who do not know, say you're older and you were never a gamer, this is straight out of BioShock. BioShock is based on basically a dystopia in which Ayn Rand's dreams have come true. And in BioShock, the idea is to kill young underage girls. You are killing young underage girls to succeed in the game. That's the whole point.
Yes.
That's the whole point of the game. It's outrageous. So this is like based on the kinds of posters they had in BioShock and BioShock Infinite. It's bizarre. We really have.
And in BioShock Infinite, the city is called Columbia, and it's like off the coast of Maine or something, and it's like a bunch of balloons that are floating this like steampunk city where there's like it's all libertarian and shit. There's all pure.
Connected our OBS studio. They just disconnected the OBS.
Oh, so I guess I guess you're done for the night.
Yeah. So the OBS reconnection has been successful, but as far as I'm concerned,
there you go.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, though,
well, you can shut it down anytime. You can shut it down.
Yeah,
don't let me keep you on.
Oh well, our numbers have gone up since we started talking about the BioShock Infinite. Everybody likes to hear that shit. Guess some of the younger people. But let's make sure you're still registering on the tech. Say hi again. And I still can't believe.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're here. Yeah, you're registering. Yeah. I still can't believe something changed my voice on that mic, because we did not make it that low. We made it only somewhat low, but remember you said keep it in the yellow zone, and you said keep it before the red, but not in the red, because so we did not lower it that low. And when the Microsoft, re-uploaded, when it forced me to make this, update, then it somehow made my voice lower, and the software no longer recognized the mic. Okay, that's just pure manipulation. It's got to be from, the powers that be. That's not natural, or it shouldn't be. So there you go with that. That's my thoughts.
Nothing's natural with you. You're
true enough. Yeah.
I don't want to say abomination. But it's not
so what do you think? Our numbers are okay, but I'm not quite sure I'm inspired to continue for tonight. Might as well continue on Sunday night. I'll still have more to talk.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not here for permanent reasons. I just came by to,
Well, I'm glad you did. Glad you checked in. It's good to have you. And, we all love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And I'll end the show. You and I can stay on the call privately for a few moments. We'll have Aristides with us, of course. I don't think he's conscious at the moment, but he can definitely wake up at any moment. And if he does, hopefully he puts some links up or, enters them as a comment.
I'm trying to get some of that good melatonin. Get some of that shit.
All right, everybody. Well, join us on Sunday night. We'll be back in full force. We'll start with that accident and what it proves about the fucking federal government under Trump. All right. We've been on for 6 hours. We've earned our pay. For God's sake, everybody, it's your war. You gotta fight it. More importantly, you need a leader in myself, the son of Adolf Hitler. And for that, you've got to fund it. So, for God's sake, send your fucking money. And don't pay attention to any of that shit about, don't put yourself out. I mean, I reserve that comment for motherfuckers who send minor amounts, like $5 or something. It's like you must be aware that PayPal takes a fraction of that away, so you're contributing even less. So obviously that's trollery. We're not some high impact show where we've got thousands and thousands of listeners, though actually technically we do, but very few ever contribute in any program. But if we had millions of listeners, people could send $5, $1. You know, we're not like that. If you send us something like that amount, it's a fucking insult. It really is. You just got to send at absolute baseline, really, $250, absolute minimum. 25 United States dollars at the least. But beyond that, you know, try and go higher. High as you fucking can afford. Or even beyond what you can afford. All right, so there we have that, and we're ending the stream. And join us again on Sunday night, same time, same place. Kisses to the ladies, hugs to the men, to those that support myself, of course. Beyond that, we're ending stream. Come back for more on Sunday night. All right, so pressing the end button, ending stream.